maybe our casters said, if Lunar is good and I'm playing, and maybe Lunar is good and other people are playing it, as Pope is once again going for a big mulligan. We saw 2 from him in the last game, and I think that starting so far back on Spirits did ultimately affect him and the game moving forward.
Yeah, really held on to the game for a long time, even being down so much after 2 mulligans and getting hit for, I want to say 6 or 7 in the first couple of turns. There's really a lot that Pope was able to do to stay in. So if you can even at all stem 1 extra turn from that, I think that would be wonderful. But Bobfish is saying my hand's perfect once again, and I'm going to keep
saying my hand is not perfect for the second time once again, and we are going for a second mulligan. No.
Wow. I mean, on the bright side, this does queue up nicely for Ectopossum and Rise from the Shadows, so you can't feel too bad, but yeah, that can hurt.
True. There are some of these decks that want spirits in the underworld. We were just talking about that in the last game with the Hephaestus Tongs, all of that interaction. And looks like we are just going to be getting started here with a little possum that is going to be a big pain.
Yeah, little possum, big pain. Indeed. This Ectopossum coming in here uninterrupted this time. And if Pope was able to see multiple of these cards coming in, I can very much see a case where, while Bobfish was able to drop down 2 last time, Pope might be able to just drop all 3.
Well, that would certainly be a way to make a comeback and justify all those spirits in the underworld right now, as Lil Bobfish is going to just be going for that Werepup, which immediately gets Pandora's boxed.
Yeah, taking some notes from the last game, Pope is just immediately stopping any sort of search, saying better have the full moon if you have it. And there's a new moon coming in here, discarding a second new moon.
Double new moon. Okay. It looks like a lot of our casters have been going into the lunar phase suite and saying, hey, maybe these cards are pretty good. Hey, maybe I should play Voltas.
I believe they are all saying that last part very proudly, loudly, and truthfully. I think that's so interesting that New Moon has always been one of these cards on the radar of casters, where initially in some lunar aggro builds back in Moonrise, people were like, well, we can just discard extra copies of Full Moon and etc. But then transition to players only playing 1 copy of some of their key lunar phases. And I think now it might just be time, because there's so much stuff to get rid of. I mean, Moth and the Sulfury, the Tugas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, New Moon breaking down those barriers and coming out and becoming a real meta contender of a card.
As the Hypnosum coming in here, searching from Pope an extra copy of the Ectopossum, trading with the Werepup and dropping down 2 of the Ectopossum, swinging for massive damage here. This is the type of turn that Pope would have loved last game.
Yeah, it really seems that the tables have turned, and now the moon is in Pope's temple. We'll work on it.
Yeah, I think that one in Pope's temple for sure, not in retrograde or any sort of other celestial body motion.
Yeah, it puts the moon in your temple for sure.
I like to say that as more of an explicitive, that really puts the moon in my temple.
As we are having quite a nice little back and forth here, and by back and forth I mean Pope has 2 Ectopossum and 3 back row sets, so Bobfish has got to start making some stuff happen here, or we are going to be getting into a tricky situation. And you know what? A thing that he could do is, that's right, set up for a lunar 3-drop, folks. And I think that could really be a game decider, as we have the little Hypnosum coming out.
Ooh, and getting Gorgon's Gazed on the search. That is going to be quite brutal. And while the search was stopped, you do get to play the most fun game that the Ectopossum and the Lunar Match gets to play, which is, did my opponent draw dead, or is their hand just playing it? And I think that we get to see if Pope's is saying, yeah, you got it, let's swing into it, setting an extra card and hitting over the Hypnosum.
Okay, here we go. Moment of truth. Okay, no, I think that since we're just taking that damage, that in fact we did not have the Ectoplasm in hand. Unfortunate for Bobfish. Big damage for Pope.
Oh, and we have an Ouroboros coming in here, one of the most signature removals for the meta. Coming in some of these clutch scenarios too. Again, what I really love about the Lunar Arsenal is so many nice spirit-efficient removal options. And Pope has to respond here with a beautiful Marble Gordon's Gaze.
Ooh, okay. And we are protecting these 2-drops here, really valuing them as if we might want to use them for something, like ascending over.
This is about to be the greatest alley-oop of all time. Surely.
It seems that Pope is simply content to just put out big damage each turn. It seems to be working for him. You know what? Fair enough, Pope. Who am I to have any issue with this? It seems to be going well.
Yeah, I think taking it turn by turn, and sometimes time really doesn't tick on the way you think it does, as a Ouroboros comes in here and repeats the vicious cycle that only Fleetwood Mac talks about. And I think that though you are bouncing one Ectoplasm back to hand, you still have to contest with another 6 body. Is there another removal?
Yeah, we are bouncing it in a way that does not clear the full board here, and so it leaves things to have to deal with. And it looks like it's enough to have to deal with that we might be going for a scoop here, which means we're going to be going into a game 3. Bobfish and Pope having both taken a game at this point. And I mean, in this mirror match, both of our casters clearly expertly piloting these lunar decks. It really could go either direction.
Looks like Pope is going to be going for a mulligan here. And both casters going for mulligans.
Yeah, Bobfish finally is mulliganed at this point. Thankfully, it's not just Pope in this case.
Yeah, I think that if, you know what, I think that you can say in some capacity that if your hand is not exactly Hypnosum Search, set a couple cards, well, Bobfish might just have to mulligan that, especially going first here. This is such an important turn for either of these casters being able to set up some advantage and some control.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see if we had any real changes to these decks, grabbing anything from the side decks that could make a real difference here, give one of our casters the leg up, or did they simply say, I think that I'll draw better, I think that I'll see better cards, as Pope is going to once again mulligan for a second time. Oh, well, it worked last time.
Well, down to 16 spirits doesn't feel great, but maybe just try and dig for immediate removal options and a little bit of better counter rune suite going into this third and final game for these casters. One of them will be moving on to the grand finals of the first Sunstrike webcam premiere and potentially crowned the first champion, where I think you got to just say, I'm putting it all on the line here. I could go down to 12 spirits if I want to.
Yeah, very true. As at the end of the day, keeping a bad hand is not worth the spirits. And we have Pope starting out here with a Werepup, which feels really good when you're going into an empty board. You don't have anything to contest, and really just being able to do whatever you want, which in this case is going and grabbing the Lunar Face.
Am I missing something here? Because if Bobfish taking the top seed for this event, or for this round, meaning that they were able to choose to go first in the first game, opted to go second in the third?
Yeah, it is interesting. I had a moment where I was like, did I miss Bobfish's turn? Because theoretically, he would have been the one to choose. Is there something that we don't know of? Maybe Bobfish is saying, I feel like my deck is more reactive than anything. I would rather have cards to play into. I'm not totally sure here, as we just go for a Vermilord and set a back row as well.
Yeah, I meant to say Gloombat one time, and I think that board breaker sort of strategy, honestly, Lunar probably can. Maybe one of the only decks that legitimately should opt to go second on often occasion. You have the Werepup to bait Gorgon's Gazes and the Lunar Phase Lunar Eclipse to destroy back row. You have removal like this New Moon here, which also can suppress the Werepup, ensuring that now any sort of set full moons cannot go off here. But let's see if Pope has a response for defense.
Nope.
And the Werepup goes down.
Okay, just simply going to let that happen as we have a Rise from the Shadows coming out here. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, makes sense a little bit as the Werepup comes back. It really is a Werepup at this point, as it is is a zombie pup.
I big fan of the zombie pup, just the little tiny bone dog, if you will, as now we are potentially threatening a 2-pop with the lunar eclipse, and I think we're just gonna go for 1 here, targeting one of the back row from Lobobfish, and now allowing for the Werepup Ascension of taking up a normal action is huge.
Ooh, met with a Gorgon's Gaze here, gonna be stopping the Ascension at this point.
And now go back into a Hypnopossum. So doing a quick little Gorgon's check before moving on. If this is a Pandora's box, then it might be the best time to deploy it. But again, very scary, especially this mid into the game, is that you already have Ectopossums that could be in hand. Pope searches for another one. And not only do we have a Werepup on the board that can potentially ascend later, but now Hypnosum is threatening to crash into 1 or 2 or 3 copies of Ectopossum.
Yeah, at least 1. And I think that if Pope is going to opt to sacrifice the Hypnosum in this case, my guess would be that it is at least 2.
Let's see what we got here. Backed up by 2 counter runes, presumably. This is a very commanding state to be in. And I can only imagine that back row for Lobobfish has to be something huge like a Tsunami to stop, at least for 1 turn.
Tsunami is one of those cards that when it's good, it is the best card in the game. Occasionally, it is the only answer to get you out of some of the most insane situations. And in this case, it looks like we are going to be going ahead and paying for... Was that the full moon?
That was the full moon here, which that could have been a crazy turn for Pope. Not only having the Werepup to ascend if the Gorgon's Gaze wasn't there, but re-enchanting the Hypnosum, getting now 2 Ectopossums out guaranteed.
And here we go. I think that is exactly what you're saying. And what a fun interaction. I love to see our lunar casters playing around with the lunar phases, doing things that we haven't necessarily seen before. Again, all 3. We have 3. What did I say? I told you I thought that he had at least 2 in hand. We have all 3 hitting the board right now. This is almost as good as if you had 1 3-drop, I would say. Personally.
I mean, yeah, would you rather have 1 3-drop or 3 2-drops or 4 1-drop? The math is mathing in so many different ways till Sunday, and I cannot believe that full board, full hearts, and that Spirit deck is looking quite nice and comfortable compared to that first game.
And Ouroboros is just not enough when you're looking at this board. Oh, Ouroboros Earthquake. Okay. Do we also have another new moon with something to discard? If we have the triple removal this turn, that would be bonkers. And in addition to that, bananas.
Looks like the Ouroboros was stopped in its tracks as a Ouroboros of Pope's own comes down. Lobobfish on only 4 spirits left. That is enough spirits to clear and exceed. The undefeated Bobfish goes down to the previous champion Pope in the craziest lunar mirror match I think I've seen today. And good morning and welcome everyone to our June 13th Elestrals premiere. We have a second champion to crown today for our Sunstrike season. I'm really excited for it today. And of course, I'm joined by the ever so great casters I have at my desk. Andrew, PrimaryArtemis, how you doing today?
Hello. I'm doing great. Today is an important day for me because we're going to find out whether or not Lunar is a one-hit wonder or the clash-ending threat we've come to know it as last tournament.
And also as well, PK is rearing to go and fighting next to me. PK, how are you doing?
I'm so ready to stretch the gab on Sunstrike. Is so excited to be here. I can't wait to see all the mobs come up here. I cannot wait to see Lunar and Fire. There's so much to get into today, Sport.
I am very curious to know how our combatants today, our casters, are going to be going against some of the new trends in the meta. Obviously, we saw things like Moth and Ectoplasm really take a forefront in the last premiere. And with over 80 casters in attendance today, I think they'll be fighting for some pretty great stuff. Only top 32 get to walk away with that prizing and those qualifying points, but there's a lot on the line for casters today.
That's right, all the way down to top 32, you start getting that nom 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 yummy QP, those qualifier points you need to get into the Worlds tournament. Having gone to the last Worlds, I know that is a prize worth having. All the way up to the champion today, which gets the full 250 QP you need to get into Worlds, a ticket straight to it, and lots of good QP along the way. But I think it's not only QP that's here today. I think there's some really shiny stuff at hand too.
I would enter these tournaments just for the cards alone. Just for entering, you do get the Premier Packs. But if you keep going up, you get top 16, top 8, top 4, you're getting inundated with cardboard. You get Sunstrike boxes, Pandora's boxes. If you get 5th to 8th place, you get the Champion Imperial for 16th and up. You get 1st place, and Celestial is here. If you just want to get some pretty cardboard, enter these premieres.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of crazy. I'm sad that I was able to miss out on the Champion Foamy. That was for those top 16s, but the Imperial from the Champion of Hera line and that beautiful marble rare, as well as that Champion Celestia. Only a few casters known to have had that so far, and they're just absolutely gorgeous. I am a little jealous myself that I can't be rocking up some of the best to compete with them. And speaking of the best, our 2027 season for Worlds is kicking off very strong. A lot of great casters that have made their mark on this season. And Pope, our most recent winner, rocking up with Ectoplasm. Kind of a shocking meta twist there.
You know, it's been such a fantastic entry into Sunstrike here, Swole. From my Coastalist showing up at Card Party. We didn't win. Adam got it, but that's okay. To all of the possums that have been hitting the field. There's just so many cool plays to highlight and cool casters that have been going here.
You want to talk about the cool casters, talk about the cool casters and their cardboard showing up. Nobody saw Ectoplasm showing up how they did last time, but Pope and Ectoplasm was loud and proud. Adam with Subatuga, and just so many interesting cards that I don't think anyone can make an accurate guess of what is going to happen this time. But my prediction, I think Moth is on a vengeance tour.
Well, I kind of hope so. We've had yet to have a lot of players with Moth really show up with the definitive deck. We thought that was going to be the big boogeyman. And for the last premiere, it was definitely the highest represented. You know, our meta breakdown for the previous does show that we have a lot of Moth in attendance. And a lot of people taking the notes from Adam's list from the Card Party HQ with the Champion of Hephaestus lineup there. And a lot of great stuff from our casters. And just down below there, Lunar Aggro, which was the dark horse.
Yeah, you know, what's really interesting about this chart to me is just how there's so many different types of decks represented. We have Moth, which turbos the Moth, which gets little guys. We have the Hephaestus deck, which goes and gets its artifacts and does its eruptions. We have Phosphocell that just makes the meanest bug you've ever seen, and it sits on the board. And the dark horse, literally Lunar Aggro, just with its consistent onslaught of possums.
I really enjoy all the decks that everyone was bringing in here. There is one typical theme, which is what you just brought up, Andrew, is that everything is consistent. We're getting to our big plays one way or another. And it really does help facilitate that back and forth pendulum style gameplay that we have come to know and love Elestrals for, where you got your play, but don't think I can't answer you back. As long as the spirits are here, as long as Ambrosia may be in my list, I can figure out a plan to come back. So it's never truly over until it's over. But man, these are some scary cards. I don't want to deal with the full power Bear Bomb ever.
Bear Bomb is really strong, and again, another one of those decks I know a lot of our top casters are looking to bring today. As a quick kind of preview, we'll come back to this later on in the show, but for today's, we know we have a lot of Moth in attendance. Lunar Aggro showing up and people trying to repeat Pope's success. We also have the Champion of Hera deck, or Keonic deck, excuse me, showing off a very strong representation here, and Champions of Festus here. There's just a lot of surprises here. I would not expect to see Sloth there.
No,
This is crazy. Yeah, no, go ahead. You talk about Sloth, man.
Okay,
you are our Earth man.
I only have a vested interest in this because when I got to reveal Neandersloth, before I even knew what Paleoth did, I knew this card would be crazy. The fact that you can get another Paleoth using Earth from the underworld allows this to be a very small package, at least for a one-turn recycle for the Neandersloth. Getting out an 8-3 body very consistently, being able to re-enchant Frost back to your field, to reuse your Keyon to bring back any Frost that you want, recycle Snowlets, recycle Asprowls, recycle more Frost however you want. There's so much value in what Neandersloth does, and I think people are starting to realize this is a consistent small package. We can add to any Frost list, which you already know Frost is a very aggro element, and it shows up and show out. The fact that people are recognizing that enough to make it to the top 6 represented decks should be terrifying for the rest of the field.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing to note about these decks so far. The big change from the last meta to this one, of course, being that Moth was the highest represented deck with 23 decks, I believe, registered for Moth, but now only down to 10 with Lunar Aggro. And Andrew, I know you know a lot more about the Lunar Aggro side of things, kind of even with Moth right now.
It is, my reveal shout out, Ectopossum showing up here. PK, the true important thing today is us figuring out who got the better reveal. I think that's the real important thing today.
Give me a side game. I'm down.
Here's the thing, Swole. In past formats, the advice for the start of format was always bring 5s. Lunar Aggro feels like 5s 2.0. It is a consistent deck of guys that do helpful things. It's not just stats anymore, it's the effects. So I think what we're going to find out today is Lunar Aggro the new 5s where you come into an unknown format and get a surprise sweep, or is it going to be a mainstay that has holding power?
I'm really looking forward to seeing what this deck does have in store, because just like that, I was unaware of this deck up until last premiere when a lot of our top players put it on the map. And speaking of that leaderboard, we have our top players of the 2027 season. We're going to look at the current QP right now. Some of these casters are in attendance today, and this is a stacked ranking. Shout out to number 15, by the way. But held up, of course, by number 1 of Cthulhu, rocking up that Brontoglow, like Broxco deck from the past.
Yeah, shout out Cthulhu, shout out Spicy Sausage, who got the points they needed to qualify at Card Party, and of course, our most recent victor, Pope here. What a wonderful leaderboard and set of players that is already starting to look like they are on the queue for Worlds this season.
Those lovely trophies sitting next to their name, letting them know they earned their invite to World the hard way, getting first place in a premier tournament. But it's not the only way. You continue grinding. If you can continue showing up in the top 8 spots, you can get to the World Qualifier point level as well. And also, you want to be in one of those top spots because that travel stipend will go a very long way. So keep on showing up at your locals, keep on competing in the premieres, show up and show out, try to get your best trip to Worlds in 2027.
And with a lot of casters here, the top 6 of this leaderboard have already qualified for Worlds. So this is going to be, I think, over last year, 2026 Worlds that we just had recently, was already a very stacked event. It was very funny to see that day 2 came around and some of the side events had multiple time Elestrals champions in attendance, until the main event was even more electrifying. And so we have top 6 casters here from Cthulhu down to Pope. We've already qualified 250 points to get there, and a lot of casters are looking to grind some of their locals as well as these premier tournaments to get those points. And they're not the only players to watch out for today. We have a lot of casters in attendance. Again, over 89 today. That's super huge. I'm really excited to see what our casters bring.
That's right. Yeah. And you know what? We have Pope, who is our most recent victor. We get to find out if they can strike back today. Spicy Sausage hasn't got a win yet, and they might have a chance today. We have some really interesting players on the table today.
These casters have brought such a myriad of strategies to the game, and I think that goes to show the type of level that is at the top level of Elestrals, where it's not just one element that you're really playing, unless you're Wild Rebellion. You just heard me say yeah, you die. But otherwise, you show up and you have a real understanding of what it is that you're playing. You understand fire, you understand lunar, you understand solar, and most importantly, you understand each element's strengths and weaknesses. Like, there's a reason why lunar players aren't quite playing Navi anymore. Lunar's also popular and solar's popular. You ain't doing nothing against them. These casters are showing up and showing out. So I cannot wait to see how they apply their skills into this format, in today's tournament.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to see the 6 Psyop come into play here. I know we were talking about like why the champions of Kiona, the Neander Sloth and Paleoth coming out here. It's got to be because of community member 6. I mean, 6 has been piling the deck for just a little bit now and preaching the good word of Sloth. So I'm gonna call it the 6 Psyop. How about that? The 6 Psyop is the way to go for it. But I'm excited to see it too. And we might be able to see some of these casters inside of the top cut from today. We have a lot of rounds of Elestrals to be played. And again, our second premier tournament, crowning our second champion. And I think if you're joining us for the first time today, you're gonna have a lovely time watching some of the best compete. You guys do not know how this works. We have there's 7 rounds of Swiss popping up today, and then we're going to cut to a top 8 finish, watching these casters duke it out for those top prizing.
And this is going to be an exciting 7 rounds today. If you're not following Elestrals closely, you may not know we just had Sunstrike drop. There's like 100 new cards in the pool. The last event was really interesting. It was our first taste of what the competitive players are up to. But today, our players have had time to learn, refine, practice more. And I think we're going to really get to see those new 100 cards put in a lot more work today than we did last time.
Oh, God. And I keep on forgetting there's 100 cards from the new set that are actually viable and good to go. That's unheard of.
All of these and more, including a reverse stellar extravagant.
Oh, let's go!
Small flex. But hey, listen, if you want to flex your cards with us on socials, if you are excited that I am bouncing around in Faloy Forest, make sure you guys engage with us on socials. I absolutely going to be seeing what you guys will be saying. I'm going to be watching in between rounds. So hashtag play Elestrals anywhere and everywhere. X, Discord, the community server. Make sure you stick tuned for the community vote on Twitch very soon. And thank y'all for being here. I cannot wait. I'm so glad you guys are here. I'm glad I'm here. And I get to commentate this match with you guys for you guys at home. So we're just a few minutes away from round 3. And we're going to just get some games going.
Yeah, well, I think that what's so funny about this is that we saw some of those top 6 decks in representation, and I think I'd be happy to see almost any of them go. I am so curious about the Neander Sloth too, and also some of the dark horses that I know are out there at the moment. We have Champions of Hera in attendance too. We have something like the Champions of Poseidon. I've yet to see something like that go off. So if y'all would like to participate in our round 3 here today, you have some very special. We have a community vote over on twitch.tv/Elestrals, and you can vote for a community poll, and was gonna be the first premier match that we witnessed today. Again, we listed some of those decks earlier, so if you're not quite sure exactly what they do, it's okay. We're gonna pick 3, and we're gonna see how they fare against each other, what y'all want to see on the desk. I know PK has got the vote for Hera. Absolutely.
Listen, I might be a fan. I gotta say, I might be a fan.
We doing full art Heras on stream? What are we doing here?
Oh, come
You're
on.
not full art Heras? Ooh, let's go.
And the full art Imperawa,
You don't have your props ready, Swole?
Oh, no, I the only full arts I've pulled from the set, I have like a billion of these Luma Veils. I really need one of the Pentaras, honestly. That thing is super sweet. My bulk piles over here is sorted all whack over here.
Yeah, Pentair, blow up something when you enter battle phase and you're still a 15. That's a good time. It's
so good.
New Pantera is absolutely scary. There are so many juggernauts in this format. That's what's crazy. Like, I played a game of Elestrals just last night. I got out my Pharaoh guys. Y'all know me. I love my little burn, my cheeky way. I'm like, yo, Pharaoh guys, come Malice. We out here. Yeah, they cast Soul Fury and just nuked it the next turn. Like,
classic.
People fear this. And I was just like, whatever.
Yeah, we were told Fire Discard was going to be real when the Smell Tongues and the Up in Flames came out, and everyone went, oh, yeah, sure. And then Soul Fury arrived, and we were like, sure.
I always believed.
I mean, it was built in a lab to beat Stratomoth, I'm almost certain. I don't know who it was in the Elestrals development staff, Zero, who said Fire was going to be the greatest deck inside of the game. Eruption's Jealousy 2 native, that's a killer card.
Oh, don't get me started.
Yeah. If you're not familiar with the format, a card was also printed in Sunstrike called Catabasis, which takes some cards in your underworld and yeets them back to the deck. People are so afraid of the discard strategy that Catabasis has almost been a like ubiquitous 3 of in the side deck for competitive casters, because everyone is like, no, don't discard that dragon and hurt me.
No, I mean, hey, discard the dragon. Try to pull it back to your hand. Oh no, Catabasis. Well, darn, it's back in your deck. At least it's safe.
Yeah, I mean, for the next turn for the Brimscale is do it again, right? And it's but also shout out to it would be the Lunar Caster on the desk that would know the tech and use the Lunar card for it. That's the crazy part, right? That's another thing too with the past couple of tournaments. We've had so many good cards in the Lunar Suite just show up and show out, if you will. I mean, we had like Ouroboros is a given, but we also have the Dreamlock, which I want to see more play of that card. That card's such an interesting one.
Dreamlock. Who doesn't want 6 Gorgon's Gazes in their deck?
No one does. That's why we got Dreamlock.
If you're not familiar, Gorgon's Gaze is the card that says no to your opponent. Dreamlock says Nexus a Lunar, and then you can still say no to your opponent. So, you know, it's a really good time for us Lunar casters out there. They've been giving Lunar tools bit by bit for so long, and every single set, Lunar has been like, this is our set. We got the final tool, and then it was still not quite enough. This is the set. Swole, PK, we got the tools. We saw it last premiere. The Lunar casters can do it now.
I mean, I'm only a Lunar. I'm a Lunar secondary. You know, my heart always belongs to Earth. We didn't get many tools this set. but I did get
Dugabus
and Dougie. I said many. I didn't say none.
Okay.
We didn't get many tools, but we did get Dougie and Dugabus, and that does create for a very interesting list. I actually used a list using Dougie versus Swole about a week ago. Where I think it even caught Swole by surprise. Don't say what it is yet, but like Dougie kind of nice, right?
Dougie is really good. I want to shove that card into Blistrix so bad. I know that's the wrong move because that is just so high roll that when you hit it, you feel so good. The dopamine pumping into your brain of milling both an Aspral and a Dugabus.
It was all worth it.
Over it. It was all worth it. For every bad hand, every mulligan, it's incredibly worth it. I cannot wait to see what our casters do with it. And another thing too, I know casters are innovating upon that with the Earth list that Six brought last time was some like amalgam of the Sloth, Earth, Dugabus list. And I'm like, wow, that is I would have never thought about that initially. My brain goes directly into self-mill.
It's definitely. I think there's a lot of potential when it comes to Neandersloth in terms of what you want to hybrid it with between Earth and Frost and how that's going to operate. We already know it's really good in Frost because of how small the package it is there, but how Earth decks will adjust, it may take to Snow Shade to really make it pop up, but there's so much potential there. That's what's exciting about the Neandersloth line now is that the future potential is so wide.
Yeah, and speaking of future potential, let's check out what we can see in the future from our feature clash today. Our poll is ready and rearing to go over on twitch.tv/Elestrals. We have 3 decks to vote for, and let's see what they are. I'm also really curious to know what we're picking out. And
are we automatically team whatever is under us, or can we?
No. I'm okay with that. I'll take care of it.
Swole, switch seats with me.
Take care of it. Yeah, so hold on, let me just get
switch seats with me. Just go over there. I mean, all right. So I like all of these. Champions of Poseidon has been. We haven't talked anything about Champions of Poseidon, but those elephants need to be addressed.
True.
Address them.
They are a really strong strategy. Again, if you want to vote for any of these decks to see on the feature match, twitch.tv/Elestrals. Only a few minutes left in the poll. Let us know. Bear Bomb, the Majursa champion of Hestia, champs of Hera. We have the Astrabbit, the Ricerage was really prominent last time, and of course Poseidon, talking about those elephants. And I think they are very, very strong. They were a live stream deck, I thought, before, right? They were actually an old school thing. Old school, like it wasn't 6 months ago.
Well, we have 2 kind of old school decks here with new juice injected into them, Swole. You know, head over to twitch.tv/Elestrals, make your vote, and then leave a comment on the stream about why you voted for Bear Bomb today.
Whoa!
Want to see Hestia show up with her new baby bear champion Smog. You slap it on the field. It says, go get another bear. You go get another bear. That bear can then search Majursa. Guess what? You haven't actually used your normal cast yet. You hard ascend into the Majursa. The Bear Bomb has arrived. Just think about how cool it would be to see the
what's
bear bomb
crazy
go off on stream today.
Is that Andrew has been saying this for formats now, and that's the crazy part. You've been predicting the Majursa bear bomb, like search, ascend for like almost an entire year. It's been crazy, actually. And I think that's also one of the cards on your current prediction now is the Majursa. Talking about yours, they seem, now it makes a lot of sense.
Wait, no, I'm not biased. No, this is completely unbiased. Go vote for bear. See, here's the thing. So bear bomb is one of those decks that I think has been slept on, but like every 2 cards in your deck results in a Majursa somehow. So like before bear bomb was, I need to get like the right 2 out of 3 cards to do this, but I also have Helios Chariot to stop you from stopping me when I get it. Now it's like, you can stop me, but you're going to have to stop me 3 turns in a row, because every turn I'm going to draw a new card that lets me try to bear bomb you again. And that's why I have faith in the bear for today's Swole.
And for a lot of these predictions that we have on here are for the decks that we want to see or hope to see prominently in this format. And for today's premiere, PK, talk to me about Hera.
I am here to preach the good word of Hera. There's nothing like bringing the family together. You want to bring the family together to destroy the field? No, Hera wants to bring the family together so the family can be stronger together. We cast out platypus. We bring out Magneros. We don't destroy our own den to get out our mama. We bring everyone together. We return them to the spirit deck where they're safe. And those who can handle the fight will handle the fight. We will continue keeping everyone together. Hera has so much potential. Hera has so much prominence. Hera has so much opportunity. The Quack with the search any Hera card. The Jolton to search any one spirit Hera. Don't get me started on Imperial. Getting your spirits off of the field. Don't get me started on Signetric. Consistently popping your bathroom while keeping the family strong. That's the one we need to be seeing. I believe in Hera.
Yeah, now don't mind me for interrupting you, PK. So Swole, tell me what's going to happen when the P-Gust pops the Hera.
See, that's the beautiful thing.
Shut up!
Exactly what I was thinking. I'm glad. I know you were playing Moth at the card party, so I know exactly what you're thinking. P-Gust is by far outside of Moth, outside of anything. Look, is it a lazy prediction? Maybe, but I do know that it is like to me the strongest card inside of that deck. Popping the runes in back row, killing the key divines that are out on the board. Hera is super nice. Hermes is super nice. Of course, Hephaestus is super nice. But they're not searching artifacts. They're not healing, and they're not sending to the underworld when P-Gust receives a win. And I think that's like my given one there. My out there one today was the Lumaru champ. I got to give it out to my casters down under, but then also, I really like this deck a lot. The Champions of Hermes deck allowing you to go into the Ruminous as well as the Draco Ray and the Dragalis. I think those cards are so good, and I would love to see Solar make a comeback.
And, you know, Solar might be able to make a comeback if I don't send your dude back to hand with Ectopossum today, Swole. Which is my final prediction. And, you know, we talked about the Lunar a bit earlier. Ectopossum is just such a interesting piece of removal they've added to the game. It can special cast itself if your baby possum gets destroyed, which also searches the ectopossum in the first place. If the baby ectopossum is destroyed by battle, it can suppress something. When the big ectopossum hits the field, it can send something back to hand that is suppressed. It's very interesting because you get the thing off the field, but then you do have to play around the fact that you know your opponent has it for a future play potentially. But we saw last time the card had a lot of value. I'm excited to see if it does it again, and maybe it can eat some of those moths that PK predicted.
Oh yeah, PK, let us know about Moth. This is, of course, the big boogeyman from the last premiere, and today we saw at least 10 casters in attendance with this.
So I believe that Moth cats. Okay, so there's a lot of buzz, pun intended, on Stratomoth being the big boogeyman of the format. But everyone came into the first Sunstrike tournament with it in this reticle. Right, dead on, we're taking out Stratomoth. Now, Stratomoth players are aware of the threats that are out there for them. They still believe this is the best deck, and they are going to learn from the last premiere. They're going to adjust their strategies and not just go one note, we're going to super combo and they just can't beat it. No, there will be a lot more tactics and strategy involved. And I think the evolution of the meta is going to allow Stratomoth players to really find their footing and show up and show out. So it's no more powerful than it was last time. I believe the players have gotten better.
And I hope that we get to see some of that skill expression inside this first feature match. We have the results of our poll in, and I'm excited to see what we got. We had Bear Bomb, Champions of Hera, or Poseidon. Let's see what the community feature wanted to see over on twitch.tv/Elestrals. I'm getting ready for this one. Champions of Hera has my heart, but I'd be okay with Poseidon too. Let's see what we're rocking with.
Bear Bomb, Bear Bomb, Bear Bomb.
Yo!
We up, baby. We up. We up. Queens forever. Queens forever. Yeah,
Champions of
baby.
Hera.
We up.
All right, we'll see a woman in total control of her spirits on the field shortly, it seems like.
I think this is a really cool one to see. The Champions of Hera we saw last premiere in like a Riceridge Frost amalgam too. And I think that a lot of casters are curious to know what is the Thunder portion of Hera bringing to the table. We've seen the power of the Imperawatt and the Riceridge and the Riceros, but the Imperial and also Signetric. Really cool stuff.
Hey, and OG Symmetric, if you're sending the Thunder back to Spirit deck, the chances you have 12 to, ascend into Imperial.
I think that is the interesting thing about Hera is that not only is there the pure Thunder line, but people are starting to explore the Snow Waddle, Pinkawatt, and Parawatt line. They're starting to figure out Riceridge and what that can do as well. So even though it is still mostly Thunder, they're utilizing the Frost side to get a lot of power. Nexusing Spirits off of Hera and then doing it back to get a free draw with it at 11-9 body, I believe, on Imperawatt. That thing is kind of frightening. You gotta watch out for it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting too that for the most part, Thunder has been seen as a deck that has been very explosive, right? Obviously expending spirits for things like Brontiglow, and you're just putting it all out there and saying, I'll heal stuff back eventually. Even Voltempest for the most part was kind of this all-in strategy that casters are utilizing. But now Hera operates on a different axis, like a true healed control deck. We've seen that a couple times before, but not quite like this.
And, I think it is an amazing Frost deck because Infrostrix bring back the baby penguin, just recycle your special casting with it. Yeah.
I think it, honestly, I'm excited to see how it goes. I'll be leaving it to y'all, PK and Andrew, PrimaryArtemis, up on the board for this one. So everyone look out for round 3 where they're Champions of Hera deck and see if they can succeed on this one. I will be right back after a quick short break. Don't go anywhere.
# play Elestrals. Hello, casters. Welcome back to the Elestrals Webcam Premier Tournament. This is PKSparkxx, joined by Andrew, and we'll be your commentators for round 3. We already know Champion of Hera will be on the dock, but we don't know who the opponent is. I'm kind of hoping, just for the theme of us, Andrew, that there's a lunar matchup on the other side.
That would be fun to see Ectoplasm go into Hera. Maybe it was also an illusion of choice all along, and we're just going to have Bear Bomb versus Hera here. So there are plenty of possibilities in the deck that we're potentially going to see today. We saw the top decks earlier. I think, I really wanted Bear Bomb for my own points in my predictions, but I am actually very excited to see how Hera is going to play out here. Whenever these new divines drop, people spend so much time trying to figure out the lines and the combos and how to do it right, and Hera is just such a new play style that is so uniquely Elestrals with the way that she returns spirits to the field back to the spirit deck, a mechanic that can only exist in this game. And so it makes me really excited to see what they're going to do with that deck this round.
I think Hera is interesting because, we already know that little consistent healing each turn adds up over time. We saw it with Bronteglow, and now we have that in divine form. So now we're just constantly, all right, well, start a turn, Hera heal 1, Hera heal 1. Look at my scepter, Hera heal another one from the Hera. Oh, man, Imperial is here. So, if you get the board state quite right, which does take a bit of finagling, you get it quite right, you're dropping Signetric, you're getting that Imperial, you're getting your spirits back, you can keep yourself very healthy, you're constantly pestering the back row. It's not a game of aggression. That's not what the strategy of Hera is. But it is consistent, it is persistent, and it can keep up with their opponents, barring, again, Bear Bombs.
Well, it could be aggressive. Thunder has a lot of interesting stat control tools, right? Even in Hera itself, we have things like the OG Platypulse and Funglow, which give stat minuses and stat boosts.
Yeah. Champ Crackle does the same when you return a Thunder as well.
Champ Rabbit. We have Champ Rabbit is a whale. It flips the stats, right, when you...
Yes.
I had a Thunder or Return of Thunder?
Hera. Return of Thunder. Scepter of Hera is +2/+2 to all champs. You have
exactly
Platypulse, which is +1/+1 to all champs. Again, all that stuff adds up. And I feel like that's just why I love the strategy so much, is because it all is just about family, everyone working together, helping each other out, getting each other on the field. It's cute in that execution. That's why I enjoy it.
And, I think Hera goes to show... I feel like when the original divines at the start of this arc dropped, each of them had one thing they did when they showed up. I feel like Hera has shown up and has 3 different things you can be doing with the deck. You have the big guy strategy, you have the stat strategy, you have the frost strategy. And I think it's really exciting to see how the set design has evolved, that we have so many kind of options available to us from day one, and so many interesting tools in this pool of 100 cards that dropped for us recently.
Still crazy how Sunstrike introduced 100 cards to the game, and there are still so many that I don't have yet. Why don't I have Vermalord? I went to go build a Lunar.
Everyone rushing to go build Lunar aggro. Yeah.
Yeah, where's my Vermalord? Oh, well, guess I gotta buy more Sunstrike. Fortunately, they're still available on shopelestrals.com. It's just a lot of things though with Sunstrike that I cannot wait to see is going to happen, which. Another deck that we talked about that's going sidestepping compared to what we know is coming was something that we could be facing, Ares. I think that there's a lot of potential in Champ Ares. And I would love to know not only your thoughts, Andrew, but everyone at home. What does everyone feel about Ares? Me personally, I think there is so much potential that is left to be found out with Ares. And the strategy isn't linear in any way. You need to, as this pilot, be able to be malleable to the board state and whatever strategy opponent has. But I do think that Ares can find the tools every single turn to make it happen.
I think so too. Ares is a really interesting twist on the toolbox approach that some other decks have, being able to search a specific class of the stadiums, the colosseums, and the armaments of Ares, the artifacts. And the artifacts have some of the most interesting effects we've seen. The Spear of Piercing not only giving you piercing damage, but allowing you to magically have another spirit on you when you're doing damage calculations and things like that. So very much like Hera, Ares brings kind of a new dimensionality to play. We haven't had to manage as much before. If you have the Colosseum on field instead of, Armory, if you have the battlefield on field, you get to put extra spirits on yourself as you drop your champions down, which means you have a whole kind of like different form of spirit management compared to like Hera. And then what do you do with all those spirits on board? Are you playing your Circle the Skies? Are you using it to do as much damage as possible? You know, I think figuring out those lines of like, how do you best utilize the fact you can drop all these spirits on the board is something we have to wait for the casters to figure out before we see Ares really shine.
Yeah, and that's the biggest part, is that everyone went into Sunstrike with known entities. I don't think anyone really understood Lunar, but when someone took a glance at Lunar, it's like, oh wait, it's like you said earlier, it's 5s. I can apply that knowledge and go here. But Ares is completely different. We're focusing on artifacts, but we're not focusing on artifacts. It's more so a different way of spirit control for Solar, which has never really been utilized in that element quite like this. But I mean, you tell me my champion Nebulio can become a 5 attacker and search out a champ Celestial from deck or any other champ of Ares that I want. I'm sold. Like, that alone tells me this is all I need to know.
And I don't think we've seen it do much yet, but there's also the reinforcements of Ares, which is like you've put all these spirits on field. They're maybe on some stadiums or some artifacts, and like, surprise! The cavalry has arrived from my hand.
I don't think many people really thought that was going to be a possible card, but I don't think anyone really thought we were going to see Champions of Hera on the screen next. It is time to go to round 3. We have Hera on the deck, and we're going to find out who of our casters are going to be playing Hera and what they're going to be facing against. So we have... Oh, here's our casters right now. We have Bo and Soren plays. This could be a finals in any premiere. The fact that this is our round 3 is incredible. The Dallas champion is on the screen, Andrew.
Yes, Bo, the Dallas champion, and the deck chef champion is maybe the best title for them. They're always building these decks that no one else can successfully pilot and win. I'm really hoping they're the one on Hera here, because that would be exciting to see what the Master Deck Chef Bo has brought for Hera. And Soren plays, of course, having multiple top 8s at premieres and is no slouch at deck building themselves either. I'm really excited to find out what our second deck we're going to see here is today, PK.
Yeah, there's so many strategies. I want to believe that... I really don't know. I feel like either of these casters, just knowing them, could be playing Hera. So what strategy would Hera not want to face up against? Maybe, well, probably Sulfury or anything that has like quick destruction removal. So potentially, if one of our casters are on Stratamoth, that could be potentially devastating for Hera. So Fury does take a while to get there and can only... Well, it can't destroy any card in the field. So that could be potentially devastating. What else?
Hephaestus with tongs. Volker, go get your tongs.
Forget tongs. But yeah, actually, I had an entire Hera board get decimated thanks to Hephaestus' jealousy and tongs. It was my Divine, and then my Elestral, which popped the other Elestral, which popped my artifact, and I had 5 cards in the field, and now I have none. What just happened?
But Soren is going to be going first here, so we're going to find out what other deck we're going to see very quickly. It looks like Bo is starting with a mulligan with Thunder, which means perhaps they are the Hera player at the table today.
Yeah, looks like we finally have a strategy that Thunder does not mind being the first to mulligan on, thanks to being able to quickly recover those spirits. Also, something else I didn't note before, Hera is essentially a free expend to draw, because you just bring it right back the same turn, whatever you expend it. So it is very valuable in that way. But Bo not finding the right strategy that they want. Soren is seemingly okay with their hand. So we're going to see how Soren will be playing into Bo's strategy, and if they're able to make any educated decisions from the mulligan after 2 more Thunders are expended.
One of those was a Frost, actually, PK.
Oh, was it?
I think that might be telling us that this is a Penguins Hera deck. We still don't know that Bo is the Hera player, but 3 Thunder and a Flurmy, that looks like Penguins Hera to me, PK. Being able to use the Snow Waddles, or perhaps just Racer Ridge. Riceros can do its thing to Turbo Ascend into a Racer Ridge champion of Hera as well.
Yeah, a lot of interesting ways that this one could go. So if we are ready, like if we could pull Hera and Chant Viceros on the first turn after mulliganing twice, then it's valuable. But I don't know if that frost that we expended is going to be able to recover quite as well. There's no way we're mulliganing a third time.
We are mulliganing a third time here, PK. That's going to put Bo down to 14. But there are decks in Elestrals history where the goal is you open a very specific hand and you almost win the game on the spot. Maybe Bo has built some kind of Hera bomb today and they're trying to get all the pieces in hand. And the 16 Spirits isn't actually going to hurt too much. We'll have to wait and see what the strategy is before we can speculate how much having a 16 Spirit deck is going to hurt them.
That's 14. We mulligan 3 times.
14, yes, sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
That is devastating. And then we have to face down a Morphos Chimera form.
Oh.
Yeah, this is not great for Bo, because now you know you have less spirits to deal with the potential circus of Morphos and everything that they want to do. But it doesn't look like there's a Lycan form ready to go. So at least there's that part of the deck still hidden within the main deck. But we do start with full art Hera.
Yes,
for 4.
And if you're not familiar with the Morphrosts, Chimera can discard a Morphrost from hand to draw a card. There are then Morphrosts that let you special cast when they are discarded, especially sitting up there with a Mountain of Boreas. That Chimera is going to be a 6, putting Soren in a strong position. But I'm not sure that position matters, PK. What's going on here?
We are moving quick here. We got the Hera for 4. Return 1 spirit from Hera to special cast out Platypus, which quickly ascended to Racer Ridge from hand. And now we can return a Thunder from field to spirit deck to foretell 4 and add any Thunder or False cards foretold to the 4 of them. Add 1 to hand and another to the Underworld. So let's see how this one goes. I don't think we saw the foretell yet. It was Pandora's Box.
It was Pandora's Box. I'm a bit confused on what's happening there because you can't Pandora's Box a foretell. Oh, yeah, yes, it is being reset there. So that was a misplay by Soren Plays.
Platypus, Pandora's Box, Zeus, and I think Race to the Top as well for the foretell from Bo.
That's right. You know, getting that Racer Ridge after all of those mulligans is very important for Bo. The foretell power of Racer Ridge is going to allow Bo to sculpt their hand and make sure they have exactly what they want for the coming turns in terms of plays. And maybe much like Thunderstorm, the Hera deck is totally okay with having mulliganed 3 times because Bo will simply be healing those spirits back each turn.
Looks like only the Platypus was chosen and added to hand. The others were put on top of the deck. So now you know you can stack up Pandora's boxes. And you also have 3 back row. But it looks like Earthquake coming out and shattering the Racer Ridge immediately.
Yep, that Earthquake is going to hurt. It's going to remove Bo's presence. A Narpoon coming down here, I believe that is the original one, which allows a search, if I'm identifying that art correctly.
Yes.
It's not the champion.
It's getting met with the Gorgon's Gaze immediately. So possibly taking 1, but Bo already down to 8 spirits in 2 turns. But Hera does recycle 1 Thunder from Underworld back to the spirit deck.
That was an important Gorgon's Gaze, though. The Narpoon allowing the search of a Frost Celestial would allow Soren to start setting up the Chimera plays.
So now you have to question, what is Bo's strategy? We know that there's a Platypus in the hand, so we can set up for another Ascension play, but what can we actually ascend to? Zeus was added to hand, which we're now seeing being played out with 2, which is so good because we already know Hera is used to stat manipulation. Having a -3 is powerful. Platypus comes out after returning a spirit from Hera to spirit deck. So now it comes out as a 3/4, a 3/5, I believe. And we're going to run over the Narpoon. Not the... Oh, Chimera, yeah, you want to leave that on the field because you're going to bring it back later on. I understand that.
Yep, so going back...
Base Boomerlinks!
Okay, so base Brumalinks is quite the choice here. That's going to Nexus, and what is it? Search as a Frigicub? I have to double check.
No. If I recall correctly, and we'll look up collect in a second. But it allows you to stun back row on your opponent, and while it's
does.
on
It
the
is
field,
the back row stunning version of Brumalinks.
Yes. So this is a really crazy play, just locking down the 2 back row, leaving nothing but the vines on field for Bo to utilize.
So Brummelynx is going to prevent those back rows from being able to be played. If Bo has an Invoke Rune in hand, they are allowed to, when they have a full field like that, replace a counter rune and send it to the Underworld in order to cast the Invoke Rune. But otherwise, Bo is now locked out of playing other runes.
So specifically what it does is it allows you to Nexus, and when you do, target a non-stadium rune. If it's face up, turn it face down. That rune cannot be played as long as that Brummelynx is enchanted, and any enchanting spirits are sent to the Underworld. So an amazing card to use against a strategy like Hera. We do have a Nexus going off. We don't know the target. It could have been one of the face downs. It could have been one of the divines. But it looks like Bo was trying to figure out how do I best manipulate my board to get the most out of the situation, which I don't think any one of us was expecting to deal with.
No, every once in a while, one of these players pulls out a card you're not expecting. And, you know, when you're playing the most competitively optimal cards, the problem with that is everyone expects them and everyone has an idea in their head about how to play around them and what lines to make. When you pull out a card like OG Brummelynx and totally surprise your opponent, sometimes that surprise factor can be worth a lot because you've put them in a game state situation they probably have not practiced or planned for, and getting your opponent off foot like that can be a very valuable thing.
Well, we just had to pay off of our Zeus to activate the Gorgon's Gaze and 1 for Spirit deck. A 10 Spirit deficiency for Bo in this matchup right now. Even with Hera, you can't really recover that much. And is that a concession? I think that is a concession. It looks like we're just... No. I'm trying to figure out. There's a lot of cards moving. It has Expend the Draw there. I think that was Expend the Draw. So now we're just trying to figure out how do we manipulate here. We are going to be recycling a spirit with Hera, but we are pressed up against the wall. The Brummelynx was removed, but what do we do to save what little spirits we have left? Is that another Brummelynx?
That does appear to be another Brummelynx. You know, after an Expended Draw from Bo and all of this damage coming in, I'm not sure Bo has enough gas left in the tank to do something here, but maybe there is a one-of card they are looking for. Oh. Well, maybe Raceros does it. Raceros would be able to get out the Racerage here using the spirit that is on the Hera, but it looks like that's going to eat a Gorgon's Gaze, and that appears to be the concession from Bo here.
Yeah, there's nothing much you could really do. You had to bounce the spirit to even activate it and get it met with the Gorgon's Gaze. Those 3 mulligans at the very beginning hurt them so much.
They hurt a lot, but even if Bo had that hand in the opening, the Brummelynx's shutting off the runes, which is a line for countering Hera, we didn't even really talk about. I mean,
not at all.
It seems like Soren just kind of had all of the answers that game, PK, and that's one of the, like I was saying earlier, that's one of those matchups that like you don't even think about or plan for. So I think Bo was just completely caught off guard here, and that surprise factor really got them. If you're the Hera player here, PK, as the Hera champ at the table, what are you doing going into game 2 to think about the fact you have to deal with OG Brummelynx?
So the biggest factor is Daybreak Brummelynx, where like no one is expecting to deal with the 3/5 body that can shut down your back row. And that is arguably one of the best cards to shut down Hera. Because now hey, here's my Hera, 4 spirits, queen, we're keeping the family together. Actually, you're face down and you're stunned until you get rid of this big cat. Well, like, what do? Jolting, that you need a combination of cards in order to get over it. In the same deck that can play that can search Mountains of Boreas and make you a 6th defender and so much more while dealing with the Morphoth. It's that fact alone, that revelation, changes the entire play for Hera. So what do? You got to turbo out Signetric. You gotta get. I saw reach the top, so you assume that Mount of Olympus is there. You gotta get that online, and I think the whole point is you need to be able to play counter to your opponent, play low to the ground, force them to make their bigger plays, and then you have your bigger plays, then theirs ready to go. They use Mountain of Boreas to get over your 4 attacking Jotun. Here's my stadium. They have their cards ready to go. Oh, I'm ready to get Racerage out, and we're going to pull all this advantage of Fortell till the cows come home. So I think it's all about reaction for Hera here in this matchup.
And we still don't really know what the high-end game plan of Bo is here today. Sure. We saw the Racerage, but is it Racerage in a Signetric deck? Is it Racerage in a Penguin deck?
I want to believe from the amount of Frost that we saw expended, the hype for Frost in this build is Racerage, which makes sense. It's an insane amount of advantage on a 7 defense body that you can special cast out. You can even play the OG Racerage if you want it, because that can negate attacks as well. There's value in there as well. So it's tough to say what Bo's high end is, but that's the value for Bo going into this game too, is you don't know exactly what Bo wants to do, especially when they're on the play. Jolton's a great start though.
Yes, luckily it looks like Bo managed to completely avoid having to mulligan here. Jolton is going to allow Bo to set up their hand more for the coming turns. So hopefully they will have their new Raceros they went in search, which is going to be able to get the Racerage as we were talking about, and some back row to protect it. That's going to put Bo in a great position, PK.
I think there's value in cards like Magneros, where you're allowed to bring back your Elestrals on field to use them for the next turn, because then if you're able to recover your Thunder on the next turn, you cast out Jolton again, you can search out a 2 or 3 spirit Champ of Hera as well. So I don't know if Bo is utilizing Magneros, but I know a lot of casters have not. Here's a case point where you might want to consider it in the future. Do see Lycan form being played by Lycan by Sorin, so that is a really bad start for Bo, despite the fact that they went first with 2 face down, because now you know the hand is fixed up for Sorin just how they want. If we get Chimera form at Chimera form, which unfortunately I did miss the ads, like that's a pretty devastating board setup to have to deal with.
We saw a Chimera and a Bat added, which is going to set up Sorin plays to be able to do the full line here. But what we see, I believe that is a Scorpion I am looking at there.
I think it is.
So Scorpion is going to be able to do a discard, which is going to allow bringing back a Morfrost from the Underworld. We're going to bring back the Lycan form that did the search here. Scorpion is an interesting choice. It allows you to... Oh, we're seeing a Gorgon's Gaze here for which part of the action?
I want to believe it's at the end phase. If I recall correctly, there's an interaction where you could do that in the end phase to stop the, like they have to expend, but it doesn't get destroyed. So right now we have Racerage coming out, champion Raceros, and there's Hera being played for 4 as well. That is a high level of confidence for somebody who knows they're playing in a Daybreak Boomerlinks. But we're going to go for Racerage, and we're getting Raceros out in attack, so we're looking to clear the board one way or another. But that gets met with a poison tip arrow, I believe that is, which drops the champion Racerage down to 3. Much less potent, but I still believe it's enough to get over the Scorpio.
Right, that's still going to be able to do some damage here, and it puts Bo in an interesting position again. Unfortunately, their foretells are off screen for us, so we're not going to be able to see exactly what they're up to here. But the real question is going to be for Bo, do they have more follow-up this time than they did last game? Last game, we saw the Racerage go to an Earthquake almost immediately, and Bo struggled to get footing after that. So I think the real question we're all wondering here, PK, is what is Bo's follow-up if this Racerage is going away this turn?
Did we just send Race to the Top to the Underworld?
That is correct.
Wow. So either we took out Mount Olympus or we don't believe in it? I'm not sure. That's a really interesting situation. But yeah, as you said earlier, though, it is all about like what Bo is going to be playing towards, and that's the disadvantage for Sorin. We didn't see much from Bo besides Raceros. Everything else got stopped or mulliganed out. But right now we're going for the attack declaration, goes over the Scorpio, which gets 1 point of damage. And Jolton, currently 4 attack, will be able to get over the Lycan as well. The attack goes through, the board is cleared. And now 2 spirits have to be spent by Sorin to destroy the Racerage. So overall, with a new back row set, a decent turn for Bo.
That's right, but we do know there is a Chimera in hand for Sorin plays. If there is a Kione or something like that that Sorin plays has access to, they'd be able to add a bat back to hand and be able to Chimera discard it
is that
for value.
That is Ambro. That card is such a rarity nowadays. Look at that.
Very nice.
I'm a fan. Yeah, Airbo's still valuable. Let's go. Valuable for what? That Chimera form?
I think that is Chimera form, but
yeah, I think it's the Shatterstars art. But yes,
it is. Yes.
Yeah, so it is kind of Chimera form. 5 attack coming out, getting met with Alter. Is that Ultra Stars? Ultra Stars going from Hera to Jotun. That's scary because now we're setting up for a potential 3-drop play on the next turn. If nothing more, we're running over the Chimera form. Instead, we had a quick expended draw and then Hera recycle to keep the spirits healthy. And we are going to get a cast out. We're siphoning off of the Jotun. Is it another Viceros? No, it's Platypus. We returned it from Jotun for the Platypus special cast out. And now we're going to run over and get 1 point in for 1 with Platypus buffing Jotun up to a 5 attacker and 3 back row set. Now, this is a commanding board, quite the opposite of what Bo had in game 1.
You know, it's entirely possible Bo is not on another high end besides Racerage. This could just be low to the ground Hera. Get as much back row, get as much guys and stat control on board as you can, and simply control the field using Racerage to control what's going to your hand.
You know what's sad? I played the Hera starter deck, and I played Nectar of the Gods, and I'm just like, man, Hera really loves Nectar of the Gods. I'm going to put it in my deck. Oh, right. Nectar got banned for the sins of others. Is that Boomerlings? Base Boomerlings is back here. Not the worst time to have to deal with this because Hera only has 1 spirit on it, but Tsunami comes out and switches the entire board sideways. This is a really good spot for Bo, consistently pestering, this is what I was saying, consistently reacting to every bit of aggression that Soren wants to put out there. There's not been a single turn of aggression that Soren has been able to complete.
Yeah, so I really do think Bo is just on a low to the ground Hera here, which is a very interesting strategy to see. Lots of healing, lots of control, put the people in defense, run over the defense people. It looks like it's going really solid. You know, we were calling Lunar the new low to the ground 5s you can take into an unknown format, but maybe Hera is a contender for a low to the ground deck you can take into new formats going forward.
Hey, we gotta talk to them about all the myriad of arts they're using, because why do we now have a second Zeus art? What's going on here? we do have Zeus coming out, which is going to lower the Boomerlings' defense, allowing both of these Elestrals to get run over by Bo's Elestrals. And I'm assuming we had to expend the draw. Wait a minute, Ultra Stars
here for extra damage, possibly. Oh no, the Chimera was in attack position. We're going to run over it. I understand now.
How is it in attack? I thought it got switched with Tsunami. It was that last turn.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Maybe it was water enchanting, and we just missed out on that detail. But all the same, we're going to trust the casters are situated correctly. 2 back row being spent by Bo. A lot of back row being spent, but look at the health. Despite all the counter runes Bo was utilizing, still at 9 spirits.
That's right. Soren down to 4 here. It's been interesting to see that we aren't getting casts from Bo. They are just living on the 2 Elestrals they've been using since very early in this game. I would have expected something else to come out here.
Estrabit is here. The OG Estrabit. We love it. The advantage is plentiful. And now we're going to be able to add one of the 3 to our hand. And if we can find a second Hera, Soren is looking quite outspirited. And right now we do have add a card to hand. Hera not doing much, but is going to recycle using the 1 spirit. And we do have a second Hera healing or enchanting with 2 and recycling another one. So now every turn we are recycling 2 Thunder Spirits from Underworld back to Spirit deck, essentially giving a free counter rune play every single turn. Crazy setup by Bo. And now we have another Zeus hitting the field, running the I believe Champ Boomerlings down as well and hitting for 3.
And that looks like it's going to be game here, PK. Bo just outvaluing Soren plays this game. Maybe you got a mulligan 3 times some games, and then every other game you got the guys you need to run the field over. I'm now pretty confident in saying I don't think there is a high end in Bo's deck, PK. I really think Bo intends to simply control the field with lots of value and lots of spirit recovery, being able to just constantly play counter runes. I mean, they seem to be on a low number of bodies in the deck, and perhaps that's why we saw so many mulligans from them, is they're simply playing as many counter runes as possible while playing, just a couple of bodies to survive and controlling the field with counter runes.
Yeah, I believe there is a good guess on the strategy. We have seen Jolton. We searched out Platypus. We have seen... Did we see Quackle? We did see Quackle. We've seen Riceros, Champion Riceros, and we saw Ricerage. We have not... There was a lot... Oh, and the Stratton. We cannot forget the Stratton. But there's otherwise a huge myriad of cards that we have not seen in that game. It seems as though Bo's strategy is infinite value from counter runes thanks to 1 or 2 Heras being on field. So if that is the play, it did work out in this scenario. It does make me wonder how you play that against, like, let's say you ran into a Bear Bomb or Soul Fury, something like that. How would you deal with the high-end Elestrals? This matchup does seem possible, which makes me curious about what that side deck looks like. But it does seem like this is a situation where it's going to be slow going. We got to make sure we stay on pace. If we lose advantage, it might just be done of wrong.
And we know there must be a bunch of runes in Bo's deck, because we've seen, at least 2 Zeuses, a full set of Heras. We've seen Altar of Stars. We've seen the Gorgons.
Tsunami as well.
Tsunami. So, there's got to be
2 Earth Suspended, so there's an earthquake in there.
There's got to be, maybe 15 to 20 runes in there. I just think this is a really high-density rune deck. Race to the top means that there's an Mount Olympus in there somewhere.
Yeah, the fact that it just got milled, you were at a point where you did not value Race to the Top. That is mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to see game 3 here, because I really want to see more of Bo's deck, and I also want to see more of Soren's deck, because so far all we've seen from Soren is what looks like a fairly standard Morfrost package with OG Brummelink sitting there for some reason.
Yeah, OG Brummelink was expertly played around as well, but it is very scary, and Bo should be aware of that. I think we're just resetting a spirit. So no mulligans from either casters this turn. 3 back row, and that's a gem frame, but I can't make it out. We're gonna let that one go out. Is that an Earth Spirit going underneath it? Paleoth? That might be Paleoth.
Paleoth, yeah.
Yeah, that's Paleoth. And that is terrifying, because now you have that cycle of Neanderthal that you got to deal with. And that goes to what we were saying earlier. How do you deal with the high end of stats?
Okay, PK, you take a second here and educate our viewers on what does Paleoth and Paleoth mean for this match in Bo.
Paleoth always counts as a Frost Celestial, no matter what. When it receives a Frost, you can ascend to a Neandersloth from your hand or deck or Underworld. When Neandersloth goes to the Underworld, you can bring back a Paleoth, special casting it with Earth from your Underworld. It is a very consistent small package that can do a lot of devastating damage while supporting Frost elements.
And we see Bo here doing the classic turn 1 defense position, Ask Rabbit, look at 3 cards. Let's build some value here. Bo is going to be setting a few back row, and that's going to be an interesting setup for Bo this turn. Hopefully they have found the cards they needed to add to hand off the Ask Rabbit. PK, as you were saying, the Paleoth is indeed going to be a bit of a threat. If Soren plays can get that Frost on the field next turn, there is going to be a big sloth that Bo has to deal with. So hopefully one of those back rows is something like Gorgon's Gaze or a Pandora's Box that can prevent Soren plays from seeing that particular value. We're going to see the Hera coming down from Bo now. The heal package is going to be online. There aren't any spirits in the Underworld yet, though, so it's quite interesting to see Bo having chose to fire that here. Perhaps it indicates there is a Altar of Stars. Altar of Stars needing a second permanent card on the field that you can Nexus between to activate, which is going to look like it has to be the case if Bo has any hope here, because Sorin plays unabated, gets to put the Frost on the Paleoth and do an Ascension here. So a big Sloth is about to come down, which is going to be trouble for Bo if one of those back row is not Altar of Stars right now.
I don't really know what you can even do, even if you have Altar. Oh. Wait a minute! That is the best counter to the Sloth right now. Shield of Achilles, the huge reveal at the most opportune time, wasting so many spirits from the Sloth. Wow.
I'm telling you, PK, I think Bo was on every single rune in the game in this deck here. We've seen them all at this point. I think the only one that's missing is maybe Poison-Tipped Arrow.
The only problem here is that Neanderthal gets the special cast Paleoth if it leaves the field. Anyway, so not even Shield is ideal. But we're at a point where we can possibly get a huge advantage with Viseros going to attack, but it looks like it's met with Gorgon's Gaze. Zeus is going to come out and allows, it does at least threaten the Paleoth to be destroyed here. But do you really want to put a Strabbit in attack with Hera, though? Or maybe you feel comfortable with it.
I mean, I'm really convinced that other card back there is Altar of Stars. There was no other reason to put a Hera on the field if there were no spirits in the underworld.
All right, Astrabbit declares his attack. The three face downs are peered at, and we are going for Shield of Achilles. Beautiful art from the Celebration Shadow Stars. I love that art so much.
Honestly, sending a rabbit back to hand always feels so bad because the rabbit's just going to come back down and look at the top 3 cards on the deck once again next turn.
You're not wrong, but we are getting this re-enchant, so do we have anything to stop this? We have Gorgon's Gaze. Nope, the Neanderthal is going to return. Do we have another one in deck? We know one in his hand. We're going for the hand. I'm assuming that is the one-off, although you can play 2 comfortably with this build.
Unless I miss out, it looks like it came from deck there.
Did it? I'm pretty sure it's from hand, but all the same, Neanderthal does hit the field 3 enchanted, and if it is able to run over Viseros, can enchant another Frost back to the field, and that's just going to become a huge Earth-filled snowball.
There's the
Altar of Stars. Nice read, Andrew.
That's what I was waiting on. That Neandersloth might be a big brute, but it only has 3 defense. It's going to be easy work for Bo to clear if Sorin Plays doesn't have a response back there.
Hey, do me a favor. Can you tell me what chant Neandersloth is attacking? I can't quite make that out.
That was Raceros, which is now Racer Ridge.
I'm in the card art, but we're going to go into Racer Ridge right now.
Oh, okay.
We're going to return a spirit off of one of the off the field back to the spirit deck. Racer Ridge comes out and is threatening the defense Neanderthal with only 3 defense, and we're going to get this foretell off unless one of the back row has the response. Unfortunately, off-screen foretell again. Bo hates commentators, but we have, I believe that's Gorgon's Gaze, another Viseros, and I can't quite make out the other 2. Oh, Tsunami, that's Tsunami, the 3rd card. We're almost there. All right, so I'm aiming to figure out the 4th card in the foretell, but I mean, Tsunami's not bad to stack. A lot of cards you can add on. We will get a mill of any of these cards. Looks like we're adding 1 and just stacking the others.
And the interesting thing here, well, now we have Astrabbit coming down. Before this happened, I was going to say a normal cast hadn't been happened. A thing you can do with Racer Ridge is foretell and then expend a draw to get something you put on top of deck, even if you couldn't add it to hand.
Looks like the 4th card was High Voltage, and the first one was Champion Platypus. High Voltage being a huge reveal, allowing you to stop an attack with the days of a non-thunder enchanted Elestral. So,
PK, what is this deck? It has literally every rune in it.
It has every rune in it. I cannot wait to see this list after the tournament concludes. And the second Hera enchants to the field, we are now going to be recycling 2 Thunder Spirits every single turn. This is very similar to the setup we just had. If we do not have a major way to stop both of these attacks from Bo right now, Sorin is going to be in a huge... Actually, no. We could just bring back the Paleoth and try this again next turn. Oh,
but it's the last Paleoth, right?
Well, it's Paleoth from Underworld or Paleoth from Underworld or deck.
Oh, okay.
So you could just keep recycling the same one over and over again. It's a very potent little package. But Platypus comes out as well to buff all champions of Hera. And looks like it was met with Tsunami. So that is the best way to stop the attack. And Earthquake is going to meet the Racer Ridge, shutting that down and just making quick work of that 7 defense stat. And now Soren's is going to be looking to really push over the play as a second Paleoff. Is that a second Paleoff?
That is.
Oh, if we have a second Neandersloth, I'm scared. Oh, if Neandersloth gets to destroy any of these Elestrals, you can enchant Frost to Paleoff, get out another Neandersloth.
Or you can just, Nexus and do it now.
There's a Nexus? Oh, right,
Yeah.
you can. Yeah, you're. I
Paleoff
forgot
can Nexus.
You're right. Crazy little situation for them right now, and I mean, this goes back to what we said in between game 2 and 3. How does Bo deal with high status Elestrals? We moved completely away from anything more for us and said we're going to drop 8s on you. What's up, though?
Okay,
Yeah,
we're really
tell us
hoping
what's up,
Bo
Bo.
has a tsunami there, and
There's
it is
no
the tsunami!
way!
Yes!
Every counter rune you need is available. Oh wait, I think we knew that from the foretell. Was that this turn? Was that this? That was last turn. So we already had a tsunami stat.
Yeah.
Crazy. And now we're going to be recycling with Hera. We're getting our spirits back up. We have Jotun coming out. Wait, did we recycle with Hera? Can we search out a 2 or 3 drop champion of Hera?
We did
I would love
recycle.
to see Signetric. Signetric, Imperial would be devastating.
It would. I'm not sure Bo would be in a position to have 3 sent back, but what we're going to... Oh!
Magneros! I love
Are we
this
going to get all
card.
3 spirits for Imperial?
We could, if it is a possibility, if we have it in the list. But Jotun, I think that might have been searched out by Jotun. So we do have a quick bounce in the 4/4 body. No Scepter of Hera being played at all by Bo in this matchup, though, which buffs all Champion of Hera by +2/+2. So crazy situation that we're in. But a consistent source of healing. Soren just have a lot of power. But I mean, do we have a second tsunami in the back row? Can we even play it with 6 spirits left?
Yeah, Soren's going to... A shield would do it. A shield would save at least 1 Paleoff here. Only 2 of Bo's bodies right now have the attack needed to get over defense position Neandersloth.
That is true. We can, ran into it with the platypus.
Never mind.
There's the Mount Olympus. There's the race to the top, Andrew. We are shutting this. Wait a minute. Oh, the Jotun is a 3 defense. The Jotun's a 3 defense, so now we choose who wins, and Jotun wins and runs over Neandersloth, or destroys Neandersloth with the race at the top, and now we can run over the other Slowpoke as well. Oh, but Paleoff does come back. So
you simply have to have every single rune, PK. If you have every rune in the game, you'll be fine.
So, I mean, we're losing a lot of spirits here, and that Paleoff is persistent. Do we think that there is another Paleoff in the list?
I'm not sure it matters because with unless that is a tsunami, Bo's going to clear the board here.
No, because if you get rid of Neandersloth, they might be able to play out another Paleoff, and there's nothing else that can get over all of it. We can get over the Jotun.
I'm pretty sure Bo can clear the board
Magneros.
with the buff from Mount Olympus.
But Platypus, isn't it only a 4 right now?
There's
So Platypus runs over Neandersloth. They play out another Paleoff. Then Magneros and Jotun runs over the other 2 Paleoff, and that would clear the board. You're right.
Yeah.
Right, so,
although I guess Shield would stop at 2 because Shield would stop a full clear from happening.
That is So the question here is, what is that face down and how real is it? We already used the other 2. No new ones have been set.
That's right. Looks
what
like
a
we're
tight
thinking
game
here.
state. Yeah, for sure. We have 15 minutes left in the clock, so you take your time. Never mind. I think that we have 15 minutes. So figure it out.
Quick, which child do you love more? Do you want your reveal card to win, or do you want Hera to win? Don't answer that question. Don't pick your children. Don't pick your children.
We have class pause for review, so I don't have to pick my children at all. But this is a really tight matchup, and I understand having a judge step in to make sure everyone is understanding the game state and everything is on the up and up. So we're gonna allow our judges to do what they have to do. But you tell us in the chat, and of course on socials using #PlayElestrals, what would you do in this scenario? Looks like we're rewinding back to the Neandersloth and the race to the top.
We are going back to race to the top. Race to the Top says, this Race to the Top can only be played if Mount Olympus is enchanted. Target 2 Elestrals and destroy the Elestral with the least defense.
Do you have to target one of yours and one of theirs, or just target any two?
I'm looking at two Elestrals. It just says two Elestrals.
So you can just target both Neanderthals and have them beat each other.
Yes. Yeah. I suppose so.
I mean, so I guess the question is, what did Bo target for the two Race to the Tops? That may be the discrepancy here. Like, wait a minute, you targeted your Jotun, you targeted your Platypus. It's now 4. So you're
if both of
it doesn't matter. It's least defense.
Yeah, if both of the Neanderthals were targeted, this might be a question of who gets to pick which one is destroyed.
Yeah, but I mean, that fact wouldn't matter unless the spirits are different, which I guess there are 2 spirits on the Neanderthal. A lot of differences here. I mean, that's part of the disadvantage of us being the eyes in the sky, is that we don't get to hear the nitty-gritty conversation. But shout out to production. I'm sure they'll bring us up to speed when it is ready. And thank you to our judges as well for allowing us to have these events be as honest as possible for all parties. But it looks like our judge review is over. We're back to the Neanderthal being on the field and the Race to the Top being activated. So let's proceed from here.
All right, yeah, let's see how we're going to move forward.
So now you're back at the Race to the Top activation. You just target both Neanderthal and then destroy one. The question is, which one gets destroyed and who gets to choose? I imagine it's the card activator, but
my understanding is it is the caster that gets to choose. So we'll see in just a moment here. Yep. So we see Race to the Top now activate. And what happens next?
Yeah, I mean, we'll mostly go over the underworld, trying to see like what strategy we have here. Also, give respect to the wide board Bo has been able to build here. Much different from what we saw in Game 2 and Game 1.
That's right.
All right, so we are trying to figure out if we're playing Race. Does it resolve without effect? What just happened?
I'm not quite.
All right, hopefully production can give us the.
We're getting resolution. We'll have the explanation shortly.
Yeah, and that was being destroyed anyway. All right, so we're back to where we were. The Neanderthal is destroyed. Paleoth is on the field. Now we're trying to consider which Elestral is going to be attacking who. As we figured out earlier, Andrew, Platypus over the Neanderthal, get Paleoth on the field. Jotun and Magneros over the Paleoth. That's a clear board. But does it work out? How real is Storm's back row? Wait, did Jotun just declare the attack?
I'm not quite sure. Those looks like they're reading their cards and double checking things.
Jotun over the Neanderthal. We activate Neanderthal. We're paying from it. And then we just took damaged. So are we not bringing back a Paleoth?
Is there a condition on that?
There's a lot of things going on right now. But it looks like Chimera form is going to be coming out. Both of these casters utilizing the wide array of artwork found in the Elestrals in their decks right now. We saw the Shadow Stars one earlier. Now we got the original Hollow form. And I think we're just counting stats right now, showing that Magneros is this is that stat. Chimera form can run over the Platypus safely, which does take 4 attack from everything else. But we're here and we do run over the Platypus. That back row is, I think Bo has a green light to say, hey, we can just push forward. We're going to recycle 2 Thunders thanks to our Hera, and we're going to push forward. We're just keeping our spirits high, our board presence wide, and our cards active as we look to use something with our normal action. So right now,
okay.
Look, we're switching a strat. Wait, we just Nexus? Oh, right. Magnero's connected. So we went from one Hera onto a Strabit to get a Strabit search without using our normal action this turn. That's not bad.
That's not bad at all, PK. I mean, the fact that back row didn't stop Bo from clearing board last turn makes me believe that
Imperial!
The bird
Imperial! No! And this is devastating. Champion Imperial forces your opponent to disenchant 3 spirits from their field. And guess how many are on there? And we are now threatening so much damage. 5.
We're threatening game
exactly
here.
Game. And that is done. Bo, after a very shocking game 1, turns it all around to a game 3 victory here in round 3. That was incredible, and I'm glad we got to see there was high end for Bo.
There was a high end. There was a giant Imperial hiding in the list all along. This is going to be a deck I need to go study after the event today, PK.
I need to count those counter moves immediately.
How do you play Shield, Alter, Tsunami, Gorgons, Race to the Top, Zeus, Hera, Mount Olympus? High voltage.
Like, there were so many. I need this list. But I mean, this is definitely a list that only an Elestrals champion can come up with. That was incredible to witness, very fun to watch, and it really does make you wonder what happened in game 1.
I think there's so many runes in Bo's deck that they mulligan 3 times with no guys in hand.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing, is that we don't know the ratio. What is searching what? I am so glad that Magnero's got a time to shine as well, because that's a consistent bouncing for Elestrals. I like to play it at 3, but I don't know what Bo's list is at. We saw the Platypus being played out for the +1. We did see Quackle, right? We didn't see it at all in game.
I don't think we saw Quackle, no.
Huh. But Quackle can search any Hera. We didn't see Scepter of Hera either, which is a +2 for all champions of Hera.
Yeah, it's a surprise in what seemed like a very stat control focused deck that we didn't see more of that. This was a very interesting game to have gotten to witness, because those were 2 decks that were really heavily combat focused going into each other. And Hera just really, really got it there. I do wonder if Soren Play sided out the Brahma Links at the end there, because I don't think we saw it all in game 3, right? And being able to reset those Heras would have been fairly devastating to what Bo was doing.
Game 3, we only saw Neanderthal Paleoth. That was not until they were all gone did we see Chimera form. Otherwise, it was just all sloth, moving as faster than their name would assume they did. And they were threatening, they were persistent, it was constant, but Bo kept up the defenses. Shield, Tsunami, Gorgon's Gaze, High Voltage, Race to the Top, just name them all. But really just holding it all back and just saying, you are not getting these attacks off. I don't think I've ever seen any persistent threat of attack be stopped turn after turn like that.
Yeah, and to double click on the Neandersloth, we didn't see it bring out a Paleoth at the end there, but you have to bring it out with an Earth Spirit. Soren was so low on Earth at the end there, I think they simply just didn't have the spirits anymore to keep recycling the sloths.
No, but you can cast Paleoth with an Earth from Underworld. That's why I was shocked.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. I'll double check that right now. Neandersloth, was it? You can special cast a Paleoth from your deck of Underworld using Earth from your Spirit deck or Underworld. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Then I don't know what happened there, PK. Maybe just accepting that we're just not going to get. I couldn't tell you. Maybe there was a value of something that we missed. Maybe there's a Gorgon's Gaze that triggered. Don't know for sure. But all the same, that really did just change the game around. And maybe Soren just felt like this isn't going to help. But at the same time, I'll always take a free spirit on my board.
Always a body. A body. Well,
really interesting scenario, but that was really exciting to see. We got to see the best and deep parts of both casters' decks as well. We got Imperial at the very end. We saw Paleoth, the Neandersloth in game 3 from Soren, Chimera form, and Morphos. We saw the low-end gameplay strategy in game 2 from Bo. We saw the worst from Bo in game 1, but Rice Red was consistent. Man, that was cool. Shout out to Frost.
Yeah, both of those decks I think got to do their thing, and it was really, really fun to see here today, PK. I'm excited for what's going to happen when everyone tries to net deck Bo and then goes, why can I never get a body on field? Why is it all runes?
Yeah. Oh, look, Argo is bad. Argo is bad. Wait, Argo's good? Oh, Hera's bad. Hera's bad. Hera's good? What's next, Bo? Keep innovating. Keep innovating.
Yeah, Bo did that with Hestia as well. They brought that to, what was it, Kissimmee? And then everyone was like, oh, wait, Hestia good.
Yeah, oh, wow. I thought Hestia was bad. Shockers. Man, there was, like, even though that game ran long, but we still have a few more games going on in round 3. We have an opportunity to look at the top 16 of what's going on in the tournament so far. So let's take a quick gander and see what all the other casters are doing today. We have Bo currently 3-0 right now after that win. Soren going down 2-1, but still very possible to make it to the top cut. Decent shirt, win descent, a lot of 2-0 casters still. Love seeing Wild Rebellion here. Love to know if they're still playing with the Hermes list or if they're pivoting to something else that Sunstrike introduced here. These casters, I cannot wait to see what they're going to be bringing for us, Andrew.
So I believe Old Man Mateo is someone who has been in the new player section of the Discord recently, and this is probably their first premiere. I swear last night I saw them saying in the new players chat that they were excited to come queue up for their first tournament today. So
love that.
It looks like we have quite a spread of players here, new and old. Spicy Sausage up here, Bo is up here. It is really, really exciting to see these names, and I'm excited to see what they're doing in the future rounds as we go here today.
We have had a lot of people joining the Discord server lately. Everyone, hey, I saw this from Card Party. Hey, I saw this from MBT. Hey, I saw this on socials. What's Frostfall doing? Like, there's been a lot of people joining the Discord server, and I love that because everyone is just so excited to share what their new pulls were. And people have been pulling crazy from it, too. Hey, here's my first starter deck. Oh, wow, Serialized Stellar. Who would have thought? It's a lot of hype right now. So if Mateo is one of the new players here, congratulations on your current success, and I hope it takes you further. But I mean, even starter decks right now are showing up and showing out. I told you earlier, if you don't know, you can enter any official Elestrals Premier tournament with any starter deck as long as it is unchanged. So you can play the Hephaestus list and play base Lava list. You can play the Hera list and play Nectar of the Gods, 2 cards that are banned and otherwise banned in official play. But we don't want you to feel bad for getting your starter deck. So as long as you play it unchanged, rock out. And apparently some casters are here doing that. I remember there was someone who was trying to, what was the challenge? If you top cut with a starter deck, someone would give you a serialized stellar or something like that.
Yeah, shout out MBT for doing that one.
That's
I don't think anyone ever claimed that, but you know,
it's a tough challenge.
Elestrals makes it so easy on you. If registering seems intimidating, if you want to roll up with a starter deck, when you go to register a deck, there is a tab that says starter decks. You just click on it and it has a list of every starter deck that's ever been printed. You just select it from the list. You don't even have to like manually build the deck list yourself. It makes it very incredibly easy for you. And you know, the starter decks are good stuff. They are good stuff. A number of competitive players have taken starter decks for fun to events and gone like 4-3 with them, which is a really good positive record into a tournament with all the best competitive players going at it.
They're very well made and put together. There is a lot of thought in there. Often, especially with Sunstrike, the double starter decks coming out here. So if you can grab the Hera starter deck and get the Stratenball starter deck as well, you get the staples from both. You can combine them however you want, make your best deck. You can visit shopelestrals.com, look at older starter decks and what strategies may be available. If you like Thunder and Wind from Hera and Stratenball, guess what? You may like Champo Tempest as well. There's a lot of things out there.
What is that, PK? Are you saying 2 decks you can roll up to a tournament with and 4 packs for $30?
Yeah,
wow.
It's actually a really crazy deal. So I do love the starter decks out there. I'm glad that you can actually use them to enter. Let me ask you, Andrew, the 4 starter decks right now. We got Hephaestus, we got Aeolus, Ares, and Hera. What are you entering without the box?
Hephaestus. Hephaestus.
I should have just said first. I wanted to say Hephaestus too. I'll go Ares. I think Ares is also very strong. I do think that I think that Ares has a lot of potential in there because it does use a good blend of solar, which it came out already strong from Daybreak, and it utilizes some of those cards along with the new Champion Hero stuff. So I would trust Ares if you're going to take Hephaestus from it.
That sounds good. Yeah, no, Hephaestus gets to play the banned Lavalith still. It has...
Yeah!
I believe it has 2 copies of the OG Eruption, which is currently at 1.
Yeah!
And it has Eruption Jealousy, everyone's new favorite removal card.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah.
So, you know, roll up. If you have an LGS around you doing set championships, roll up with the Hephaestus starter deck. It's a good time.
Oh, yeah. The shop locator, Warren, shop@elestrals.com can help you find your locals. And, hey, if you don't have a store near you, go to the Elestral Discord. The team will absolutely help you out. It is expanding in all the best ways. But there's just a lot of things going on here. Going on with Elestrals. One of the biggest things that we're talking about lately is the Shatter Stars reveal. The artwork has just been so nice. I'll let you talk about that another time, though, because it looks like round 3 is wrapped up. So it's time for me to take a break and go be a dad, because my kid keeps banging on my door. Andrew, you have yourself a fun time in round 4. Can I wait to see what you get to cast? And I hope it's solar.
Well, all right. We'll see some Ares maybe, or Phosphor Cell. Have a good time, PK. We'll see you all on the other side. And welcome back to the desk, Swole. What a round of Oops All Hera runes versus Neandersloth. Swole, what are you thinking about the caster math on the card ratios in that bow deck there, where we have Shield, Tsunami, Gorgons, Altar, Zeus, Hera, Mount Olympus, high voltage race to the top. I think that was all the runes we saw. Every rune in the game.
I really don't know sometimes what these players are thinking with the kitchen sink levels of let's just throw it all in there. Because, I'm sure the calculus there is, well, I have to play everything because it's all good against these matchups and yada yada. And knowing Bo, like they know exactly what they're doing with the deck. I can't even fathom to imagine how many mulligans you have to go through, though, to get a hand that's playable. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, well, apparently 3 most of the time, and then 2 games with none, so it averaged out.
Yeah, maybe, and the ones that really work out for you. I mean, that's a big one there. I was really looking at those Paleots there from Soren, and I'm like, again, the Champions of Kiona deck really cooking.
It was funny. We were talking earlier about, like, where's all the Chimera packages out here? Like, Morfrost, good, right? They're in Soren's deck.
Yeah, and that inclusion of the Brummelinks, too, I think was also really good. The OG Brummelinks stun back row to turn down Divines. Like, I think that's a pretty solid card overall. That card was, like, theory tested in some capacity back in some formats to be like, it could be good here, could be bad here. And I think it's interesting to bring it back for this format.
I guess we didn't see a single Nexus bank besides a Mountains of Boreas from Soren plays, which makes me wonder, did they have Kione and they just never saw it? So the deck just like kind of struggled to actually get off to the races? Like, or is the hope just that they will kill the free bodies and stuff they bring back with their Chimera and their bats and stuff, and they'll Nexus those around? Another list I'm really curious to see the caster math on and figure out, try to get into the brain there a little bit and like figure out like, where were you going to get the spirits for the Brummelinks?
Yeah, sometimes the simplest answer is just they have the Earthquake, right? It's just like, well, I'll see it when I see it. That's like one of those things. A lot of our casters are rolling the dice there pretty heavily, but that was a really great round 3 to step in on. I did not expect Hera to be doing so much stuff. I think that those boards were constantly flooded with Elestrals.
That's true. I mean, this is one of the strategies I was talking to PK about earlier, that you have the Penguin strategy, you have the Bird strategy with Synectric, but there is kind of a low to the ground stat control strategy, except it doesn't look like, in my brain, what Bo did there, where it's like, yeah, it's low to the ground and 35 runes.
Yeah, 35 runes, all good stuff. We're coming back to 5s very, very slowly. Very, very slowly for sure. Now, I'm looking forward to how Bo develops over the next couple of rounds and seeing how potentially maybe Hera's first top cut. I mean, that could be really interesting to see too. In the hands of Bo, I wouldn't doubt it, but I know there's a lot of really heavy hitters out there that I know I'm scared to see. Possum was a big one that is a big shot from the last premiere. A lot of players are both playing and then also ready for that deck coming into this tournament today.
That's true. And speaking of heavy hitters, do you know who is 2-1 right now that we're going to see in the round 4 feature?
It's like one of those, like, who's got 2 thumbs and is ready to cast the next round. It's who's up on board for us?
No, they would be ready to cast the round, except they are playing today, Swole. It is our wonderful commentator, Kay, who we're going to be seeing shortly here in this Swiss round 4.
Well, hey, all right. It looks like they keep on telling us that they recruit the best of the best here to commentate these tournaments for y'all. I mean, not only undefeated for the giant card, and also whatever I do, regional champion too. I know it's one of McKay's accolades.
Top 16, 2 top 16 Twilix holders at the deck 16. Right now.
And sure enough, if PK could have been there too, I know PK would have been top 16, easy peasy. That's you gotta get him to play more.
now, Swole. If we're going to talk honestly for a minute, a bit of inside baseball, I think I'm under the understanding that you kind of helped direct Kay in some of her choices for today.
I was very curious to know we get like one chance, to really strike lightning outside of commentating and playing, and so Kay was thinking what deck to play, and the closest answer that we could come up with was, what is the cutest deck that you could play? And I think that we chose something that works and mixes the explosivity of the format, but also with the cutest Elestrals in the format too. So I hope that went well, or I hope that's been suiting her well. I guess 2-1 is pretty strong.
Yeah. Hey, everyone get in the comments on twitch.tv/Elestrals and put your predictions in now for what explosive cute deck K is on today.
It's a possum, right? It's got to be. That was the prediction last format.
Okay, so here's the question: are possums cute, or are they little gremlin monstrosities?
Depends on who you ask. I would say the latter for sure. But I sometimes, you could see him out here not being so trash panda-like. That's a completely different animal.
When the lunar hits your eye like a big custard pie, that's an ectopossum.
That's no. Honestly, that'd be a lunar phase Amore would be an amazing
lunar phase
card.
Amore. It's just
banger.
It's just a Voldusk eating a pizza.
Incredible. Now, I think that I am curious to know the matchups for today. Right, I did see on the bracket that K got matched up into Ari, I think round 1, which is it's one of those things you hop in, you get one of the best casters in the game, and you're like, oh god, please hope this goes well. Oh god, please hope this goes well. But the next 2 rounds shaped out to be a little better. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, no, Ari is a tough one to crack, and I hope they do well so we can see them later. It's no secret Ari's always cooking Pinter, and I need them to end up on stream so I can watch how they have managed to make new Pinter the best card in the game. We do see a Hera mat and a Voldusk mat from our casters there, which could mean everything or could mean nothing at all, Swole.
Yeah, I know Goat Skull was one of the players' last premiere when we were reviewing a lot of the decks, kind of going over the meta, seeing what's good, what's bad. I believe Goat Skull was top 16 or top 32 on some level with Moth. I'm not sure if they're bringing that today, but I wouldn't be surprised. Though I think if depending on the last premiere, Moth was one of those strategies that didn't quite convert the way we thought it was going to. So maybe that's the option here for Goat Skull, is saying, getting the run back, trying to make it work, or do you think they pivoted to another deck?
I don't know. They were indeed on Moth last premiere in the top 16. Moth was a deck that was people were so prepared for, and I think the average caster was under-practiced in playing Moth themselves. And I think Moth has a real chance to show up today for 2 reasons. One, everyone's kind of like, well, Moth's actually not that scary. Let's talk about Lunar. And then a bunch of people went and practiced their Moths. The combination of those 2 things might mean Moth has a better showing today. Or they might be really stoked about this Hera playmat they got for shout out to top 16 prizing.
True.
And maybe they also are on 35runes.deck.
It turns out once we get runes that cast themselves as Elestrals, that'll be I'm down for a 40 rune card deck. That sounds incredible to me. Got our lineup here for today. Our accolades of our players: Goat Skull and Cake. Store regional champion recently is on that, as well as the premier top 32 and a top 16 back in 2024. That's ancient times nowadays, but hey, that's the classic innovator of Fire Nexus, and then Goat Skull top 16s, both in this more recent season.
Yes, Goat Skull having those recent wins under their belt. Can they get to top 16 a 3rd time today? And can Kay make her reunion with top 16 today?
Yeah, that's one of the things that a lot of, speaking of an old player myself, one thing that's always great to see, casters like Win the Scent and Brewlock, who have been doing this for a long time. And those 2 names I remember so much because back in the day when we were doing and this is going to sound absolutely crazy, you'll get your ARP card in the mail, check your knees now, when we were doing best of ones. And the best thing you could be doing is casting out a Sparkit and Zeus and looking at your opponent's hand, back in the truly prehistoric times of Elestrals. The one thing that was always fun was that it was like seeing players come back after taking long breaks and doing well with one of the greatest things to see. But the worry for a lot of these players was, am I truly washed? Was I just playing against 10 people in a best of 1 game, or can I really stand tall? And so I think that's one thing that I know a lot of players coming back to this who have older accolades, older things, want to try and improve. And Sunstrike might be the way to do it because it's a completely different ball game.
It's a completely different ball game, and I hear from production we are now ready. So let's see how this game is going to play. Let's see here. Goat is going to be going first here today, so we're probably going to find out relatively quickly what they're on here, if it is the Moth run back or not. K here is going to go ahead and expend 2 Fire Spirits. Ooh. Okay, we've greatly narrowed down the number of decks this could possibly be.
Yeah,
they're going back in for a better hand, maybe on Hephaestus or Hestia or Ares Dragalis, lots of fire options maybe.
Yeah, I think what's interesting here, one, shout outs to the spirits, by the way. The I think it was the World's 2026 spirits. Correct. Been seeing those all day. They're gorgeous. The one thing about this format that's so interesting is, shouts out to Bo's triple mulligan, is back in the day, there used to be, I think, a bigger liability than it is now. A triple mulligan feels great when you have the perfect hand.
Yeah, if you win the game, it doesn't matter that you lost 6 spirits.
Oh God, and it looks like we might be going for a double mulligan as well, a fire water spirit. Oh, okay, interesting. This could mean Krakatuka? Yeah, wait a minute, turtle time.
Turtle time. Or it's the legally required one of water spirit in everyone's deck.
Tsunami has been out and prevalent, especially now with Lakagon not being so, I guess, so out there in the meta. And Goat Skull is keeping their hand so comfortably, saying that is the perfect 5 for them. And it doesn't always feel great, but sometimes you have these hands where you say, my opponent's mulliganing, and it's good enough for me to keep.
Yep. Maybe the 4 extra spirits Goat Skull gets to start with here will be the difference maker, but we'll have to see what kind of play they open up with here.
Yeah, deliberating over the hand just a little bit and starting off strong with an Aeolus.
Aeolus hits the field here with a fully loaded 5 spirits. I think this means we're going to see some more Moth Swole.
Oh, wow. I don't think I've seen Moth that much on the feature, but and again, maybe this is the chance for Moth to prove itself. I have heard Moth is washed, but this is such a strong deck. It's very terrifying.
Yep. So Aeolus is going to search the Nimbug here. The second ad from the Nimbug is going to be a back in the bag.
Ooh, BWBITB. I think this might signify that Goat Skull already has a Stratamoth in hand. What do you think?
I think that is a distinct possibility. We are going to see normal cast Nimbug here, and I assume expeditiously a Bag of Wind to send that back to hand. The fun part is that will trigger the ability to search with Nimbug yet again, and there is the Foretold Moth.
There we go. Moth out, I think, for a split moment. Trying to move the spirits around and figure out the next play here and order out, again, that bounce bag, the bag bouncing back the Stratamoth. I think making sure just to announce every effect that is going on here. Moth is one of those decks that has a lot of things happening that is ultimately very easy to follow, but you just have to make sure you're doing everything right, or else one misstep and you're down like 20 spirits.
We have a second Moth going to Goat Skull's hand here. We're going to activate the Moth's effect. It's going to do a Nexus, and now Goat Skull gets to go back into the deck again to special cast a 1-spirit Wind Elestral.
Going in here, what do you think the option here is for Goat Skull?
There's a lot of options. You can do Nemesail to heal back up. You can go P-Gust with something like Altar of Stars set. We are going for the Nemesail here. When Nemesail gets enchanted, Goat Skull will be able to heal 2 spirits. Moth being a very expensive deck, Nemesail helps massively in terms of the healing it provides to not just explode yourself on spirits turn 1.
So interesting here too, and I think to your point about this P-Gust, or this Nemesail could have been a P-Gust, a Windjin, several other 1-drop Spirit Elestrals that are so nice. Definitely could be telling on what the back row for Goat Skull is here as they set 2 cards. Very strong opening play.
That is very strong. 2 back row plus a Moth is going to be hard to go into, but not impossible. We'll just have to see which deck K is on before we can start, making ideas about how this board could get cleaned up.
And look at that Spirit differential too. Now Goat Skull down to 11 and K up to 16. That double mulligan doesn't feel as bad.
It doesn't, and we're going to see a
Oh, it's a champion of Hephaestus Volcaries.
Oh, so we are on Krakatuga, possibly.
That gets hit with a Gorgon's Gaze to stop the search of the Hephaestus. That's going to be absolutely huge. And
it doesn't matter. The Hephaestus is always in hand, Swole.
Yeah, let's see it. Oh, it's a Hestia.
Oh, it was a bait.
Oh, some sort of fire amalgam here. Kay is going to go ahead and throw down Hestia, disenchanting 2 spirits off it, opting to go for the full load of 4. 2 special cast from hand, an additional fire Elestral. Let's see if they choose out.
What's it going to be here? It's going
to additional
Volcaries!
Second Gorin's Gaze.
No!
P-Box! No! You gotta be kidding me.
No,
that is crazy.
Exactly the response Goat Skull needed to stop Hephaestus from coming down here.
You know, you can't feel too bad about a hand that casts out Stratamoth, Nemesail, Gorgon's P-Box. That is an absolute insane hand. And to think too, so after seeing the Gorgon's Gaze and the Eruption from K-Cray come down, was he a three fire spirits down, another Hestia? Okay, a Tongs here.
The Tongs was here all along. We can hit over the Nemesail, discard a card, and kill the Moth.
And Goat Skull leaving on 7? What is happening in this game right now?
Fire best deck.
Oh my gosh.
Hopefully Kay has the discard. Oh, no cards in hand. Unfortunate.
Oh, she set both cards, meaning that, right, the Tongs didn't have the effect to prompt destroy the Stratamoth. Also could not hit over the Stratamoth due to the fact that Stratamoth's attack buffing ability, meaning they get +2 attack for those 2 spirits under the Aeolus.
All right, Goat Skull here contemplating their next move. We know they have a Moth in hand. They could possibly do a Nexus, bring out a 1-drop, and Hardison. There are some options here.
Yeah, I think the worry that you have to have against Moth in this position is Moth is established. A Gorgon's or a Pandora's Box, like we have CK activating here, is very powerful.
Good.
And maybe can hit some key cards out of the main deck, but another back in the bag to bounce that Stratamoth from the field back to hand to cast again, while very expensive, is still very worth it, I think, this position.
I'm not sure it's worth it in this position. Goat Skull only having 7 spirits left, I believe. Unless those are all wind spirits, it would be a little too expensive to spend 4 to recycle Stratamoth here.
Yeah, and it looks like, too, now we're going to go in with the Aeolus effect, disenchant 2, and search the deck out for, I imagine, another Nimbug. Or is that a...
Hydrake!
Hydrake. Whoa.
New Hydrake.
Interesting. Tell me about this card, because this is being the new Hydrake here. I think that's the marble frame, correct?
Gem frame from the new LGS tournament packs. But yes, when you cast the new Hydrake, you get to add a dragon to your hand. Any dragon. Is this Pintear Moth? Is that what we're looking at here, Swole? Goat Skull was on Pintear in the last event, and I believe, yes, that is a Pintear we see there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that is the new Pintear.
The new Pintear is so crazy to me. Whenever you enter battle, both your opponents and yours, you can enchant 2 wind spirits from your underworld to it. Disenchant a wind to target and destroy a card is so powerful, especially because it's big 15 stat, meaning that you can clear potentially 2 cards a turn. And I think in a deck like Moth, which is playing cards like Tower of Winds, which you see right here, we can see a Pintear come down immediately.
Oh, no. That Pintear also gets to enchant 2 wind spirits to itself from the underworld. Kay, I hope you have Tsunami.
Yeah, but to say the saving grace here is that Pintear has to enter battle for to activate its effect and destroy. So targeting the back row would mean that you have a chance to activate and save yourself for 1 battle, but even then, staring down a big Pintear, the big Moth, and nothing in hand currently, this is a mountain of wind to try to climb.
Notably, the Moth can no longer get over the Volcaries because Aeolus is gone. So if there's even just a shield here to stop the Pintear, the Volcaries with the Tongs will survive.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the question now is, what is Goat Skull going to destroy with this Pentair after entering battle. And disenchanting 1 to target and destroy. Looks like it's going to be the back row. And Eruption, Hephaestus Jealousy coming out here.
Yes, so Kay will get to put a fire onto her field and Goat Skull's field. And at the end of the turn, everything that is not a fire Elestral goes bye-bye if it has a fire spirit on it.
Ooh, Goat Skull opting to target destroy the Volcaries, meaning that Tongs would have been destroyed anyways. So using the spirit off the Tongs onto the Eruption to now make this a little bit cheaper. But this is still going to be massive amounts of damage that Kay is taking here. This Moth swinging in for 3, I believe, or 4?
I believe there's going to be 4 damage, or 5 damage total. There's 4 on the Pentair, so 2 and then 3, so 5 total. That's correct.
Yeah, 5 total down. That is absolutely killer. And
no cards in hand for Kay, unfortunately, which means that they're going to need a top deck of all time to get out of this.
And that means this game I think is over. That was all 5 spirits I think already down, I think is what I saw there.
Okay.
She took every single spirit down and Goat Skull taking the first game with an explosive Pen Terror combo. The big thing there to note too is that, you know, Kay had the offensive pressure to be able to break the board, but a Pandora's Box and a Gorgon's Gaze already set means that not only did Goat Skull get to do their combo uninterrupted, but also had the defensive options available to stop any sort of tempo gain that Kay had. That was a rough hand to deal with.
It was sometimes your opponent just has the 2 back row.
Yeah, the 2 back row of the format.
The 2 back row. The 2.
Yeah.
It'll be really interesting to see going into game 2 how much of Kay's deck is Hestia versus how much of it is Hephaestus. Is it literally just Volcaries, Hef, and Tongs, and then it's a Hestia package? Or is it Hestia doing sneaky things so you can recur your Volcaries? I don't know. I'm really interested to see how heavy Kay is on those packages. Based on what we saw from Goat Skull, I think they are simply running back their previous event deck with maybe a couple of tweaks, having seen the the new Hydrake and the new Pentair. Those were kind of the hallmarks of their last top 16 deck, and so it looks like they are running with that again. And maybe they know what they're doing. You know, if it was me, I probably would have gone for a second Moth on field with the board state that they had instead of going for the Pentair. And I think the Pentair did make a big difference there in terms of forcing Kay to react sooner than she would have liked to.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as well, is that there's the Pentair line. And what I love about Moth Pentair is that it allows you to have these kind of double wind engines that really explode on your opponent and just say, like,
double
similar to the
Windgens?
elephants. Well, true. You know, say address me, right? Like the Pentair is so scary, one of Elestral's most iconic cards. And the new form, the new version that we got inside of Sunstrike, excuse me, is incredibly powerful. I'm shocked that thing is a 15 body still on a card that destroys. That's crazy.
I was literally having a talk with someone and they're like, yeah, I'm really thinking about putting Pentair in the deck. And I'm like, yeah, it has the destruction effect, but now it's a 10. And they're like, no, it's not. It's still a 15. And I was like, wait, what? I was really convinced they had reduced the attack stat for some reason.
I don't know. You know, the 15 body on it, the enchanting spirits, the target destruction, still very, very scary. I think for Kay's side of things in the fire, you know, there is a world there where she discards a card and can pop the Stratomoth. I don't really know though if that's quite enough, because then you're gambling, do I keep the other 2 cards in hand that we know were the Pandora's Box and the Eruption, and if you keep one, don't keep the other? I think it gets very hairy, but I'm curious to see how Hestia Artifact Volcaries deck can combat the Moth Menace.
I mean, I think if she had left it in hand, she would have popped the Moth, the Pandora's Box would have been saved for the Hydrake search, and then the Tower of Ones wouldn't have happened. I think she would have won the game if she hadn't set the Eruption. But that's not to say she misplayed, because she didn't know that there was going to be a Hydrake there yet, right? And these are the type of things you can now plan for going into game 2.
Yeah, especially so. And looking at another mulligan here from Kay coming down, I think Goat Skull here is looking at another hand that Mott's got a lot of really great hands, though I think sometimes that Pantera line you can get a little bit tricky in there. So I'd be surprised if it keeps some suboptimal stuff.
Yeah, I did a lot of testing with Pure Moth, and about 56% of the time you produce a hand that is Moth plus a back row without a mulligan. So, usually you only need like one mulligan, and on rare occasion a second one to get a hand you need with the Moth deck.
Yeah, I think so. For what do you think that K could be bringing in here from the side deck now? I think Fire ultimately has a pretty decent matchup against Moth. I don't know if they really need much out of Engine.
Yeah, not much out of Engine. Maybe you bring in some like rune removal if you want to like rock and a hard place them or something. Do something crazy to remove the Aeolus or some back row. But otherwise, yeah, I think, maybe there's a Corvusmith in the side deck, and you use Corvusmith to just burn to death and win the game. There's some options there.
Yeah, that's right. We know these fire decks to be native on Eruption, not just the Jealousy, but the OG too. And with how low of spirits that Moth gets, saw Goat Skull there down to like 7 spirits at one point in time. The even just 1 Eruption to decrease the spirits at an uncomfortable range can be very powerful.
And Goat Skull did actually mulligan here, so we are playing a Gentle Caster's game of 18 spirits.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah, this is the expend down to 10 spirits after some mulligans, and now we're playing the mini game. I feel like that's the ultimate grunge match for Elestrals, really.
There we go. So Kay will be going first this game. It will be interesting to see what she sets up when she is unabated.
Yeah, let's see if we're going to take a little slow or if we have an explosive combo in the hand as well. That's one thing with the fire decks is that they do have a lot of really big turns, but sometimes just like a Volcarius, set a couple cards, pass, is really what you need.
I mean, but Volcarius plus Tongs is an 8. That's not so simple anymore.
Yeah, well, and speak of the devil, we have Volcarius, Champ of Hephaestus, going in to, or not into search the Stellar Hephaestus.
Yes, congratulations, Kay. She managed to pull a Stellar Hephaestus finally. We're putting 2 spirits on it. They're going to do the search. I presume we're going to find Tonks here. Now, one of the tricky things for a Hephaestus player to decide in this early game state is, do you throw the Tongs down now, or do you just throw down a bunch of back row and save the Tongs for a future turn to avoid something like P-Gust immediately removing it?
Yeah, that's one thing that, at least with the mulligan here, right, plus the disenchant from Hephaestus, the Tongs is free. So I don't think it feels bad either way, but it's definitely going to depend on the back row that K might have, because if there's not something to even stop a P-Gust or stop a Moth, then either way. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and go for the enchant of that Tongs onto the Volcarius, completely free. That big discount's huge.
We are, and 2 back row from K. So, let's hope she got her turn with Gorgon's Pandora's box.
Yeah, it always feels so powerful. You're like, this hand's okay. And then set 2 the most powerful cards in the game.
So now we'll see how Goat Skull builds up into an established board. The thing about this format is you play an almost entirely different game if you're going first or second, Swole.
Yeah, and I think, well, like you just said, P-Gust coming down here. Let's see what they target with this card. I love this card so much. Again, shout outs to my prediction, but targeting the Tongs to destroy it is... I don't think you can feel too bad about the Tongs. You keep the back row plus the Hephaestus again. That's not terrible.
Yeah, if you have a Gorgons there's an argument you fire it to avoid a Tower of Winds play with P-Gust.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't have mattered anyway. We got back in the bag.
Ooh, yeah. See, one card, again, it makes these certain interactions so tricky, but also so interesting, right? Because a Gorgon's there or to stop the destruction means that now Moth gets to come down almost unimpeded, and you don't have that Gorgon's now for a potential Nexus play. And that's one thing that you just never can expect or never can fully rule out with a deck that can run 3 Moth, 3 bag, right?
And the real question is, does Goat Skull have the Aeolus as well? Because honestly, a Moth with no Aeolus is not very threatening in this format.
Yeah, Moth set 1, it looks like. I don't think they have a Nexus Bank. I think it's just a big body to try and swing into the Volcarius. Very interesting. I don't know if I've seen a Moth player just say big body pass.
Yeah. Do we have the back row here? Or is K just going to take the damage? I feel like if you have Tsunami, there we go, Tsunami.
Ooh. Tsunami is pretty huge here, just saving you the 1 extra turn. And while no Tongs out on the board to be able to hit over the Stratamoth. Goat Skull saving a little bit of extra spirits here with their play previously, and an end phase eruption.
In phase eruption is going to do it. It's going to immediately allow K to get rid of that moth in a way where Goat Skull can't even use that back row. They have to try and save it.
Whoa, that's going to be huge. And that all that investment into that big moth, this is what makes, I think, the fire deck going first into the matchup very well positioned. That is going to be a clear board, and only one back row from Goat Skull is a little bit scary. Now it's K's turn to respond. Not a lot of back row left, and I think only 2 cards in hand.
That's right. I'm surprised we didn't see a spirit go on to the Hephaestus here to allow for another search and keeping the Hephaestus to recycle the spirits, but maybe K is trying to go for just as much damage as possible this turn.
Yeah, Moth being uncomfortable at their spirit count, and it looks like an expend to draw comes out here. Try to fish for some more back row and some more defensive options. I think the addition of an additional Hephaestus search, unless you're playing 2 Tongs, might not be super beneficial. Yeah, I'm curious to know why onto the Volcaries. But it looks like we're going to swing the Volcaries to attack and potentially swing in for 2.
Yep. Goat Skull's going to take the 2, and having used a moth and a bag with no known Aeolus in hand, there's going to be a big question there about whether or not Goat Skull has enough fuel to moth again next turn.
Yeah, and down to, it looks like 11 to 11 spirits now, and Goat Skull not having that Aeolus start, kind of a little bit rough for your big explosive turn, but does mean that potentially in this crackback you do have more options available to you. Even additional P-Gust into like a Tower of Winds Ascension. Maybe that's what they're saving for this. There's or they could just Earthquake, that's
Yep. And that Hephaestus is probably not safe. We know the P-Gust is in hand for Goat Skull right now. So Goat Skull's going to have to think about, the P-Gust returneth. P-Gust targeth. Is it going for the unknown back row or the Hephaestus? Ooh. It's going for a Jealousy, and K just allows that to go through, which is interesting.
Yeah, again, I think that's one of those plays where, do they have the other back in the bag? Do they have the additional extender? And it looks like just a P-Gust destroy pass. K's gonna draw.
That's right. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I would have destroyed the P-Gust anyway to also just get the extra spirits on field, but that's just me.
Ooh, and a small Tuga coming down here from K means that we might be able to see what other side of this engine we get going here. To your point, though, not activating the Eruption now means that you have to contest with the back row and potentially an additional Ascension play. As Small Tuga comes out and searches, is that the new champion Ursmog?
I believe that is Ursmog. So if there is a Hestia in hand right now, we're about to get up to some shenanigans.
Here we go. Maybe get this engine a-going. The powerful Bear Bomb deck was in a pretty high representation today and is a very strong strategy into stuff like Moth, being able to break the board pretty easily. But with no back row from K, that might mean that a Moth combo of Goat Skull's own can come down here, or even worse, a Pentear would be very scary.
It's possible. Goat Skull only has a couple of cards in hand, though, so I struggled to think they have enough in there to do the Moth combo right now.
We see this is a much different game.
Yeah, Goat Skull's thinking pretty hard here. No back row from K, though, so if Goat Skull has anything in this position, I mean, even like Galaxair is a tech that some Moth players are on. Who knows if Galaxair might be here to swap the Volcary stats and get over it. But
yeah, I know one legendary Moth player who was teching that in. I can't remember what event this was, maybe like a month ago now. I don't know.
Anyway,
whoa,
we're going to see original Hydrake.
That's pretty scary.
Now, this is really weird, though, because Hydrake can crash with Volcaries, bring out Twindra, but Twindra can't hit over Smoltuga, right?
That's right. And, well,
unless they're playing new Twindra?
the new Twindra coming out here would be very scary. Being able to hit over into the small Tuga and do an additional 2 spirit damage. It looks like it's OG. Was that from hand?
I think it was from hand. I didn't see them pick up the deck there.
Very unfortunate. I love when that happens, when you have the most powerful cards in the game, can special cast based off the best conditions possible, and both Pantera and Twindra are in hand.
This must be Goat Skull side deck tech, unless they changed something up, because they were not on main deck OG Hydrake line previously.
Yeah. I do like the idea of that a lot, and it looks like we're going to go for a Pandora's Box on the Hephaestus, milling a Torchin and another small Tuga. Ooh. Hot take. I guess you're afraid of another Tongs, right?
Probably, but Pinter dodges the Tongs, right? Because the destruction would, yeah.
I'm completely with you. I think that's entirely what I'm thinking. I'm like the chain and limbo there. It would be that Twindra goes down, yes, but now the destruction for Tongs hits like the back row, and you get your big 15. So, what is Goat Skull's other back row to be able to say I'm going to be comfortably denying this search?
The Twindra's really scary here because you played a defense game with Smoltuga, but now if they draw a Moth or a Pinter from the deck, they can just hard us in next turn.
Yeah, and it looks like Kay is going to expend to draw here, looking to assemble the combo pieces. We know the champion Ursmog is in hand, and they found an additional back row off that draw. So now we know they're on Tsunami for some potential battle trick shenanigans. Both players are getting quite low on spirits to do their big explosive play.
So the real question is, does Goat Skull have a 3-drop in hand now?
Yeah, playing this kind of game of chicken here. Enchanting with a P-Gust on the board to take out one of the back row.
Okay. That's probably not a bad situation for Kay. Oh.
Targeting the Gorgons, debating whether or not they want to activate this. I imagine the idea is potentially to stop a Nexus or a P-Gust Ascend, but just a set from Goat Skull pass, no cards in hand from them.
Yeah, that Gorgons really hurts. It would have been a way to avoid the Pinter coming down here. Because even we've seen a bear and a Hestia. I assume the big bear must be in here somewhere. But even that isn't really a safe play right now. So if Kay can land the bear bomb, it has the same problem potentially. I mean, Twindra won't get to cast the Pinter because it's not destroyed by battle. That actually would win the game in this game. So Goat Skull wouldn't have enough spirits to stop it.
Yeah, there's a very interesting play here from Goat Skull. With only 3 spirits left, there's not Moth is a deck that can do everything, but because of this low spirit count, right? Where if there's Monsoon back there, this is one of the things that a lot of players will have to calculate out, is that what counter ins can they activate? What is really truly available to them? And
I'm sorry, we're just adding Majursa to hand here.
Oh, interesting.
What? Is the goal to just hard ascend next turn and like run over the Twindra, and then you don't have enough spirits for Pinter?
I can very much see that to be the option here. I think this is now a very interesting game state where maybe some of the pieces are in hand and not all of them truly connect, right? I think Goat Skull could be debating on a hard ascension here, and it looks like you draw the Pantera anyways.
Okay, does Kay have another Eruption's Jealousy or something like that in the background to get her out of this situation? If Hestia is in hand, we can go Hestia Bear line next turn.
Yeah, this gets really funky as you're down to just now 1 spirit left in the spirit deck, or 2 spirits left in the spirit deck, excuse me. Pantera entering battle, disenchant from the Pantera, target the back row. Let's see what it is. Another Tsunami here could also buy you an additional turn. And
yes,
you do have the Smoltuga pull off of the Water Spirit to the Tsunami mean that you save yourself from additional damage. This is going to be the end of the game if there's not some action on this turn, though.
We know that a Champ Bear is in hand. If there is a Hestia there to special cast it, we can get to Mama Bear this turn.
Ooh. Additionally, I completely forgot about this. Goat Skull is only at 2 spirits.
Yes.
We do know that these fire decks love to just slap down an immediate eruption. There is a world where K could drop an eruption with only 2 spirits left, but it looks like it's going to be an expend to draw. Hoping to fish for the eruption, maybe?
If we're fishing for the eruption, that means K is in a bad place, friend.
Think so. We know... maybe that wasn't... Nope. Looks like that... I was about to say, a cast down, potentially to search for a card, get something going there. I think there was maybe a confusion on what the normal action for an expend to draw was. Goat Skull thumbing the 2 back row, entering battle phase because now Pen Terror does say on either battle phase can be targeting one of the back row to destroy it.
And one thing you might not know if you haven't encountered the situation, you cannot skip the battle phase in Elestrals unless an effect directs you to. So you have to pass through the battle phase to get to the end phase, which means cards like Pen Terror get to have just, a whole good time on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, Pen Terror is very strong, both defensively and offensively. This card, I think, is absolutely crazy. If opponent cannot deal with it, it means that it is now one of the craziest things in the game, period. Down to 6 spirits left. The back row was kept intact off of the destruction effect, and Goat Skull is currently thumbing over their 2 back row, which I have to imagine one of them could be Alter.
Yeah, unfortunately for K, I feel like if Goat Skull re-enchants P-Gust, yep. A Tsunami's not going to save her here now, unfortunately. Oh,
looks like that was maybe preemptive on which card was targeted, but we saw Pandora's box there. Both Pandora's boxes are in the back row.
It didn't matter.
A little bit too late on those Pandoras to not stop the cast here. Wow, Goat Skull here, I think, dealing 5 damage to K, down to 1 spirit, potentially could go into nothing. It looks like the hand is rest on your laurels. The Ursmog champ and the Ur Scout champ, plus the Majursa. I see. Could not get a whole lot going there. Honestly, both casters on this side took a little bit to get to their engines and get going, but Goat Skull walking away the winner of this clash with the Penterror Moth deck, hard ascending over that Twindra. That is absolutely crazy.
Yeah. I think the P-Gust they slapped down ended up protecting them from that resting.
Yeah, I think so. Going for the P-Gust to start picking apart back row instead of saying, I'm good to go on this Twindra. There's still maybe a world that, you hit the P-Gust. There's other, I don't really know. That's such a hard calculus to make, especially whenever you have that small 2 out there, really saving your bacon. I'll say that. You have that 5 defense body really holding it down for a couple turns. You just want to see those combo pieces together, and the Bears just couldn't collect it down. That's very unfortunate, but congratulations to Goat Skull for taking that one. Moth Pen Terror is the new wave. I like it. I like the deck.
Shout out to Goat Skull. It's really good that they got it. I'm glad to see Moth performing. Very unfortunate that the Hephaestia Bears deck drew all of the searchable combo pieces instead of searching them.
I hate when that happens. We saw the Twindra from Goat Skull's hand and the Pen Terror from Goat Skull's hand, but while Bears, I think, has a similar ability, there's no 2-drop Bear just quite yet. So I'm very unfortunate. Shout outs to our casting desk. They play their hearts out, and all our commentators who are given the chance to combat in the arena, some of the best casters in the world. And I know let's see how K performs the rest of the day. Bears, I think, is a very good choice inside of this meta. And Moth, Pandora's Box, Gorgon's turn 1, and then a Pen Terror control slam down on the game 2. That's real hard to combat.
It is. I mean, people discount the original Hydrake a lot, but you don't think about it, and then the football hits the field, and then you hear the bomb has been armed, and you're like, oh, wait!
Such a scary card, too. It always feels like one of those cards, right? Like, and how people forget about it. It's like, oh, I know exactly what's going to happen to me. I can't stop it, and I don't like it. I don't like where this is going. It's always so funny. It's part of the reason why, Ari, for some reason, every single new format that comes along, Ari comes out here with some wind tempo aggro deck, and it has the Hydrake Pantera line, and it ends up working out. And I can see it now. I can see why this is so effective.
Hey, shout out to Hydrake and Pantera, the original 3-drop line of the game, just doing its best. None of the other 3-drops have stood up to time as well.
And talking about 3-drops here, both the Majursa and the Moth come down. We didn't see the Majursa from K on the board, just in the hand, but the Fire deck was still able to hold its own even without its big 3-drop engine. Just some solid counter runes and some very strong bodies. And I feel like that's kind of going back to the bow philosophy of the Hera deck. Sometimes that's just enough to really bring it out. The Volcaries was coming in clutch all game.
It was. And I really wonder if is there only one Tongs in the deck? I was really surprised we never saw her utilize the Hephaestus to get an artifact, even just to put it in hand so that there were some options for buffing and getting over things, right?
Yeah, I think that's the one, is that the first time the Tongs came out and came down, the second spirit that was off the Hephaestus was the final one, and that one got Pandora's for that second game. And so unless there's multiple Hephaestus in there, or I imagine that first game, maybe there's an argument that you could search the second Tongs, maybe a torch, depending on what you're playing, a Necklace of Harmonia, even, to get some more pressure on the board. I think that there's also the other calculus is this Volcaries going to stick to make those spirits worth it around? That's one. Fire is not an easy deck to spirit management wise. I like to play that way. I'll say that.
That is true, Swole, but I think that was a good set of games all around. That new Pantera being an absolute menace. Someone needs to go make Hermes Pantera work with the new Pantera. Back when I was running the ranks in Clash, that was one of my favorite decks. Just slapping down Aviolith, it sticks a turn, you hard ascend into Pantera, you go to the races, and now you can still only play 3 Pantera, which is really sad. They should have given it a title. We deserve 6 Pantera for Ari.
I was, when I was deck building, I was like, I can play a 6 Hydrake deck, right? That seems absolutely crazy. They were so smart. Can you imagine a world where we get the 6 Hydrake deck? You can play 3 of the OG and 3 of the one that searches some of these cards. I don't know. Maybe that's too strong. Maybe they know more about this than I do. But man, one day we'll get the titled Hydrake, Pantera, and the Twindra, and it'll feel like the coolest Ari deck of all time.
It is. And it's very funny. Twindra just stealing Blazoris's smoke, being able to attack twice.
Well, for now, big brain theory on this one. No shocker on the reveals coming out for this. We get Snowshade. We know the announcement for the next set is already there. And we haven't seen I don't want to say Necrof in a long time. I'm rooting for a titled form. That's the OG water Elestral right there.
Yeah. Is it still going to be a 5 water puppy?
Absolutely. That'd be the most hilarious thing possible. The community's best efforts to continue to water enchant a player on Tsunami for a 6-0 body. We'll give it a little better stat, and we'll make it still just 6-0. Yeah, it'll be a 6-0.
At Elestral.
That'd be, that'd be really fun.
Sunstrike is just here, but there are so many good cards always on the horizon. Elestrals each set just continues to refine. You said earlier in the stream, can you believe they dropped 100 cards and they were 100 playable cards this time? You know, in previous, I remember Daybreak and then Moonrise and then Firestar, like the percentage of cards that were getting better just kept increasing. But speaking about cards that are getting better, Swole, do you think we should take a look at the best 12 Elestrals and runes that have shown up today, our top 12 card stats?
Absolutely, I'd love to. You know, out of the 100 new cards inside of Sunstrike, I'm curious to know what top 12 of them are performing for the day. I know previous tournaments we looked at the side deck and Catabasis. We had a lot of representation from Moth and Wind. I wouldn't be surprised if today we had a good mix from the Wind and the Lunar side. That's like my big prediction as far as Elestrals go. But you'll have to take a look and see for today's. The previous data was very Moth-centric. Today's, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, with a lower representation of Moths, I assume the top cards are going to be much more evened out than what we saw previously. And this is really interesting. It looks like our top 12 Elestrals here are basically a mere representation of our top decks for the day. We see some Fire Artifact representation, some Lunar Aggro representation, some Moth representation. And Astrabbit has reappeared in the top ranks.
I saw a lot of Hera on the kind of fringes of the decks that casters were looking at playing today. And so it's no surprise the OG tempo gainer, the card advantage master, Astra Rabbit, is here. It also slots very well into decks like Soul Fury. The one that I'm really surprised about is second most represented Elestral is Kinleo, OG Kinleo, for being a one of.
Hey, Nexus Fire, destroy Moth.
That cooks. That absolutely.
I mean, hey, if you're playing 2 Hephaestus, 3 Hestia, 1 Kinleo, right? You'll have a Nexus Bank somewhere.
Yeah, and with that Volcaries there, the Kinleo Volcaries here, meaning that every single fire deck is rocking up with that Volcaries, but not all of them are rocking with that Kinleo. And then there's OG Volcaries down there.
Hey, shout out OG Volcaries. Very underlooked at guy. You have Volcaries on the field, looks very unthreatening. You flip the Argo, you put a Tongs on it. Surprise, my Volcaries is now a 10, even if there was nothing else on the field that had fire on it previously.
Yeah, and here as well, we have some kind of known bodies as the Ouroboros and the Hypnosum. We saw Pope and several lunar casters do very well with these cards in the last event. And similarly, we have Smoltuga and Krakatuga holding it down there. Love to see the Turtles get their time in the sun. And OG Krakatuga continues to be a powerful threat, not just in base set, but several sets later.
Yes, and I'm very interested to know if our rune chart looks as divided as the Elestral chart here. I mean, historically, the top 12 Elestrals have been lots of good stuff, but here we see basically a pie slice of the decks in the Elestral chart. But this rune chart looks like a mixture of good stuff and deck stuff. Shout out Altar of Stars, the counter rune we always discount and then immediately comes back to high usage.
Yeah, I love that Hephaestus and the whole fire suite is holding down the representative runes here as well. Obviously, we have a lot of fire casters running out with Krakatuga and the Vesuvatuga line, but also fire artifacts are very well positioned this format. So the Hephaestus and Tongs coming in strong is cool. And for the Eruption, Hephaestus' Jealousy being, I think, higher in there. I wonder if there's some fire decks that aren't running the Hephaestus line instead of saying, I'm going to rock up with a little bit of Disruption.
Well, I think this shows that every single artifacts deck is running Hephaestus, and then there's just some Hestia decks that have chosen to be pure Hestia instead of Hephaestia.
Yeah, Hephaestia. I do like the two fire mixing here. And with 100% representation from, of course, Gorgon's Gaze, shoutouts to the Stare, the Stone Cold Stare, the best card in the game. But Pandora's Box is a little bit down here. This card was, I think, very high in the last premiere. But with this one, maybe players are opting to say, I'm going to side it, or I'm just not going to play it at all.
I mean, I'm really surprised it's not near 100%. I feel like every single deck this format is searching or casting from deck almost nonstop. I feel like one of the few decks that doesn't really care about Pandora's Box would be like Sulfury, maybe?
Yeah.
Because it can't stop the discard shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, you can temporarily stop a Brimscale for a turn. It has a search like the Hermes effect, but it doesn't feel great because they just do it again the next turn. Shout outs to Tsunami at the 6-7%, by the way. And looking at the side deck choices here, a lot of our games are decided in these games 2 and 3, and our side deck is where a lot of players stretch that creativity. And just like the last time, we have a lot of lunar representation here, Catabasis and Dense Fog, but Ouroboros, what I think had like a high representation last time, is now opting for the main deck.
Yeah, we were talking about Catabasis at the start of today, that people are so afraid of Sulfury hitting the board, and Catabasis is such a great counter. Sulfury and Brimscale needing to hit the Underworld and do their shenanigans. Catabasis allowing you to yeet those cards from the Underworld back to the caster's deck and slow off the Dragon's Fury. Cryoblast, almost certainly a popular choice because of the prominence of Possums and Werepup. If you Cryoblast the Hypnosum, they won't get to do the suppression, and they'll be forced to drop their Ectopossum earlier, probably not being able to use its effect to spin something off the field back to hand. And all of the lunar spirits in the side here tell me that on average, people putting these Catabasis and these Dense Fogs in their side probably are not main decking lunar. They're just saving it for when they walk into a matchup where it is profitable.
As well, we have Spoiled Fruit holding it down there with the Divine Blessing. I am so curious on Spoiled Fruit in this format. You know, there's a ton of decks back in the day, like Locagon, which you could say is a kind of an easier counter, Curubus even. But now hits the Nemesail, maybe, and that doesn't feel great. It hurts Hermes, kind of, but I feel like Hermes just has so much extra gas that it's maybe not as effective. You know, maybe one of the days we'll have the heal control back to where its former glory, and Spoiled Fruit will be there, but it is a very interesting side deck option that I know a lot of players are still experimenting with.
It's very fun that Hera, as the heal control deck, explicitly avoids Spoiled Fruit.
You know, we came across that last time too, in the feature match. It was Spoiled Fruit on the Hera, and then immediately we saw, I think it was in the game 3, that card's coming out. That card's coming out of the main deck again. I was misreading the card. It's so over from there. But a little bit of similarities when we saw the last time in the form of the side deck choices, you know, those Cryoblasts, the Dense Fogs, the Catabasis. And then similarly, that main deck structure as far as represented decks, a lot of wind last time, and now a lot of fire, actually, which is, to my surprise, I thought we'd see a lot more lunar in that.
Well, I mean, the Possums were at the top there, so, I mean, there was the representation, but we don't see anything else besides, like, the Ouroboroses and such. So, you know, not... What we saw last premiere is that there was a huge amount of variety in the lunar decks. None of the lunar decks really looked the same. So I think what's preventing other cards from getting to the top for lunar, like Vermalord or Werepup, is that they all kind of have slightly different opinions on what it means to be a lunar aggro deck. It's not really a... You know, Moth is pretty well refined. You play like 30 of the same cards. You have like 5 cards you're probably playing, and then you get like 5 tech spots, right? Like that's basically Moth. Lunar is more like, all right, you put the Possums in, and then like, you know, 34 of whatever you feel like.
Yeah, and I think the Lunar Suite has definitely some of the best cards in the game. It's no secret as to why then that a lot of casters are opting to side deck some of that inside of these games. You know, splashing a few Lunar Spirits here and there and give some Catabasis, and those Dense Fogs can help you stop a turn for just long enough to hopefully be able to pull off your big tempo push, your big combo yourself. So hopefully we can see some of these casters utilizing those cards as we get deeper and deeper into the rounds here. And so far, you know, I haven't checked on the results yet. I don't really know what's really going behind the scenes. I imagine Lunar's doing pretty well. I think Frost, we have seen a little bit of a showcasing of. I'm very impressed by how Frost has been performing fairly recently, and I want to see more of it done. You know, Frost was something that we saw in the last premiere, wasn't super represented, but definitely experimented with. And now we already had Soren rocking up with the Neandersloth deck and Champions of Kione, which I absolutely love.
You know, Neandersloth is such an interesting threat because I imagine Hydrake Pinter, except instead of going all the way up and then all the way back down, it just cycles between the two, right? Like that's kind of that's basically what like that deck is you get this kind of like infinite recursion engine of like, I'm going, this sloth, you better have multiple bodies to get me, or else the sloth is just going to keep doing the rounds every turn.
Yeah, I'm going to steal this analogy from the Law. The Law had a great way of explaining it, which is like, it's like a mech and a mech pilot. You know, your big, strong mech goes down, your pilot comes out, and until you can recharge the mech, and then boom, they're back on top. We're just going that cycle again. And it's such a strong buy, especially in those draft tournaments. You know, a lot of the Elestrals local scenes and those pre-releases, I know people were doing drafts and having a lot of fun with it, but slapping down the big 8 body was killer.
Yes, it's a very, very interesting card, and it was great to see Soren Plays get off to the races with it. Hopefully they are doing well so we can see them again in Top Cut later today. Maybe they'll get to rematch Hera, and we'll get to see whether or not Bo has to mulligan on an average of 4 times to get a usable hand.
I don't doubt it at all. Absolutely not. I mean, we saw Kay there in that last match too, mulligan a couple times to get the good bear hand. And even after just one mulligan there, I think the hand was still pretty proficient, but both casters, they're not really able to get a lot of things going. Very shocking for Moth, I'll say that.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough matchup for Kay because the oppressiveness of P-Gust when you are a deck that cares about having your artifacts and your divines on the field, right? Like,
yeah,
Kay was putting down back row to kind of like try to come over here, P-Gust, like get munch on these cards over here, and you know, Goat was just laser focused on knocking things out. But I'm sure we'll get to see how these decks are performing soon. I have been at the desk all morning, and I'm excited for a little bit of a break. I want to take a backseat and enjoy some of these games myself. I will hand it over to your wonderful hands, Swole, and you'll be back with PK shortly.
And welcome back, casters, to our round 5. We're already deep into this tournament run, and I'm here joined again by PK. PK, welcome back to the desk after some amazing action this morning. Absolutely insane from Bears, and of course our fellow commentator K Cray getting penterrored.
I love seeing anybody from the commentator desk show up to the casting desk, but man, was it rough being right at the wrong time. Not only Stratimov, but Penterror being a monster, living up to the name, but I didn't realize it was every battle phase. I thought it was just on yours. So that was a game that I'm sure both casters learned a lot from. I know we learned a lot on the commentary desk, but I still believe in Bears. We all know that, but Penterror is just a little too much sometimes.
It's strong. One of the most iconic cards in the game of Elestrals. You know, that OG Penterror back in the day was like, this card boasts the highest stat and is one of the biggest threats against some of these smaller bodies. But now that destruction effect, that's absolutely killer. And into Moth too, which I feel like is a pretty decent one. You can like turbo out the smaller Hydrakes and then go into like a battle Moth focus. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Stratimov also Stratimov can also get out the Hydrate that starts it off. Stratimov buffing itself as well. It's just a lot that it can do. So what can you really do when you have to deal with Hydrate and Stratimov just casting out these big bodies? I always know Wind for being an Elestral archetype, an element that does a lot of pestering damage, but base Wind just says, I'm going to beat face.
Yeah. Wind aggro truly never dies. You know, a lot of people thought to themselves, Moth is this big explosive combo deck. Turns out it's just back to Ari philosophy. Cast a big wind body, swing in. When's Chrysaor's time? You know?
When is Chrysaor time? You make a very good point. 8/4 body, can attack directly, heals up to 2, relatively easy to get out. When is Chrysaor's time? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how Tower of... You know what? Let me stop. You do what you got me. You made me for that way.
I'm just saying, you know, sometimes PK is just absolutely right with it. And I think there's a lot of cards that Wind can really explore, like really niche tech options too nowadays. They used to be, I would argue, meta staples. The deck that I've been infinitely impressed by today, of course, is Hera. I know you're a big champion of the Hera lineup. And I gotta say,
PK champion of Hera, that's right.
It's been going pretty well. It's been going super sweet. Thunder is back.
I love being me because I get people talking to me about their lists, about what's going on, and I can tell you that Hera is doing kind of nice. Hopefully we'll see how well Hera converts going into the top 8 cut. But I also want to hear from you guys at home. Are there any decks you're just like, but why aren't people using this? This is still a sleeper deck. Because we got a long time left with Sunstrike. This is only the second event before Snowshade Eve is even thought of, right? So what are you cooking with at home? Because any day, at any time, a new strategy can come to the forefront. We've already said Ares. I think that there's a lot of room for Dougie to pop up. Like, again, bringing it back to Swole. You know what strategy I came up with. I think there's potential there, but I haven't seen anyone doing anything close to that.
And we have our round 5 casters coming in here. Our 2 top players, Rookie versus Vancish. We have top 32 from Rookie here. I know that Rookie is a previous fan of P-Gust and, you know, championing that card there being one of their favorite cards. Shout outs to our locals here in Dallas, and Rookie's a native. And got some top 16s under the belt of Vanish, and also for top 64 for our most recent one. Also, that a 2024 top 16 is crazy to me. That tells me that you are ancient in this game.
Ancient is crazy. Vancy is a really well-known player, been around for a long time, so glad to see them still showing up and getting some top 16 topping performances in general. Vuki, a caster that I actually have seen a bit of them around, and I think you are going to like the deck you see. Regardless, I'm not even going to say that because that's too much of a hit, but it will be a really fun strategy. So I cannot wait to see what Vancy has to deal with what Vuki has brought to the tournament. I'm assuming these casters are at least 4-1 with round 5, so at least 3-1 right now regarding that. So both of these going through.
Yeah, and I think if Rookie's popping up with something that I like, then I'm all on board. There's a lot of decks that the problem is, here's the real trick. I don't know how much of a spoiler it is because I like a lot of really bad decks. So it's either if Rookie's popping up with something that's really terrible, then I'm down. If it's even moderately cool and base, then absolutely I'm down. So I don't know. That could be any deck in the arsenal. I've been loving Blizztrix recently. That deck is a menace.
You gotta let go of Blizztrix, man. You're not wrong though. Blizztrix is a very, it was Blizztrix, it was Celestial. They'll never be forgotten to Elestrals time, no matter how much time may pass. And we got a long time to go with Elestrals, baby. But yeah, we all love our big boss Elestrals. And it looks like our casters are ready to go. So let's get into it. Rookie versus Vancii. Round 5 begins now.
Yeah, let's see how we do. Rookie going first and starting off on this game. If the deck is one after my own heart, then hopefully his hand is good enough to keep and show us what we got here. Vancii rocking up with a Elestriad Season Matt. 4 mat.
We were there. Was their name there?
Vancii, I don't believe so, but honestly, like those mats are I love them so much. The stained glass mats have some excellent nostalgia for me, and shout outs to the
I prefer using the Elestriad Season 3 mat myself.
On the round 5 feature.
The Season 3 mat has always been my favorite. Meanwhile, we got the OG play mat by Vuki. I'm in the sleeves as well. Man, Vuki has been here since base set. I keep hoping that they re-release all of that just for one more wave. Because, man, I didn't grab it, and I have so much regret. I would just double sleeve the background mats, the blue spirit sleeves right there. They're great.
Yeah, I think the OG ones, I remember Justin T rocking up with them at Worlds for, I think, the Spirit deck, and it looked really, really cool.
It's classic. Like just one time, Dan Creator A Drive. But Vuki will be on the play here, so you get to find out what's going on very soon here, Swole. But I think we just have an expend to draw there. Oh, I'm sorry, mulligan, and that. We're shuffling the deck again, so I'm assuming that's the case. Vancii seems to be okay with their opening hand, so not much to really change there. But oh wait, is this a double mulligan? 16 Spirit? I missed the first one.
Yeah, down to 16 here. I guess the hand is not quite perfect that we need it to be, and sometimes that be how it be. I think we saw K last time do the same, and Bo dropping down after a third mulligan to get their hand out. Let's see now. We have Rookie starting off with I believe that's a Champ Drakid here, going to grab the Poseidon.
All right. This is going to be so now we have Champion Poseidon here, and that is a really potent strategy. There's Poseidon's Fury, which I think has a lot of potential in this current format that can be utilized now by Vuki, whether or not they choose to do so. We also have Trident of Poseidon to stop counter runes. We have Atlantis just to buff everything up. So it can be a little powerful. Vancii has a lot going on for them as Vuki sets one back and moves on to their next. Just set one and pass. So simple opening play right now.
Yeah, Poseidon, the Champ Drakid is really powerful for the strategy here, because not only is it a play starter adding that Poseidon out, but also it's in a way a battle trick allowing you to dodge damage. But it looks like Van is going to start off with a Hypnopossum, looking at Pandora's Box to stop the search. Taking it really nice and slow here, opting for a defense position is actually really nice.
Milling a Pandora's Box and what looks to be Constellationist Drabbit as well. So really, I think it's a really good play here. You just hope that Vancii doesn't have one of the 3 potential Ectopossums in their hand. But Lunar is up on the play for Vancii. Interesting to see how Rookie and Poseidon plays into this matchup right here. As we already used our back row, Drakid can return to cast a Champion of Poseidon from the deck when it enters battle. So we have to see just how this one plays out, but a lot of potential play for Rookie right here. I'm interested to see how this one goes out.
Yeah, Drakid Champ is really good if your opponent attacks into it, but Van opting to take a little bit of a slower route with the set 2 back row. Let's see Rookie here going to drop down that Poseidon. And I think it's the Stellar Poseidon.
That's a big
up here.
flex. Only
Huge.
99 people, or only 99 copies of that specific card exists out there. One of them is in the hands of Rookie, and now we are going to be. Well, it's interesting that we're doing this now. Do we have any other backcourt to accompany it? Do we have a Trident of Poseidon to stop counter runes?
I think that's maybe the idea, is slapping down the Trident of Poseidon potentially on a Hypnopossum, but this is the scary sort of limbo you're put in is, do you have the additional Ectopossums in hand? Looks like Rookie's just gonna go ahead and try to swing into the Hypnosum and tag out the Drakid.
Yeah, so now we get to see what is hiding in the depths of Rookie's deck. And I mean, at this point, Champion of Poseidon, it could be the Typhlant, it could be the Galaxy. Galaxy would be cute here. Looks like we're deliberating a lot. Like those tides are hard to navigate for Rookie right now. Not sure which Champion of Poseidon. Did we just activate this without real focus? Looks like is that Typhlant?
Yeah, it's a Typhlant, Champion of Poseidon coming out as well. I think opting to go into a defense position here. And it's interesting. I think no back row here from Rookie does mean that this Typhlant will have to survive an additional turn from any of the massive bodies that are accompanied by the Lunar Engine. Typhlant to attack here is very interesting.
I get it, because it can't run over the Hypnosum. Do you really want to risk Ectopossum right now?
I think so. Though I think nothing back in hand for Van, as a Rise from the Shadows coming in here, allowing the Hypnosum to get an additional Lunar Enchant to search out. That is so powerful.
Yeah, that was just going to be very free to do. Only calls Vansai 1. Now we get to search of the Ectopossum. So now did we search out another Hypnosum?
The Hypnosum.
Oh.
I think the idea here is going for the Hypnosum to cast Search again, additional card in hand. It's pretty decent, but no back row from Rookie and the Poseidon chilling out there. I wonder, maybe just the flex, maybe just to say, hey, I got the Stellar. Let me show you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that could be, but I am interested in why we didn't bring out the Ectopossum. Maybe we're more confident we can bring it out. We'll have to see how Vansai navigates this next turn for himself, but gets to do so in an open field. No back row from Rookie, and the other Hypnosum does hit the field, so we're going to search out the first Ectopossum.
Yeah, coming in here strong, searching out the Ectopossum. The Typhlant in attack is very, very scary. Unless you have just the third Hypnosum here coming down after the search. And this is probably very telling on what the hand is overall. I mean that you maybe even have double, if not triple Ectopossum on the play.
All right, we is that a Temple of the Moon?
Temple of the Moon.
Oh no! Temple allows the Hypnosum to crash with the Typhlant, activate the Ectopossum in hand, get out a 2-body on field using spirits from the underworld, and just ram in for at least 3 spirit points of damage. And that's exactly what we're doing. Looks like only 1 Ectopossum is in hand, but I mean, that's a huge threat. And we deal 3 points of damage while already being on only 9, now 6, 10 spirit deficit.
Oof, and the big 2-drop body of the Ectopossum sets up nicely for potential 3-drop plays if Van is on that. For Rookie here, you have the Poseidon out. You still do have the ability to go into the Poseidon Nexus for additional Typhlant. There's a world out here for the Poseidon deck. Let's see what we do here. Otherwise, you're taking a massive amount of damage on the next turn.
You have to wonder if you got a little preemptive using the Champion of Poseidon there. Typically, if you want to bounce it, I assume you want to do it for some proactive play right now. Otherwise, you could have saved it on the field and let it bounce out to a Champion Poseidon Champion Galaxy that may be in your list, and switch the stats to save yourself a turn. Because with Moon up, Ectopossum is an 8/5, and Vermalord drops to the field as well.
Yeah, Vermalord now coming down as a 6-body and Enchanting Spirits on the board. Rookie down to just their last spear here. I think we're going to a game 2. And the Champion of Poseidon deck not really able to get itself going at all. And it's one of the things this water deck really likes to sit in is a big comeback play. Showing off the hand, and it's a bunch of the 2 drops down. Looks like we're going to a game 2 with Van taking that first one down with the Lunar Ectopossum engine. Such a strong like pool of cards in general. We saw Pope do really well with it last time, and it's just so good defensively. It's got great offensive choices. It's a great all-arounder.
It really, well, a couple of things there. I understand revealing your hand when the game is ending, but do that when the match is done. You did just give off a lot of information that was unnecessary to show for your opponent. It could have just been like they had a bigger board, but now they saw you bricked up on on 2 drops, so things you can't play out. So you just gotta hold that information and let them kind of wonder, because now they know the potential of you just not having good cards in hand is very high, which already you alluded to that by mulliganing twice. All the same though, really strong play by Vansai, really just going in with the really low to ground. I'm playing my guys slow but steady, and I think that Rookie just got held back by not being able to find any guys. We saw Draghead. Okay, and
I think that's the one thing about this deck is that it's kind of the earlier point that you made about Draghead being in the defense there, allowing it just to sit, maybe buying your option your turn. Maybe if your hand's not the strongest, you can sit there with that Draghead in defense position, wait until your opponent attacks you, and then go into your plays. The risk that you run there, of course, is having your opponent have their own resources too. Gorgon's Gazes, Pandora's Boxes to stop the Draghead search and cast out. But I think you just have to kind of go for it in those cases. Poseidon is definitely a deck that wants to put it all out on the board at once and just say, if you got Gorgons for my Typhlant, you got it. If you got Gorgons for my Sluggle Champ, you got it.
Right. But that time when you made it easier for your opponent by you being the one to tag out, because now they understand what is here is not a threat. I don't have to worry. I can just run over it. But with the Drag Kid, it could pull anything out. It could even be, I keep saying that, but Galaxy Champ Galaxy would be possible there. So a bit more patience would have been helpful for Rookie in that situation. But it also seems like maybe we just kind of drew poorly. We saw it earlier in round 3 with Bo. They mulliganed 3 times, they lost game 1 and still came back to win games 2 and 3 for the match. So it's not impossible. You know, just because one game went poorly doesn't mean you can't rally in the next one, especially with you being on the play here. And we know how powerful the champions of Poseidon can be. We got a whole lot of game left to play.
Yeah, I think that Rookie's going to be opting to go first here again. Hopefully can find a little bit of a better hand compared to the double mulligan last time. You know, they're already down to that 6 spirit to 16 spirit that we saw in that first game, but now I think only after 1 mulligan, hopefully the hand is a little bit better. And we can see here, kind of thumbing over our options, a strong start here would be an immediate Typhlant into some Ivory, potentially going for some options here, and we have a Draghead coming out to search for Poseidon.
So it's good in the sense that we get to search out Poseidon. Very fantastic. All right, so now we're showing off a different art. So now we know that there's possibly already a stellar in your hand already. That's another, which I don't know if many people consider that. Which will get me wrong. If you have a stellar, play your stellar. But if you can keep one artwork in circulation, it helps your opponent not realize how many cards you may be on. Now that they know you played the stellar, but you searched out a stained glass, there's a chance there's another one in your hand. They know you're playing at least 2 Poseidon. There's a lot of information you just gave them on the card art that you choose to play. All the same, though, looks like that's going to be it. I believe we just saw a Vansai draw.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the nice part is that you can just protect yourself from the very small plays here, and having that Dracula in defense is killer in this matchup because you're not allowing an Hypnosum to swing, crash, and have the potential Ectoplasm come down here. Looks like we're going to start off with the very similar play to last time, which was Hypnosum and attack, and searching out the Ectoplasm or additional Hypnosums as we saw previously.
Yeah, and this is a really good wall because it really just forces your opponent to say, hey, you have to suppress. Which, don't get me wrong, Lunar's a deck that likes to suppress. Dense Fog, Artemis, Spectaris, lots of other cards. So, although I do believe that Ectoplasm just works on Hypnosum being destroyed, it wouldn't allow the Ectoplasm or Hypnosum to suppress, but the Ectoplasm can still come out because it was destroyed in battle, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah, so
the Ectoplasm,
but it does stop it from the bouncing, and it's an option you can consider.
Yeah, and I think one thing that Rookie has to kind of keep in mind here is that Chance of Poseidon has a lot of great offensive tools, but the hard removal is sometimes hard to come by unless you have those Poseidon's Furies. And Poseidon's Furies is a very strong card inside this matchup, but usually you'd want to use it on cards like the Ectopossums. Maybe it's like the Temple of the Moons if they're hard committing. Rookie's going to thumb over their cards and see what the next play here is. We know they have the Poseidon, potentially 2 of them in hand now.
A lot of options, a lot of potential here. And the problem is that Drakid cannot just pull out cards from the deck besides Poseidon manually. Like, you got to do it within battle, which means you can't get the most of it until your next turn. Is that a Porcutide? What? Is that a Porcutide? There's no way it's a Porcutide. That's a Porcutide. That is base Porcutide. So if you don't know, like I don't know, when this Porcutide is destroyed in battle by an opponent, they must either discard a card or expend 2 spirits. It is a 1/4 status Elestral, and Porcutide. There's no way this would have been on anyone's prediction. No bingo card has Porcutide in play.
What do you mean that you're playing Porcutide in 2026? This card is so funny. I love the idea of the defensive Porcutide here, and a Pandora's box coming down here to stop the attack of the Drakid. Now, important to note here that Drakid still goes to the bottom of the deck and disenchants from itself, very much like Boombat. And now with the Pandora's box, milling an Ultra Star and a Pandora's box of Rookie's Own. Now you're still up with the Porcutides, pretty decent in terms of defense options, but whoa, what a jump scare.
I do think once again Rookie is getting a bit preemptive with these with the Poseidon, especially with no back row to protect it, which you have to wonder at this point, what in the world is Rookie's back row even looking like? But I do like Porcutide in the sense of, like, it forces your opponent to say, hey, I need to get rid of something in order to get rid of this Elestral. So is it going to be, well, at least by battle. So is it going to be, oh wait, actually you're destroyed in battle by an opponent. But yeah, so am I going to give up 2 spirits? I'm going to give up a card in hand. And I really do feel like that's a real rock in a hard place from base set to be playing right now.
I cannot wait for a Porcutide Ascension, or, God forbid, inside of Elestral's Awakened, a Porcutide becomes my favorite Elestral. I think this card is such a cool little case, and looks like it's going to get destroyed by the Vermalord, and there is the Expend 2 burn.
We got Porcutide resolving in 2026. Elestrals is awesome.
Incredible. Just a little bit of chip damage there to progress the game state along, and Rookie's got to find some footing here with, we know the Poseidon's in hand. If they have at all a Typhlant champion of Poseidon, that means we could have very much the case where this game goes in their favor, but it's also going to depend on some back row, maybe a Trident of Poseidon as well to help out. A lot of tools they have. Let's see what they drop down.
I want to know how deep the Champion of Poseidon list goes, because there are just so many cards that are possible for you to play. I mean, one of your favorites, Caprigal is possible as well.
Love the Caprigal line. Resting Your Laurels comes out here to destroy the Hypnosum, and it looks like that might be good. There's no Rise from the Shadows to protect that Hypnosum now.
All right. I mean, hey, that's very valuable for a Rookie. So you got to get over the 5 attacking Vermalord. And we do have a lot of Lunar, I believe a lot of Lunar in the Underworld, but nothing to enchant it on. So if you can get over it, now's the time. But it looks like Poseidon, there's the Stellar Poseidon. So letting them know, I do have another Poseidon in my hand. Again, valuable information for your opponent. Champ Sluggle comes out. I believe it's Sluggle.
That's right. That's the Champ of Poseidon Sluggle. When this Sluggle receives a water from Poseidon Nexus effect, you can ascend into a Glaubie. And if the Glaubie, if this is OG Glaubie, carries 3 water spirits underneath, you can ascend into a very terrifying card inside of this matchup, which is the Champ Majesty. That card suppresses every single card on the board. Well, effectively, it makes sure they're water enchanted, but in Lunar, that's the exact same thing. This card is crazy.
Yeah, Champion Majesty is a card that many people have feared and none have been brave enough to actually cast out. But it looks like Rookie is the first to do it, one of the few to do it on stream, as Champion Majesty hits the field in attack. turning all enchanting spirits or the Elestrals to water. Vermalord is now misenchanted, cannot use his effect when it is destroyed, although there's nothing to go here. And we have, I believe, Gorgon's Gaze meeting the Majesty and stopping, importantly, the attack.
Wow. That must be really telling for Van's hand, because this Majesty here is still very much a threat unless you have some cards that are able to boost up attack. The only natural stat here that you would have is something like a trade with a I'm about to make a lot of postulation, a lot of theory there. They just have the Earthquake. It's always the magic Earthquake, am I right?
That was so cool. It really is kind of funny whenever these big combo plays come out, and then it's just like, and here's Earthquake. We love Dan. We know that he would reconsider Earthquake if he could. But we have...
That's Luma!
Oh! Wait a minute. All right, so how badly can this hurt Rookie right now? We have in Underworld, Globby, Sluggle, Majesty. So we can't use any of them. We don't have Drakid in there, so we can utilize that. I don't think this is hurting Rookie as much right now, but it does require Vanside to expend Solar to even negate anything. Really curious to see how this one is pulled out right now and what it can do. I feel like it may just be a body.
What's so interesting about this one is, I was about to say, the only thing that could naturally match the Majesty was the Lycavoid in the Lunar deck. But now, knowing that they're on the Lumavale line, there's tons of cards in here that could even combat that. The Wicked form of the Lumavales has an 8 body that's super hard to deal with. And that full art is gorgeous, by the way. I just want to point this out.
It is.
What a crazy tech to be sliding in here. I'm just going to put this out there. Champions of Poseidon at 3-1, Lumavale at 3-1. What are these casters doing nowadays? What are they feeding them?
I have no idea, but I need them to go back to the mines, because you are clearly escaping from some evil deeds that you have done in the past. These casters are really working now. Rookie has 6 spirits left to Vanside's 9. A very nice board state for Vanside. But we are trying to figure out, did we just pass? I saw the hand go. I think that was it. We just passed on. That's it. Just Poseidon.
Poseidon pass. I wonder if the hand is chocked full of those 2 drops. You know, water definitely has some of the most powerful heavy hitters in that section, but when you have to play a critical mass of them, you do end up drawing them quite a bit. And it looks like here with no set back row either, that we're going to go for another Champ Drakid here to search out another Poseidon, just get some defenses on the line. And luckily, this card will provide some defenses, though you'd be taking a couple damage directly to the face. So maybe this is the way that Rookie can come back and get the elephants online and get the advantage engine going. But even just the 6 body of Lumavale is really hard to deal with.
Yeah, even Champ Galaxy won't save you here, because that is an even stat on both sides. As it looks like we have Ectoplasm or Hypnosm being played out here.
Yeah, we have Hypnosm, Ectoplasm coming down. And now this Lumavale and Hypnosm can charge in on Rookie's Spirit deck with, I would imagine, minimal back row here.
Well, we do have Drakid, so we don't know what Champion Poseidon can be pulled out of here. And I'm assuming the tag out is going to be happening. Let's see what we have. Unfortunately, Galaxy does not help here. I'm digging into my mindset, my Rolodex of Champion Poseidon cards. What's Foamy doing?
These kids don't know about a Rolodex. Champ Foamy, I think, is pretty solid. I think there'd be a way to go into. Looks like Rookie's just going to take that damage to the face, set a card, and we'll check and see what the remaining actions are here. You're staring down a gorgeous full art Lumavale, a gorgeous marble rare on the Hypnosm, but nothing quite going on your side of the board.
We got to get our 1 guys out. We need our 1 drops. We're not seeing any of them. We saw
1 drops would be huge. The Poseidon's Fury could be huge.
And then we're just passing, and now we're dropping Twi'leks, and that's going to be met with, is that Shield? That's not getting you the value you need. Yeah, we're going to be bouncing the Lumavale. You still have to pay 3 to get it. And Vanside just hits with the other 2 for game.
Yep, it looks like this one here, Rookie, is paying off of the Poseidon for that shield.
Is Ambrosia in the list?
Ambrosia off the Poseidon, heal back 3, and combat this in the back row here. You're not quite out of it yet, just even with that 7 spirits that Van is rocking with. Twilix is really interesting here, but it looks like you're going to show the hand. It is that Poseidon, the Porcutide, which I imagine was maybe for a setup on the burn, like the water eruption that it could be. But man, Champions of Poseidon not quite able to get what it wants going, where I was not expecting to see Lumavale anytime soon.
I imagine that Lumavale is a card that's better suited for mostly soloists. It wasn't a surprise to see it here, but this is a situation where Vanside just had Rookie has so little play, unfortunately, during this round that Lumavale just could not find the value that it would want. It was a good body, don't get me wrong, it did stop Drakir from casting out Galaxy, but overall, it was just a really solid low to the ground Lunar strategy. I would err to say that Rookie's deck beat Rookie more than Rookie lost. You know?
Yeah, and that sometimes definitely happens in the game of Elestrals. We've seen that time and time again. Those multiple mulligans, those times where you're keeping some hands that might be questionable, or alternatively, sometimes you're just drawing, and there's your 2-drop. Okay, I'll wait a turn, draw again, there's your 3-drop. Okay, I'll draw again, and it's not quite what you're looking for. Hey, I'm expend to draw is the Swolelax Classic. I'll say that. So I've definitely been there, definitely know what that's like. So, shout outs to Rookie there for piloting probably, and you're right, one of my favorite decks of this format. And for Vanside, with Lumavale in the Lunar deck, what are we doing? This is crazy.
We saw Vermalor, we saw Lunavale, surprisingly, we saw Hypnosm.
I'm happy that they're experimenting. I'll say that. There's a ton of great stuff in the Lunar pile to experiment with. We saw that people wanting to go into the Postamoose for the 3-drops. We saw, I know that Pharaohgeist is a card that you're very familiar with. So Lumavale kind of slots in nicely. Maybe there's an idea that you're going Pharaohgeist, Lumavale.
Maybe. It really is curious to know the full depths of it, but we do not get, fortunately for Vanside, we don't get to see that on stream. So good information about their deck is still hidden to the public. Vuki, I'm curious to know, before this round, they are 3-1. So they got some victories with this deck. I want to know what kind of matchups they matched up into and what were the games like? How many was won on the back of Majesty? How many times did you have games where you just saw nothing? Again, game 1, we saw was a double, triple mulligan. It's really curious to see a 3-1 deck perform like that on stream.
Yeah, and that sometimes I guess happens. It's the commentator's curse. The stream deck of it all is that you have sometimes where you're rolling big and you're going crazy, and then other times now you're back to this. But I will say that with the record of the 3-2, even going into this, you're not quite out yet. These rounds are long. We have a couple more to go, and you can definitely win it out to try to squeeze your way into definitely top 16, but also that top 8 slot. There'll be a few that can make it today. And so maybe we'll see Champions of Poseidon slide in there with the other Ectopossums, the Moths, and I want to say Champions of Keone are going to come back up in there in a big way.
I wonder if Rookie was the Champion of Poseidon they wanted to show in round 3. It was Champion Poseidon, Hera, and Moth, maybe? I forget what it was.
Champion Poseidon, Bear Bomb, and
Bear Bomb.
Yeah, another one.
Definitely a situation where I'm just curious to know how can't wait to see what the list is like. I want to talk to him about what that looked like in terms of you getting 3-1, but still, you played well. You showed us some cool things. Can't help when they just have the earthquake. Can't really do much about that. Otherwise, I think it was a really fine game for both sides. So again, congratulations to Vanside. Keep going, Rookie. It's not over yet. Keep up in the round. Good luck in round 6 and 7. And we'll see what happens for you going to Top Cut.
Yeah, and I will say, I looking at the decks, I'm happy to now finally have a place where I can slap in some Lumavales, because I happened to get a couple of them. And I know after the last premiere, I took some notes. I put away the beautiful Stellar Lumavale from Card Party. But that's not to say I don't have my full art with me today, because this card is equally as gorgeous. And I cannot wait to pick up the remaining 2 of these. We have Dallas later this year. Shout outs to the hometown, but also Fort Lauderdale. We have a deck that I can play these cards in, and they're absolutely gorgeous. I'm so excited to experience that later on this year. It is very soon coming up, and we have a lot of casters looking to not only get these promos, hang out at the card party, but also compete against some of the best Elestrals players in the game going to the Florida realm.
I know the sentiment about Card Party is definitely picked up after the first one, because everyone heard Card Party was going on, yada, yada, yada. Then everyone saw it. Then everyone saw the vlogs from the Nobby YouTube channel. Then everybody saw the commotion about the Lumavels and seeing them in person, how beautiful they are. Then everybody saw the reveal of the Stellars, and then everybody saw the tournament and how Adam got their invite to Worlds from Card Party. I believe the Dallas one, Dallas Card Party, is going to be insane, and the Fort Lauderdale will pop off even harder. So if you haven't done so yet, you can still plan yourself to go. Do you know when it's happening as well? I think you're going, right?
Yeah, we have this will be July. We have a couple more weeks left, but a month left until the July card party for Fort Lauderdale. It's July 24th and 26th. Pick up that Lumavale Exalted form, and also these beautiful event packs and the Stellar Twilix and the Full Art Twilix for the tournament prizing as well. The event packs are crazy. I'll just say it here. I hadn't seen them before. I think they were premiered at the card party events for the new season. They did a phenomenal job with these. These full art stadiums look insane. The spirits are crazy. And again, those Twilixes and the Lumavales are to die for. They are so gorgeous.
I call dibs on all your Stellar Flurry for us.
Hey, I've got a couple so far. So next time I see you, I got some trades. They do look incredible. And the competition, like you mentioned, with Adam winning the last one, getting their ticket straight to Worlds. If you are interested, I recommend going to the Play Network. You can scan the QR code on screen to learn more about the event now. But if you are interested, make sure you go to play.elestrals and mark as interested to let everyone know that you are hype and are going. There's still some slots left, but yeah, it's filling up quite a bit. The Florida crew represents.
Florida shows up and shows out despite their drinking water, but all this
true. So true.
I'm sorry, I got a little vendetta. But all the same though, I think it's gonna be a really exciting time. Why isn't my Florida Stellar?
Ooh, you gotta swap it out. You gotta get into the new shiny forest. Yeah.
What's going on? Like, we got a whole new I want my shiny Centaur I pulled right here on the no, hold up, wait. Right here.
There you go.
Yeah, right, just hanging right there behind my back. All of that. Come on, give me my Stellar Flora. All the same though. Yeah, it's a really exciting time to be going into Elestrals. They are turning it up. They said, we understand live stream was around for a lot longer than anyone was expected. Sunstrike about to go crazy. The sun is bright, the fire is burning, and we are getting all the moves out there. Locals are popping off. The events are going off. Card parties popping off. Premieres are popping off. We have competition popping off. I cannot wait to see how the game continues to grow. 10,000 years of Elestrals. I want nothing more. Awaken is happening soon. I'm just a fanboy. I'm sorry. I'm going to hug my Sunstrike box.
No, I am so excited for the future of Elestrals. I mentioned Awakened earlier inside of this stream as well and I think that outside of just the bigger projects, just the small moments have been incredible too. I have been looking at so many decks from this new set and trying to build and refine and master. Obviously, one of my big predictions was the Lumaru and the Champion of Ares. Love that deck a lot. The Champion is a Poseidoner, super cool. For a long time, people were like, Moth is the end-all be-all, the big boogeyman. People had like a little bit of a meta shift now with the possums. It's a lot of really interesting stuff under the surface. And I know that people are going to be eyeing this tournament to see what happens next. There's been rumblings and rumors of balance and the changes that we will be seeing inside the format too. So, I think while I really enjoy a lot of aspects of this, again, very curious to know how all these decks shape out in the future. One day, Champion of Ares will be the best deck in this game.
I believe it. I believe it. It has way too much going for it, way too much power behind it, way too much ease of casting for it to be anything bad. Like Nebulio, base Nebulio was insane. Now we can play two. you can't tell me otherwise. I can super enchant Elestrals to my field. I can buff up all of my dudes by +2, +2, +3, +3, +4, +4 if I play that well. I can search out anything that I absolutely need. Ares has way too much going for it. One day.
It's a big Guardian of the Fleece was a card that was premiered back in Daybreak. That card, so funny to me because it is just like, this will be the craziest card in existence one day. Target a card. If it has an artifact enchanted with it, then you get to target destroy a card. Artifact control is real and it can hurt you. And Ares is definitely the way to do it. That Ruminous is just killer for that strategy.
I want to play just a small little thought experiment with you, Swole.
Okay.
You mentioned solar, and I just like it's something that's always been on my mind. There are 8 elements in this game. We have a lot of elements that blend well, but there are some that just have not really found their prowess. An example being, despite what Hephaestus is doing, and despite base Vituga clearly wanting to support both elements, Earth and Fire haven't felt that real synergistic blend. Same thing for another element that just feels thematically right, and that's Earth and Solar. I don't think there's any Earth and Solar cards right now that I can think of. So my question to you is, what 2 to 3 elements do you wish you could play in one cohesive build? I already know you're trying Earth and Frost. I know you're trying that one, but like, what else? What are you really trying to be like? I want to play these elements.
I can flip through my binder and I can give you a couple answers, but the big one is back in the day, when I was opening up some Shattered Stars, I found a trusty in Fornax. And I said to myself, man, what is this doing in here? But more importantly, I have yet to see a Fire Wind deck really take shape. And I thought with Moth, we'd get the ability to do so. But in Fornax, as crazy of a card as this is, I have yet to see this thing really work itself out. We also have Sirocco inside of the counter rune suite, which could be kind of cool with it. So Wind, Fire is definitely one of them. The other one, and this is a big brain theory off of the Catarant art that I saw revealed for Shattered Stars. The champion of Kione, Catarant, with its foretelling, getting chased by the Nixamera, the Risen form.
Okay.
We haven't really seen Frost Lunar take shape yet. Titled forms of Fallen form and Risen form. And I don't even know if you do double titles. Is that possible? I mean, I guess we have the champion of Artemis, Escape from Tartarus. But the idea of the lore side of the Catarant, the Kione, and dare I say some underworld-centric divines that might be looming out there for the next set. I would love to see Frost Lunar get its hand in hand, specifically in Nixamera. I would love some Nixamera titled forms in that way. That engine is so cool, and Frost Lunar I think fits that very well.
Well, if we go by themes of Divine Champions in the name, we know that Frost and Lunar are going to be a focus of Snowshade. That's an assumption. So you may very well get your wish there. I do like that. I think that this, especially with Nixamera, like being the sun and the moon of it all, like that would be a very cool blend to have that be expounded upon. So I would love that. Give me some champion Nixameras, from base Bunnets. Heck yeah. I want to go back to what you said about wind and fire, because I know everyone hates burn, but thematically, hear me out, right? Here's my burn list. It's a very strong burn list. It doesn't burn for anything more than 2. But the more wind you have in play, the more the fire cards actually get to burn or lower stats or burn cards from your hand or anything like that. So the idea of the strategy would be, here's my fire. I'm making it bigger with the winds around me. So now instead of making you discard 1 card, I'm making you discard 2 or 3. Now instead of making you burn 1 spirit, you're burning 2 or 3. So it's a fight, like you build the inferno. Think of it like Survivor. You got to get to that you got to burn the string at the top, right? Get to the top, build the inferno. That could be a perfect idea just for thematically a wind fire deck.
Yeah.
And then compounded with the Fornax. Yeah.
And the idea is that you light a card on fire, you put it on the mat, and then you blow the fire to make it larger. And Elestrals does not condone, nor do they endorse lighting fires of cards and placing yourself into a larger and larger inferno by slowly, and this, we can't slowly feeding the flame until it engulfs the entirety of the play arena. Yes, absolutely not. That that I think would be crazy for a deck archetype. I agree.
How did we get here?
I don't know either. You know, Sunstrike came out a couple months ago. So
all right, so hear me out. New Earth Scout, Smokey, right? Stop the fire. What's going on? But yeah, I would love to know you guys as well. What elements are you just like, I really want to play these two elements together? I said mine earlier, Earth and Solar. Let us know using hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials. I want to know. I want to know what you guys are thinking.
I also too would love to know everyone's combinations of deck archetypes support that they haven't quite see meshed out yet. Again, Elestrals is expanding as ever, getting a lot of really great new stuff. So always keep an eye out for that. And I have been told that we have a Shattered Stars Ethereal card to look at. We've been getting a lot of reveals in this reveal season. We've seen a ton of them come out on the day, and we have one to reveal today, and we'll be looking at it here. It's an exclusive reveal to just this stream. So if you're tuning in now, then congratulations. If someone is not here that you know would love to see it, then get them here. We'll be revealing it shortly and talking about it. I've been loving these new Shattered Stars Ethereal artworks. The spirits, of course, we know are killer. The divines. The Apollo divine is so cool. It looks so good.
Oh, Apollo, yeah. I was thinking,
crazy.
I thought you were saying Poseidon. Poseidon is cool, but Apollo, but yeah, absolutely. No, speaking of Apollo, though, Keon looks vicious. Like in all the best way, the color scheme is gorgeous. I don't understand. Like we already knew this other divines are going to be insane, but man, they are cooking every single time. I love how Demeter still keeps her ethereal self. No pun intended. But like ethereal, I am relaxed. I am at peace. Y'all can be all edgy over there. I got mine. I'm here. I
think. Okay, who have we not seen so far? I think we're complete, aren't we?
Hephaestus, Poseidon. We've seen Zeus. We haven't seen Aeolus.
Divine Aeolus? Ooh, wait a minute.
We haven't seen Stellar Aeolus yet.
Oh my God.
We have
killer.
Artemis. We have Artemis. We have, what's the other one? Frost, Keo. We have seen Keo. We've seen Apollo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming we're going to stick with
Hestia as well.
Well, yeah, I'm assuming we're going to stick with the base 8 right now. But if we do move up, then we have Hestia and Hermes after that.
Oh, Stellar Hermes would be so good looking.
And then it's Dionysus, which you already seen thanks to Andrew. And Aphrodite, Aphrodite's in the set, right?
Yeah, Stellar Aphrodite we know we will see as well, along with the Starbit stuff. I think it's so cool to see. I love the artworks. Some of my favorites, again, I know earlier today, or I guess in the evening if you're across the pond, that KG revealed the new Nemesail art. Have you seen the new Nemesail? It looks pretty killer.
I did. It's a very good artwork. I cannot believe just how far the Elestrals team keeps popping off with the artwork. It's just phenomenal every single time.
Yeah, I love that one. The Catarant, super cute. The kind of lore side foretelling of foreseeing the Nyxamera coming at it. That was really cool. Very, very sad as well, but I liked it.
The Constellation Hydrake is the new best Hydrake art.
Oh,
and that's so tough to say because they got the 5 faces of Drake art, which is adorable. Yeah, tag yourself. I'm the one at the bottom. But that Constellation Stellar, it's gorgeous. Like genuinely, my jaw dropped when A-Drive showed that one off.
Oh god, it's so killer. The Locagon looks great. I love how they've been continuing the Constellation artworks too, and really expanding upon them. And the one big thing, we've been seeing some of the Constellation arts inside of the tournament today. We saw an Astrabbit that was milled from Van Side's deck, and it's such a huge difference to see the Constellations of today versus yesterday. And that Locagon, I think, is really good looking. I love Champ Locagon. It's one of my favorite cards in the game. And Locagon as a whole, that Stellar is gorgeous. The Constellation looks great.
I don't know if it's just to match the stellar coloring of the Elestrals, but every one of the Stellars showed off so far that I can remember have like a red hue to them. And I just think that the contrast between the Elestral at the bottom looking up at it, going up to the space, it just makes it all just much more beautiful. So that's also a really nice touch. Speaking of Stellars, have you seen Dougie?
Stellar Dougie, that's my go. Absolutely.
Yeah, that artwork is great. I was like, yo, look at Dougie. This thing is gorgeous. I need that sticker. Also, speaking of the stickers, dog, I cannot wait to slap those stickers all over my bottle. Like, for real, they're so nice.
The full art stickers to see, like, the whole artwork. The Elestrals art team is hands down the best in the biz. And it's crazy that we now get to see some of these artworks in their like full capacity. It's so good looking. I love it all. So yeah, I'll be sticking those too. I have a stack of stickers right in front of me that I need to do something with, and I cannot wait to add this to this collection.
It started with the cards. Remember, they started doing it with the promotional cards, the full art, and they give you this. Now they said, you know what? Let's just slap this on a sticker. And you know what? Do it more. Go back and reverse the other ones that you haven't done. I would love for, like, I think my kid would love a lot of these as well because she loves her stickers. They
are so fun. And again, if you're just tuning into the stream now and have not heard, we are getting word that we are looking at an exclusive Shattered Stars Ethereal reveal today. I'm so happy that we get to show it off to y'all. And if you aren't here or someone you know is not here, get them into the stream now. Let them know that they're gonna miss some magic. The arts that we've been seeing so far are crazy, and I've loved what we've seen so far. Everything from the new divines, the stellars on the new constellation arts are crazy. The Apollo, love the Apollo.
Beautiful.
Absolutely insane. Pelquaris is also pretty cool too. Shout out to the pink pelican.
I have to ask you, like, real quick, what kind of reveal do you think we're going to get? Are we going to get a spirit, a rune, or an Elestral?
Ooh, I'm calling Elestral. I'm calling Elestral on this one. I'll go on the other side.
We're going to get a rune, maybe an Omni rune.
Oh, an Omni rune would be really cool. Have we seen?
We got Stellar Gaze, right?
We have Gorgons in the constellation rare from the previous Shattered Stars.
Did we not get Stellar Gorgons from from the was it the tournament packs?
Yeah, we've seen that so far. But in the ethereal, I don't know. I also love, by the way, the felt spirits in this set are crazy. Big fan of those.
They are very cute. I'm mad that A-Drive is keeping all the felt spirits in person. Cause like, give me. Give me. But yeah, they're very cute. I think the ethereal spirits are definitely a huge chase. They are just fantastically designed in there as well. So I would say keep an eye out on them. They said that this is going to be like an 80 card set or something like that.
Yeah, it's
85.
Absolutely insane. And between the full art spirits, the gorgeous stellars that you can be getting, and the exclusive artworks that Shattered Stars has always been known for. Shattered Stars has such cool works of art from plenty of talented artists and some of the best inside of card games, period. So I cannot wait to see how it develops and plays out. And there's a wish list now too to get more information and to know more about Shattered Stars Ethereal. And that's gonna be killer.
9 times out of 10, all the art that I use is coming from Shattered Stars. Like back when it was this. Oh, here we go. Hold up. I don't know if y'all can see it. They changed it on our end.
Oh God, I think we're getting a slow reveal from our side. They're giving us
Who's
time
that Elestral reveal?
Be really funny if the game of Who's That Elestrals is a new art we've never even seen before. That would be.
Yeah, that'd be funny. I can't imagine they would do that to anybody.
Yeah, when do we do that? Was that y'all? Y'all get the Champ Drakid? Is that what happened?
It was me and Kay.
All right, that took forever. I was like, man, what is this?
It was foamy. It was foamy. Like, is it Poseidon? Is it Aphrodite? And it turns out it could have been either one.
That's right. That's right. Man, yeah, I'm glad that I didn't have to do that one with y'all because I would never have guessed it. I would have lost points every single time immediately.
We got to bring back Who's That Election. That's a good time just for some goofiness.
Yeah. All right. It looks like we're getting word that we're getting a card reveal soon.
All right. So once it begins, all right, here we go. What?
Oh!
What?
Full art Sandstorm?
He beat both what? This is a card that I think a lot of people should be considering very soon. Because, like, we already know Aeolus is powerful. Every Elestral is not Earth Enchanted, return it to hand if it's in defense. Hebufin loves it in defense. Beautiful artwork.
This card's crazy. You know, it's also wild. Six was rocking up with this card inside their deck just like a week ago. This thing, I went very, very hard inside the Dougie and the Dugabus strategy. And I cannot wait to see what this card does. Sandstorm's always been one of those ones since Frostfall that we just like are like waiting for this card to go crazy on. Look at the artwork here with the little fin dust in the bottom, the Bufin coming through.
This is beautiful. Actually beautiful.
Dang, this is good looking. Man, Shattered Stars keeps on getting better and better.
You know what? I actually had this card being used against me in Elestrals at one time. I wasn't happy about it. It was that and Mudslide.
Mudslide, okay, that's some throwbacks on that one. Sandstorm is crazy. Got to dust off those Frostfall boxes. You know, even better for that Bogo that was they're going down trying to hunt for that Stellar Cryoscorch. Sandstorm, got to brush them off. Get you some Habufin action in there.
Hey, there's value in that cold Frostfall at checkout.
Yeah, this thing is crazy. Okay, I gotta get me some of these Sandstorms immediately.
Yeah, for sure. This is if I pull this, I'm thrilled about it. I cannot wait to see what the pull rate's going to be like for this because they are loading these packs.
Yeah, I'm slapping this into. I think so. Again, Six ran this card in a premiere just like a week ago. He was going crazy with it with Sandstorm. Insane card for that Dugabus Earth strategy, but also OG Habufin line with the champion of Aeolus Habufins and Fin Dust. Maybe this deck is real. Maybe this deck is real.
I don't see why you can't put this in any Earth list right now. Like taking any 1 or 2 win cards and you can play Sandstorm, switch everything to defense. We already know that Tsunami is good. Who doesn't love manual Tsunami? Who doesn't love Tsunami on invoke speed? Who doesn't love Tsunami on my command? That's exactly what this is for any Earth list right now.
Oh yeah, it's honestly in some cases even better. You know, Dionysus has a very beautiful card called Dionysus Madness, allowing you to change position, add back this card, and bounce that to hand. This card just becomes an additional copy of Earthquake inside of your deck, and just for the low cost of an additional Wind Spirit. Yeah, I think it's killer.
That's that value because normally you can only switch the Elestral that you Daze or Enrage. You can switch their position. So yeah, that's a really nice combo you can do with that as well. Also goes back to just a really nice strategy and combo I like on that one. Yeah, I want that Sandstorm. I need that Sandstorm. My collection wants Sandstorm. I already have a space in my binder for Sandstorm. All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, very on the Darude there. I would say that's I cannot wait for Shattered Stars Ethereal. Obviously, the wish list is out now. You can go and wish list get some more information about Shattered Stars Ethereal. Every single reveal that's been happening. If that has not hyped you up for this set, then I don't know really what's going on. The beautiful spirits, the amazing Stellar Divines, and now some crazy Fall Art runes like Cryoblast and Sandstorm. Yeah, we're in there.
I was way off from my guess of an Omni. Well, not way off. I said rune, not Omni, but still very, very cool. Very cool reveal for that one. Man, that was a nice way to cap that off.
Yeah, big fan. I'm looking forward to it. I will be hunting for everything down there, as well as hunting for some amazing Elestrals action here very, very soon as we get into our round 6 of the day. And I'll leave you off with PK and Andrew to commentate that one. Hopefully it's as electrifying as our previous rounds. We'll be on a short break, but we'll be right back into the action soon.
Webcam Premier Tournament. My name is PKSparkxx, joined by Andrew. We will be your commentary duo for round 6. Andrew, you had a good break. Did you enjoy that last round?
Get on hashtag play Elestrals. You can see my live reaction to Porcutide hitting the field and doing something in the year of our Elestrals 2026. What a moment on stream, PK. We love to see sleeper hits like that. Speaking of sleeper hits, full art Sandstorm, let's go do some crazy things with Fin Dust when Ethereal drops.
I cannot wait for that card. It is such a beauty. I love seeing the little Fin Dust spinning around the base center, poofing up there on top, just like, yeah, dog, but I'm here though. So I cannot wait to see how that was going to work out. But yeah, our round 6 matchup coming up. So likely we're going to be featuring casters that are either on the cusp of getting the top cut or are sitting at a 1 record. But we're going to see what we have going in store. The going by the play match we have on screen, we have some heavy hitters coming up, Andrew.
Whoa, not too many spoilers yet, PK. We'll let our stream get.
I just said heavy hitters. I'm going by the play match alone.
Heavy hitters, yeah. It's going to be exciting. I was telling Swole earlier, I think my dream for today would be if we get a real amuse-bouche of Top Cut where we get like Bo on Hera, someone on Lunar, someone on Moth, someone on Fire Artifacts. Like let's get one of everything in Top Cut today.
I cannot wait to see how our predictions are going. I know that I've showed up with Hera and Stratomoth. I know that we had Swole predictions were P-Gus, which did show off, and I do forget the other one for Swole. The other prediction.
Lumaru or Rumarus, which it was either the 1-drop or the 2-drop. I don't remember which.
It was. I think I mean by Champ Lumaru. And then yours as well. Majersa also did show up on stream. And what was your other one?
Ectopossum hit the field a couple. Times.
We definitely we definitely saw Ectopossum as well. So I mean, hey, we're all showing up. Can't wait to see what the predictions hold for us all at the end. But this matchup has just been. This matchup is going to be really fun, and I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see. Hopefully, we have an Ares pop through. That'd be very cool. Maybe there's a Brontigal somewhere out there. That'd be fun to see. I'm anxious.
Just run back Brontiglow. No Sunstrike cards. We're just running back Brontiglow.
I mean, it was already perfect.
You don't mess with perfection. You
don't mess with perfection. Like, you got Thunderstorm. All you can do is add to perfection. Give me Thunderstorm on counter. Wait, no. Because last time we got Eruption on counter rune, we got Jealousy.
Thunderstorm counter rune, I put a Thunder on your field in the end phase if you're not a Thunder card.
Imagine if High Voltage happened to be a Thunderstorm card. Ooh, you daze and you get to ascend to a Brontiglow. Oh, look at the names.
We got some high up casters here. We got Brewlock, who has all of the accolades, a premier champion, top 16, top 4, top 32, and Rin, who has been a premier champion and a top 64 at the Dallas Open. I think this is going to be an amazing showing today.
These two casters have showed up and showed out before, always consistently in the community, and most importantly, in the top cut one way or another. Last time I remember Brewlock really showing up here was with Dionysus. As a matter of fact, was one of the ones that really showed a new line for Dionysus. Like, hey, you don't need Jotaya at 3. Put it at 2. And really just showed it up for everybody. Vren, another caster who has, premier champion in the past as well, so really does understand what this game is about. Can I wait to see what these two casters can do now that we have 100 new cards from Sunstrike?
Both of these casters are 4-1 today. Now, maybe getting top 16 is possible once you have 2 losses. Top 8, probably unlikely given the number of casters we have here today. There are 2 rounds left, but the one who loses this match is probably going to lost to their shot at getting top 8 today.
There is a lot on the line when you get to the top tables in round 6, especially round 7. You never really know how things can pan out, so you want to put your best foot forward no matter what. But if you're going to take a loss, now's the time to do so, because these are other competitors who are around your level, and that means that your resistance is going to be a little bit higher in the grand scheme. So if you're going to, round 6 is like not the worst.
Yeah, get some good tiebreakers losing to someone who's really good at the game.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh man, I lost, but it was to the undefeated person in Swiss. I'm good, you know?
Yeah.
So you never really know, is why you want to keep things going. But Brulak and Ren looks like they're just about ready to go. Both of our casters are 4-1 at this moment. You always want to wonder what that 1 is about. So I cannot wait to see what this is going to be for either of these casters. Just to put an air out there, let's say we have Lunar versus smiley face. Thanks, Ren. Lunar versus, I don't want to say Hera.
Ares?
No, I'm going to say Hephaestus. Lunar versus Hephaestus. That's what I'm putting out there. What do you think?
Okay. So you opened this before we knew the caster saying you'd love to see Ares. Now we're throwing that out the window. No Ares this match.
No, I would love Ares. Don't get me wrong.
Oh.
I don't think it's here.
Oh, that's fair.
Just going by these, now that I see what the casters are, who the casters are, I'm like, maybe not. But if anyone were to use Ares, I can see Brulak being the one.
Hey, Brulak doing like mono solar Ares, doing the Earth style run back.
That'd be cool. But looks like we are ready to begin round 6. Or just about to be. Brulak will be going first. So when these 2 casters are ready, then we will switch over. But don't forget to let us know who you are rooting for using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on social. And make sure you look at what Andrew said about Porcupine in the last round, because I'm sure he was as flabbergasted as we were. Looks like our matchup is ready to go. Brulak versus Ren. Round 6. Brulak on the play. Let's find out what these 2 casters are playing with us today. Why is there a 25? And do you already have the NBT Divine? What's going on here? All right, so it looks like Brulak is on the play, and we are considering a mulligan. And you can see now what I mean when I say, judging by the play match, we got some heavy hitters, because that Blitztrix is not won by everybody.
That's
Comagma! Sulfury by Brulak! I'm assuming
Fire discard is in the house. So Comagma lets you draw a card and discard a card. I can't quite catch what got discarded there. It looks like it's an Altar of Stars, maybe?
I think that's Altar, yeah. Wow. And then we have a face down as well. So, I mean, a decent presence on the board. Let's see how this plays out as Ren sets 3 back row and 4 for a huge divine play. That's Ares. Wait, no, it's Hera. Hera? It's Hera! Hera, my queen. Hera is on the field. We're going to be returning a spirit to switch the stats of everything. And wait, do we have a spirit to even return? Are you able to return a spirit from Hera without returning one from Underworld to Hera?
Yeah.
Oh! You know what? It just didn't click to me. All right, that's valuable. So yeah, you get that one off, but here comes the second one, and there's a Pandora's box here, or Gorga's Gates. Gorga's Gates, you're in trouble.
That's right. Brulak here trying to get their engine off to the races. You know, Comagma in the past has been used for drawing cards, but being able to discard cards is super important if this is a Sulfury deck, because you need to discard your Brimscale, discard your Sulfury to get them into play effectively. Well, and what we see here is a Tongs going on to the Comagma here. That's going to make Comagma a huge threat. If Comagma successfully gets to run over the Astrabbit, Brulak will be able to discard a card to destroy something on the field.
Right now, the attack of Astrabbit is going in, and we have a face down being flipped. Looks like that is Altar. Whoa, that is a crazy expensive Altar. It does get you past the turn, but losing the 2 extra spirit or 1 extra spirit off of the Tong and the Tong itself is kind of crazy. But it does switch the Astrabbit to defense, and it allows Comagma to trigger again, discarding Smotuga. Yeah, Smotuga. That's, man, what is this hand?
Okay, and that is Champ Smoltuga, right? That's
Champion Smoltuga.
Okay.
We are what?
Hard
Sulfury!
That is full art Sulfury PK with 2 spirits on the Comagma. Brulak can hard ascend into the Sulfury. When it hits the field, it can blow something up, and now the Sulfury is burning away everything Rin has.
Yeah, destroying the Estrada, getting rid of it, but we are sending the Sulfury to Underworld. We missed a crucial play there. A face down was used, and I missed which one it was, but it was enough to destroy the Sulfury. So maybe a PTA? Yeah. And now we have the beautiful Clash Estrada art coming out here, getting the search of the 3. So, I mean, that was an expensive play, but I'd rather deal with an extra -3 spirits than an extra Sulfury on board. And the fact that you had a hardest into it kind of lets you know Bulak is kind of hurting for Elestrals right now.
That's true. Rin here dropping the attack rabbit, the beautiful attack rabbit. We love getting a card doing 1 damage. Brewlock having a Sulfury in Underworld, though, is not the end of the world because you can start doing the shenanigans to bring it back by returning it to hand.
For sure. Fumivore is absolutely a card you want, but you still need the spirits on board to enact it. But it looks like we're expending to draw. That's exactly what it is, and goes to show, like, I think Rin does have a good read on the play here. And now with Hera on board, we're going to be consistently getting our spirits back from Underworld. So we're healing up just as much as we lost all that. As we are casting out, can't quite make that one out.
I believe that is a Quackle, champion of Hera.
Yeah, it looks like it is, and we're going to be bouncing that back to play out Champion Magneros. Magneros, champion of Hera, I should specify. But yeah, it looks like that was a Jotun that was played out as well. Okay, so Jotun searched out Magneros, so now we can bounce a Thunder or a champion of Hera to bring it to the field. But it looks like we are tagging out the Jotun, which I do love the strategy because now you can do the bounce with Hera and search out a 2 or 3 cost champion of Hera with Jotun on the next turn. So I'm glad that we're saving those resources. And now Brewlock is stuck mulling. What are we going to use? And we're using Gorgon's Gaze to. I feel like this is a little too soon, but Gorgon's Gaze is going to be used to stop an attack, and another one goes through. I don't know if I agree with that one, Andrew.
Yeah, I think you would have just taken the 2 here, but maybe there's a reason they wanted the extra spirit in the Underworld.
Fumivore using another spirit to target any fire Elestral or card in the Underworld, bringing back Cold Magma to try to dig for something and threatening the Estrada on board.
Yep, Comagum is going to be able to come out. If there is a Brim Scale in hand, Broomlock can discard it and ascend to it here, which may get them back in the game.
Well, let's see how it works as we are discarding. We're looking over our face down. That is Hephaestus's Jealousy. What are we going to put the other fire spirit on? May it be the Hera?
I think it is going on the Magneros there.
Yeah, it's probably it. So we're going to run over the Estrada and get over the Magneros, which does get rid of a lot of bodies. But if you can't set into the back row, Hera is going to return a spirit, and then Jotun can search out a 1, 2, or 3 cost champion of Hera as well. So not exactly the best board presence, which is stopped anyway by Tsunami.
That is right. And also, I noticed we had a Krakatuga discarded from Brewlock there, which means this is like Soul Fury Turtles, which is something I didn't expect we would be seeing today. I'm shocked by the play. We saw this the Champions Motuga earlier, and now just more confirmation that the hand may not be looking so great. Again, we saw a hard ascension to Soul Fury, which was very fun, don't get me wrong. But now we're just stuck here trying to make things work as we have the Jotun being cast out again here, and a new face down, another Gorgon's Gaze, paying off of the Comagma and one from the Spirit deck. But I mean, you have to, right? But where's the value? What? Oh, wait, this is the Elestral. I didn't even realize the platypus over there. Yep.
I didn't even notice the platypus. So, yeah, platypus buffing. Wait. Comagma's a 2 defense, right?
Correct.
And platypus only buffs champions of Hera, if I recall correctly. Looks like the game state's been accepted, so we're going to let that one go. But it wasn't looking that great for Black in the grand scheme. So that game 1 is going to go to rid of that one. And we saw the best of Hera show up and show out right there. That consistent healing, that +1/+1/+1, down the line, you're like, wait a minute, how did they get this far in the deficit?
Hey, the Sulfury hit the board early, but luckily Rin had the answers to stop it from causing them troubles. We'll have to see how it goes into game 2 here. It really seemed like Brewlock just kind of drew all the cards they didn't want to draw.
Yeah.
You know, we
even
saw
with
them
the deep drawing too. What was that? 4 Comagma triggers?
About 4 Comagma triggers, that's right. And just never saw the Brimscale to discard and get the Ascend off.
It was a pretty rough scenario, but again, sometimes any game can go like that. We had to see how Brewlock adjusts for game 2, but Hera was very consistent, low to the ground, and that's like the real strength of Hera is that, you know, we're not doing any big, I'm saying we like I'm in the seat. Hera's not doing any major flashy plays, but it's consistent and it's pestering. So much so you're just like, man, I cannot get past all of these little dudes because Platypus giving +1, Magneros returning a Jolton so we can keep up their value, Crackle potentially giving a -2. There's a lot there, but Fire's consistent. Fire has a lot of power behind it. Just because game 1 went that easily doesn't mean game 2 will.
That's right. There is always a chance to swing back here. I mean, we don't know what kind of brew Rin is on. We only saw the low to the ground part of the deck. Maybe they have to do 3 mulligans this time, like we saw Bo do earlier in the day, and Brewlock gets to run away with it. Maybe Brewlock gets a Brimscale on the field turn 1 this time instead. There's a lot of new variables that could happen in game 2 here. Either way, I assume Rin sided in Catabasis expeditiously.
I mean, you have to, right? Especially if you have the room for it. I know that is a card that has been heavily sided recently, so hopefully it's in Rin's pocket as well. But Rin is going for a mulligan. That's definitely what Brewlock wants to see. But at the same time, just any deck that doesn't mind a mulligan, Hera is one of them.
That's right. It doesn't feel too bad to mulligan when you will just heal those spirits back anyway. We are also... Oh, we're not getting a mulligan from Brewlock. We're getting a full Krakatuga line on turn 1 here.
That is the Champs Motuga and a reveal. We are burning immediately. You have to... So now the question is, can you outburn Hera?
I'm not sure you need to outburn Hera. You just activate Hephaestus Jealousy on your opponent's turn and counter rune speed destroy something.
Well, I mean, like the strategy. Can you burn Hera out enough before it can't really heal as much as you want? But you're absolutely
you just use Jealousy to pop the Hera, and then they can't heal.
I mean, there's 2 more in the deck. Hey, if there's a will, there's a way. Is that it? There's a will, there's a way.
If there's a Jealousy, there's a pop.
All right, then, man. We have Ren with
never
the
mind.
play
I
here.
believe that was a resting on the laurels that took out the Krakatuga there.
I believe that was it, and now we're going for Quackle, which is going to search out Hera. You have to wonder if Ren is going to be so bold as to go for a fully enchanted Hera again. But we're already down 13 spirits, but this is the time to do so. And we have 1 face down coming out, and hit for 1, keeping it simple. Hera is in hand. We're not getting overzealous.
Yep, holding the Hera. If that was a Jealousy, it is good to avoid. Even without Krakatuga on field, the Jealousy could get rid of the Hera, which could be problematic for Rin, given the already halfway through their spirits almost.
Let's see what Brewlock has in store. We know there's a lot of deep draw potential. Unfortunately, having to lose a Krakatuga so early is absolutely rough. But we're going to be dropping out. Can you make that out?
That is the Gem Frame Noxid, which is going to attempt to add Krakatuga back to hand, but that is going to get stopped by a Gorgon's Gaze here.
Yeah, that's valuable. And now you stop the attack. You save your Quackle. You save the burning later from Krakatuga. Very nice. We have a draw here. And, all right, for Spirit Deck. And we're playing Hera right now. 2 phase down of Brewlock. One of them could be in phase Eruption. But right now, we're going to recycle a Spirit, try to get our Spirit Deck looking a little healthy again. Let's see what the normal action will be for this turn, too.
It's going to be... Yep, the Scepter
of Hera.
Yep.
So now the Quackle is sitting at 4... I'm trying to remember the stats. 4/6.
4/6. That is right, and it will buff all of the other
Oh,
Imperial!
Disenchanting 3 from the field, and now you really have to ask yourself, even if I do have jealousy, we have Tsunami. Never mind. Do we have Tsunami and jealousy? Because that would be a very powerful play. We do! Completely threatening the board. And Imperial goes down.
All right, that turn nothing happened. We'll just everything that happened that turn just went away. It's totally fine.
But no dude still for Brulok, and that's the problem here. You gotta be able to do at least some damage to the spirit deck, otherwise Hera's just gonna run wild. And the fact that Imperial came out being such a huge distraction for the Hera, meaning that you're playing well in the long game. Like that tells you I have no other way to deal with this Imperial. So I need to prioritize that and hope I can find an answer for Hera down the line. So you keep healing. Now you have a Strabbit to get more advantage. And Crackle did go to defense here, but I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, Quackle will probably swing in for the 1 damage. Not a lot of reason to leave it in defense here. The real question is Brulok going to draw a body to start making progress again next turn, or are they just going to be stuck with runes in their back row?
Let's see how this one goes. Comagma can come out at any time. You have to wonder if there's also the Hell Melt Smell Tongue combo for Brulok as well. Like how far into Comagma are they willing to go? And they're using it for more than just a draw engine, but we just had to expend to draw. I think on the next turn, you just re-enchant and Strabbit, get more advantage, and just go in for damage. You got to push advantage while you got it.
Yeah, Brulok here, unfortunately, 2 turns of not being able to do anything means that despite being well up on spirits a couple of turns ago, is going to be brought low below Ren this turn.
I'm sorry, I was wrong. You don't want to re-enchant. You want to cast a new Strabbit. That's my bad.
That is the ideal option, and then we play Circle of the Sky to activate Rabbit a second time,
don't get me started on Circle of the Sky! But yeah, this is a really tough play. We are also recycling a spirit thanks to Hera. We're putting everything into attack. That's a new... we're bouncing the Quackle! Now, that's rough because you are losing your Scepter of Hera, but you are getting a... Wait. You can cast out Quackle to search out another Hera on the next turn.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, that's powerful. And now we're hitting for 3. Well, threatening 3 damage. I think we're waiting for the official play to go through. And yeah, I mean, what do you do if you're Brulok? How do you answer this board?
Really hope you have Comagma and Brimscale in hand right now. Or Tsunami to stem the bleeding. Tsunami will buy Brulok another turn here, taking 1 damage instead of 4. And hopefully Brulok has what they need in hand to start doing it.
That's the second one as well, so it's not impossible. Just gotta... okay, here we go. We got, I believe that's Volcari's Champion of Hephaestus, searching out Hephaestus. So we are on the board, and we can start recycling our Fire Spirits as well. You just want to flex a Stellar Hephaestus. I see you.
If we have the tongs, we can cast it for free after searching it with Hephaestus. Assuming Ren does not have a Pandora's box back there, this will allow Brulok to start making a big dent into this board Ren has.
Let's see what happens. If Tongs is on the board, it is such an efficient card at breaking apart any Hera board. So if you can stop it in any way, you want to do it before it goes out. The spirit deck is at 4, but the spirits on board are building up. I'm pretty sure we saw Alter as well from Brulok, so now we're set up for that play in the future as well. A lot of safety and options for Brulok just opened up from that one Champion Volcari's play.
That's right, and even if Ren has a Tsunami back there, Tongs does also give a defense boost, so Volcari's isn't as easy to run over as it normally would be in either direction.
Let's see how this one plays out, and if there was definitely Fire cards in hand, Smell Tongue or Hellmelt would be amazing right now. But we're going to be threatening in the attack, and what face downs runes can Ren trigger? Shield would be amazing. We have Tsunami coming out here, which is also fantastic. As long as Ren remembers, Tongs raises defense by 2 as well. So there's a 4 defending Volcari's on Brulok's side.
That's right. And if there is an Altar of Stars or something down there, Brewlock can get Rin to accidentally walk in to a just devastating attack from the Valkyries.
There is the Quackle searching out. Could be a Scepter of Hera, but it looks like we chose Hera as well. We are going to be pulling Hera so we can get that out and start healing our spirits again. But only one back row. Is there any way we can get out an Imperial right now? Scepter of Hera already in hand. And that's going to go on as Strabit, buffing Magneros to a 6/6 actually. Not bad. And I love that we put it on the Strabit as well, splitting hairs.
I think I would have put Magneros in attack position here to have the opportunity to try and run over the Valkyries personally, but we'll have to see what Rin's full line is here. Maybe they have a way to drop a second Ethereal.
I just saw... Did Quackle special cast itself out? I saw an extra spirit go on the Strabit, and I'm curious how that just happened. Okay. Right now we are
seeing Magneros again, so that is why one went to defense, I guess. We're making sure that there is 1/6 in defense and 1/6 in attack.
I love this. We have a 6 in defense, a 6 in attack. We have the buffing one on another Elestral, the Strabit. This is a really unique puzzle that Rin has built up for Brewlock to break.
And we have a second Hera coming down. Is that what I saw?
Yeah, that was another Hera. It looks like Brewlock is just calling that one quits. Brewlock accepting the loss there. Rin with a magnificent showing for Hera takes round 6 2-0.
Forget Fantastic. Lunar. Hera is the true low to the ground 5 deck we were waiting for.
Every time I show up with my predictions, right? Like, I kind of pop off.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it. Hera having an amazing showing on the feature matches here today. I know last tournament there was a feature match of someone on Hera Penguins, but it really seems like low to the ground Hera with a surprise bomb Ethereal is the hero of Hera today.
Yeah. I think Magneros is a really underrated tech for pick for champion of hero list because it allows you to reuse those searchers, allows you to reuse the Quackle, the Jotun. If you're playing it, the Viceros. Again, like, oh, you messed up, you tried to get rid of it. Well, here's a potential attacking Elestral. That's a 4/4 body. Sight 6/6 by Scepters on the field. It's just a lot that you can do with it, and every time it's come out, it's been impactful that we've seen on stream. Quackle being a threat, threatening a -2 from its own effect. Hera consistently healing it. I mean, that's just the best part. Obviously, the Divine should be the best part of your deck, but the fact that you're constantly just healing one, then two, you're caught up, and then suddenly they're at 9, you're at 2. You're like, what the heck?
Yeah, I guess Thunder is not the stat modification element. It's the heal element between Hera and Bronto Glow at this point.
What's the phrase? Poke dos? Why not both? Like
yes, both. I mean, I guess both decks actually do both because they both have their own inbuilt buffing effects as well.
Yes. Yeah, Imperial drops a +2/+2 for everything on field, and that's a pretty big bomb. I'm sad that arguably the best card in the list, Signetric, has not seen any sort of showcase. We've seen Imperial, we've seen all the little dudes from Hera. Justice for Signetric!
It is really interesting that both the Hera players today have opted for the kind of big surprise high end instead of like the really consistent middle end. But that might just be because there's moths running around and you need a high end that can beat over a moth potentially.
That's true. If it was me in my list, 1 Signetric, 2 Imperial. Because that's the Imperial is really easy to get out, especially when you're playing Magneros. But you can search out Signetric with the Jotun. You can get that cast out on the next turn. It's consistent back row removal. It's a 7 defender. There's so much about it that is worth valuing. And with it being on a field, it's a free expenditure draw with Hera into popping a back row. Who doesn't love back row removal? High Equilinks.
Yeah, you mean high P-Gust?
I was going to say P-Gust, but at the same time, no. Equilinks. I'm just going to pretend P-Gust isn't there.
Okay, there's not a little bird in your Philoi forest tree behind you there?
Let me see. Hold up. I got you. Let me see what's going on in the forest. Yeah, yo, Centaur! Is there a P-Buzz back here? He said wind can't make it through these woods.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I can't hear you. I took my headphones off.
We love the bit. We love the bit. Got Centaur just hiding right behind you there, keeping the forest safe. Maybe some.
Oh, no. That's my header.
rabbits.
That's my header. Like you try to get me, and
Gotcha.
that arrow's tip be poison. You'll feel me.
We love our forest lobsters.
Yeah.
Yeah, forest lobsters.
You just gonna do that to me? You just gonna drop that nonsense out of nowhere?
What? It's not my fault that it has been officially confirmed by the creator of the game that Centaur is a lobster. I don't know. I can't deny the truth.
You know, even creators are wrong about their creations.
You know, there's some real good like art commentary there, where it's like there's the art the artist makes, and then there's the art that the receiver receives.
That is very true, though. That's a very true phenomenon. That you can put your work out there, but you can't help how people receive it. You know, hey, here's a picture of rainbows. Are you saying you hate donkeys? Where's the donkey at? Like, you know, I just kind of threw something out there, but it's that whole idea of it. All the same, though, like that was a really exciting game that we got to witness between Brulak and Ren. I love seeing Hera show up and show out. The one curiosity that I have is, what are the Elestrals hidden in Brulak's list? We saw Champ Tortuga, we saw Krakatuga, we saw Champ Carries and Comagma. We did see Sulfury. So I guess the question is, what is the balance?
I assume Brimscale's in there. If I had to take a rough guess, I think this is probably like your classic Yoda and MG1 have been piloting basically the same Sulfury deck. I believe MG1 was the original creator of it. It plays like 2 Smell Tongue and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. If I had to guess, I think Brulak took a version of that list and removed some of the like Smell Tongue's Hellmelts and then threw in the Turtle line.
I do like the Hellmelt line, though. I mean, that's just bodies on board.
Yeah. But it seems like in both games, Brulak started the game with exactly one play available to them, had that play countered, and then had nothing.
Yeah, and that was the biggest part. Like, I'm drawing. I'm expending the draw. Comagma tried to draw. Nope, stop that. Okay, draw again. Like, nothing was really coming out there. So I guess it could have been a bad game. Right.
Maybe it makes me wonder if they were playing Hydrake. The new Hydrake has been played in the Sulfury decks because you can go Hydrake.
Right. Yeah.
Get your Brimscale or your Sulfury set up for the next turn. Your Hydrake dies. You go whatever. Comagma, discard Brimscale. Bring out the Brimscale I searched last turn. So it would be interesting to see whether or not Rin is on some of those techs and they simply didn't see them, or if they chose to really dip deeper into some of the Hephaestus stuff. Because we saw the Valkyries, we saw the Hephaestus, we saw the Tongs, we saw the Smoltuga, which is not a package you have traditionally seen in Sulfury so far.
Yeah, Brulak's list is definitely a lot of power behind it. We all popped off when Harness and Sulfury happened. That was exciting. Really funny that it was outed by, what was it, Laurels on the next turn? No, that was Krakatuga. What was outed by?
It ate a PTA immediately.
PTA, that's what it was, yeah. Like, just immediately. It was pretty funny. Right now, I would love to take a quick opportunity to look at the top 16 while we got a bit of time. Because this is like, you're going to see likely 8 of these casters on the top 16 moving on to Top Cut. So we don't know how that's going to work out with everybody. And we have 3 undefeated casters still, including Ari, who has been huge with Pantera. So I'm wondering how that was going to work out. Ren moving up to 4-1 or 5-1 now, going into round 7. Brulak going down to 4-2. Still a very good time, a possibility to move up. Bo, we saw in round 3 on Hera. Now currently 4-1. And just a lot of people that we've already seen on stream, Andrew.
That's right. 3 undefeateds in this round means we're probably going into next round with only 1. So we might not get to Top Cut with an undefeated. It really depends how this round turns out. Shout out Spicy Sausage, my California Coastalith up there in the ranks of the undefeated. I'm really glad to see this diversity in the top 16 we have so far. We can only assume why Rebellion is on Hermes. We know that we have 2 Heras in this list here, maybe 3. I know Stellar Christoph has been excited about Hera, so maybe that's our 3rd Hera in the top today. I think we are shaping up for a very fun and interesting top cut here so far. And production is confirming there are 3 Heras in top 16. 3 of them.
I mean, hey, what did I tell you, right? Hey. What did I elbow nudge you about, right? Hera,
hey. We were all over here saying, Hera is just a little, it's not quite fast enough into the Moth format. Surprise. This is only round 5 stats, so who knows going into next round whether or not there'll still be 3 in the top 16, but it is exciting to see this level of diversity here today.
For sure. I am really excited to see what all the casters are playing that we have here, because even though we've had a good bit of them on stream, we don't know a lot of them. We know Hera from Ren, we know Hera from Bo, we know Hephaestus from Brulok. We have not seen Van Sai. They were on hold up
Lunar, right?
Yes. Oh, right. Yes, they're on Lunar. We haven't seen 6. We haven't seen Wild Rebellion. We can assume Hermes, but you never know. Which Hermes, and speaking of Hermes as well, I'm surprised we're not seeing much of Apollo and Novacore. That thing is back at 3,
People just want to secretly hide it away, and maybe people will forget it exists, and then after the ban list, it will come back out of the closet.
Novacore is a crazy card. I remember before at the after World, or I'll say post World's live stream, when they were teching in the Helios' Slumber, I believe it's called, to bring back the Novacore that they got rid of and put it on top of the deck just to play it on the next turn when it was limited. Imagine doing that with it at 3. Come on, man.
Well, those top 16 players, PK, aren't the only ones hashtag play Elestralsing today. I hear we have some community posts that we can take a look at here in the moment.
Let's see what the people are talking about.
If you're on the socials, make sure to post your hashtag play Elestral so we can take a look at it sometime on stream too.
All right, everyone. I'm glad you guys are partaking in the conversation. I want to hear everybody complain about Porcupine out there as well. What would you do if you destroyed a Porcupine? Are you discarding a card? Just think generally, right? Are you discarding a card, or would you rather expend 2?
I'm expending 2, so I have 2 more Lunar and Underworld for my 3rd Ectopossum.
I mean, yeah. I guess in that case, I'm expending 2 so Hera can bring them back on the next turn.
Yeah. That's how we do it. But we have 2 posts lined up here, so let's see what our casters are up to.
Oh, Dionysus being a fan. Oh, this is from Helen, who recently got a Stellar Demeter as well. Says, I think I'll hang out with my Earth Divines.
Helen, if you're not familiar, has been on a journey ripping the Shattered Star packs, hunting Demeter. Along the way, found an X of 10 Latagon, but finally got the proper Demeter. Shout out, Helen. We're so happy you finally got her.
I have to say, that was my story as well. I found an X of 10 Latagon while I wanted my X of 99 Demeter, and it took me longer to get the X of 99. Make that make sense. It does.
Hey, fortune smiled upon you and gave you an X of 10.
I love the Tyratlas in the background, and the Jataya, and the Stellar Jataya, and nothing else that you can see in the background. Just the Tyratlas and the plushies. But yeah, absolutely, I understand. I mean, I've been flexing my Hera full arts all day. I get it. Helen, I'm glad you finally got yours as well. Wait until we get that Stellar Demeter. Can I borrow yours, Andrew? Not Demeter, Dionysus. Can I borrow yours?
I'm not sure if that's tournament legal, man. You'll have to talk to Skyhawk about that if you can get that in there.
If I don't talk to Skyhawk, it's legal, right?
That's fair. That's fair.
Who's the handsome guy? The year is 2026, and what happened, Andrew?
Porkytide has hit the feature match. Best game. Everyone go play Elestrals. I was on my break eating a sandwich as this happened, and I dropped my sandwich to take my live reaction because I was like, what is this game? The only thing that made me sad about that game is that Vanchi did not drop a Porky Wraith. I really wanted two little spiky fishes to go into each other here. You all need to post your live reactions to the insanity that happens on stream under #PlayElestrals as well.
The Nexus forms meeting each other on the battlefield is always enjoyable. I don't think I've ever seen Ash Rabbit versus Ash Rabbit as well. And now we got champs. We gotta make that happen. Like, I don't know, just having, hey, if you have a Nexus form of an Elestral, well, I guess is there any in-game classifications of like Nexus forms?
Yes, you go to the Altar of Stars and then you can switch them. So you can just turn your Ash Rabbit into an Ash Rabbit in Awaken.
Oh, right. Well, no, that's in Awaken, but like in-game mechanic. Can you say like, we know that Ash Rabbit is the Nexus form of Ash Rabbit, but is there any way of saying like mechanically this is a Nexus form? Because if so, we got a lot to talk about. No. There's no.
Oh, yeah. Fruit Dragon. We love the Fruit Dragon.
Do love my giant card as well. One day I'm gonna hang this up. One day.
Yeah. I'm partial to the Dionysus 1 of 1 back here. We love the Dionysus 1 of 1. He is dressed as Antidan, and I have accepted him as a Lunar Divine after the release of Habakkuk, Champion of Dionysus. Oh, we'll summon someone?
We'll summon someone. Don't say it too loud. But yeah, no, you definitely earned that Dionysus. I got to pop off for winning a raffle, which, whatever works.
Hey, we got to get there. We got to get there somehow. I mean, I'm excited for, the Aphrodite was a giant card at the same event as the Dionysus and is now going to be available as a real card in Ethereal. I would be very excited to see when this Dionysus hits actual playable cardboard as well, because I'll have to go hunt one down to honor the big one I have.
What is the second set of Shadow Stars after Ethereal? I know we saw the name. Alchemy. What in the world does that even mean?
Alchemy?
No, not the word alchemy, but just like what kind of theme could we be doing for alchemy?
Well,
Shadow Stars.
I don't know. Nexus forms, alchemy. Like alchemy is like the changing of one element to another, right? Like it's probably like Nexus form related or something.
That'd be cool. Oh yeah, I'm down. You'll get like new Latagon. Was it Latagon, Lustragon? All of the is there any other ones? What Elestral has the most Nexus forms anyway?
I mean Lith.
Does that count?
Yeah.
Are they Nexus forms?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I guess they would be. Huh. All right, so then I guess it'd be Lith. All right, well, that solved that one.
Besides the Liths, I think the max number of Nexus forms anyone has is 3 right now.
Yeah, I know. The one I know the most is the Gons, Lustragon.
The Gons, the Spiders have 3.
But yeah, we have a lot of things that we could be seeing more on, and I cannot wait to see not only the Nexus forms but the new Elestrals as well. But right now, I want to check in on what we've been doing and what we talked about regarding our predictions from this tournament. We're going to get a final tally at the end, right? But we had a lot of bangers showing up and showing out on stream. So we get to find out how things are going as we move into the final 4 rounds of this tournament. Round 7 happening soon, and then top 8. Looks like, Andrew, hey, you got your Octopossum. They're on board with 2. So
yeah, your Hera has gone absolutely wild, though, today, PK. I think the only thing that might be able to save me and Swole is the fact that, there's not that many Hera players. We'll have to hope for the points on the end where you count the number of copies in the decks.
Yeah, just a total play, which I'm not going to lie. I feel like I cheated in that regard regarding Moth, but I chose Moth because I believe that, as I said at the beginning, Moth players are going to be out with a vengeance today. Like, oh no, you beat me? Oh, hold up, let me show you this deck is actually broken. So even though we had to confirm that 3 Hera are in the top 16, doesn't mean they're going to convert the top 8. Maybe the Moths will come up and dominate top 8. We have a lot to find out.
We do, and shout out Swole with the P-Gust that could. I'm actually surprised it's only at 3. For some reason, I felt like P-Gust hit the board more times than that one Moth game we had today.
It triggered a lot, I'll say that. it was sure active. That was the most active bird out there. Lumaru, I am shocked to not see being played more, but at the same time, we're not seeing Aries. Guys, we're all telling you, Aries is crazy. I said Hera. Crazy. Aries is still crazy. Really show up and explore that archetype. It's really strong. It's really powerful. It's really consistent, and they can really surprise your opponent out of nowhere with high levels of damage. So explore Aries. It's in a starter deck.
Yeah. Get your strong kangaroo on field and give it a spear to do piercing damage and suck all the spirits off the spear to it during the battle in the back of the spear.
You want to know what I want to try to build?
Okay.
I want an Argo Aries list.
Yes.
That has a small 3 package of Haparu.
Yes.
I don't want to mill in. This is why I want an Earth Solar list, because it'd be crazy. But give me that. Give me the Spirit of Piercing. Let me just hit for 3, hit for 4 direct, hit for 5, stop you with Guardian of Light, hit directly again. Like that's all I want. That's what I want. So I'm going to cook that. And mind you, it's going to be Aries otherwise. But imagine how annoyed you'd be to constantly get hit by 3 by a Haparu.
Hey, if I can't clear the Haparu, that's on me.
Exactly. It's like, oh, this thing is still here. God, it's only 1 spirit on it. Come on, get rid of it. Like, yeah, just give me that. Like, attack directly with Haparu, activate Argo, hit for 3. Or actually, Nexus with Ultra Stars, do another one. Have Lumaru Nexus to it. Have Nebulio Nexus to the spear. Hit for 7.
Good times.
Sell it.
No, I pulled 2 full art Dragalis Champion of Aries, and I literally have a deck I've built named. I pulled 2 full art Dragalis. So it made me honor bound to figure out how to try and get Aries to work.
My full arts. This will be the last thing we say, but my full arts have been kind of sick. I got 2 Sulfury.
Nice.
I got a Chillotto.
Yeah.
Like you, Dragalis. It's so beautiful. Like I want that playmat from the set championships. Electropossum.
Nice.
Very cute. Imperials, Phosphocells, Zephyrog, Cyclovenom, another Stratomoth, and Argo. Oh, and Guardian of Light. And 2 Aries. I feel kind of crazy from it. It's a good set, man. I want to talk more about Sunstrike, but we're going to do that one later. I'm going to take a break here and let you and Swole bring us into top 8 after commentating the round 7 matchup. If you guys haven't done so yet, make sure you guys show your love and support. Thank you for watching on Twitch, YouTube, all the social engagements using the hashtag #PlayElestrals. Don't go anywhere. Go get some water and go get some snacks. In 3 to 5 minutes, we will be right back with more Elestrals.
Your spirits right back into the underworld. What a showing we weren't expecting, man.
I am so perplexed at Hera this event. I was not expecting it after almost no one converted. No one showed me that Hera was at all worth looking at in the last premiere. Today, definitely a different story. A lot of different pilots in this one maybe is the issue.
It is, but there are a lot of decks that we know are in the top 6. So let's spend a moment to go back and reflect on the top 6 decks here before we head into our final round of Swiss for the day. Because, I mean, Hera's not on this list, man. Where are all these decks?
I know. Well, okay, so we've seen so far inside of the stream a little bit of Moth, a little bit of Lunar Aggro, a little bit of Neander Sloth and the Kione line, and we've seen Bears. Hermes is still one yet to be seen, at least on the cast today, but we know it's looming, and a lot of players are looking at it as potentially one of the best decks inside of the room. And even Champ of Festus, I'm actually not quite sure if we've seen that today either. Maybe some smatterings here and there.
Yeah, we've seen Hephaestus engines in a couple of decks. We saw the Hephaestia Bears deck. We saw the Sulfury Hephaestus deck just in round 6 here, but I don't think we have seen a pure Champions of Hephaestus deck on stream yet today. We have seen the Lunar Aggro, but I'd be really interested to see how players are piloting Hermes today, especially with all of the new ability to cause trickery.
Yeah, and one thing that this breakdown is so interesting to me. I mentioned it earlier when we were looking at this analysis that 23 of the decks in the last premiere were Stratomoth, now just down to 10. And I'm really curious if that's just players not necessarily being interested in the strategy, is that they're finding out that maybe it's not the big bad boogeyman that they thought it was, and instead opting for some of these more low to the ground, spirit efficient strategies. You mentioned that the Node 5's 2.0 inside of the Lunar engine is maybe what a lot of casters are looking at.
Yeah, the Lunar Aggro is definitely 5's 2.0. Both of the Hera's lists we've seen really seem to be a kind of 5's 2.0 situation. I would say Champions of Hephaestus can be like that depending on how you've built it, depending on how hard you are going on the turtles. I've seen a number of decks that just play like one of each. That's Vatuga and Krakatuga. So that's really, and we haven't seen a Bear Bomb successfully pop off today. Do you think the climate is just a little too aggressive for the Bears to be able to come out of their den?
Oddly enough, I really think that the climate's just about right for Bear Bomb. It's interesting because in a format like this where everyone is making these larger boards and putting a lot of back row down, I feel like Hestia and the Bear lineup is maybe one of the only decks that can play through a considerable amount of that back row and also drop down a big body to help combat with like a Tsunami, in that 13 defense on the Majursa champ. The only issue is that they do have a lot of small Elestrals that, as we kind of saw in a couple of games previously, you have to have a good suite of counter runes to back up. And if you can't find those in time, decks like Hermes can rip the board apart really easily, or the Lunar Aggro deck can just out-tempo you.
Yeah, well, maybe we will see a Bear convert into the higher rankings today, and we'll get to visit them again in Top Cut, or maybe this final round of Swiss here. We have seen some interesting decks that aren't on this list here. Not only have we seen the Hera, we saw the Sulfury this last round from Brewlock doing the hard ascend there, and we saw a Champions of Poseidon deck. Unfortunately, both of those casters didn't quite get the pieces they need to go off. It's really interesting to see that the top represented deck is only 10% of the format. People were really coming into Sunstrike saying like, okay, there's 3 decks. You have your Moth, you have your Phosphocyl, you have your Hephaestus, and like everything else needs to like wait for some time later, right? And it's like, well, maybe not. Maybe this is actually a much more diverse format than we thought coming into it.
Yeah, and the one thing is that while Moth is still incredibly strong and definitely probably one of the more straightforward decks to play in terms of its like apparent power level, I think the big shocker to everyone was what Adam was showing us at the card party, or what Pope showed us at the last premiere, which is that they're these big combo, put everything on the board decks are very strong, but spirits still do matter. And so if you have an efficient spirit strategy that's able to apply pressure, that's going to take a lot of games. And one of the benefits of things like the Champion of Hephaestus deck here with the Krakatuga and Vesuvatuga line is you have access to things like Eruption, the Jealousy, which is super powerful, and the OG Eruption, which can just kind of snipe games out of nowhere.
Yeah, we haven't seen an OG Eruption land today yet, I don't believe. So we'll have to see whether or not someone manages to sneak into Top Cut with that strategy. I mean, you would think when there is a card like Boltuga, which says go find Eruption either from your Underworld or your main deck, that people might have a way to get to it. But so far, it has not happened yet.
One thing that's really missing from this list is, at least for me, Phosphocell. And I feel like Phosphocell was one that a lot of players were looking at. But for the last couple of premieres, I haven't really seen a lot of players repping the Phosphocell. Like, tell me, what do you think's going on there? I am just so curious. The card seems so powerful.
I think Lunar scared them away. Here's the thing. If you are going into a tournament where you expect potentially a whole bunch of Lunar net decks, and there are a fair number of Lunar net decks, Phosphocell does just kind of die to Ouroboros.
Oh, so true. Actually, yeah.
And the problem is, the Phosphocell deck puts so much into getting Phosphocell on the field, even though the Ouroboros gives you the Spirits back to Spirit deck, it kind of doesn't matter because your Anacell is gone. You've spent a whole bunch of resources getting there. Yeah, you got refunded your Spirits, but do you even have the cards in your hand to do another line? There are versions of the deck that have follow-up. There's an Apollo version of the deck that uses Nova Core. Some people have been playing with the new Anacell as the secondary line, where it's okay, well, you got rid of my Phosphocell, but I can turbo into this Anacell, which has some good effects of its own. So there are some backup contingencies there, but I really think just seeing the number of Ouroboroses that were running around and the expectation of Lunar net decks really just scared people off of a deck that's basically well, if your opponent casts Ouroboros and you don't have Gorgon's Gaze, you probably lose.
Yeah, that's one that I think that's a good point. Is Ouroboros being native to the Lunar engine is huge, because in theory, Solar as a whole wants to have its Nova Cores back in its hand, right? That's a key player inside of the more Foretell strategy. But for Phosphocell with Ares, it makes it so I guess kind of wishy-washy in terms of, do you want to hard commit to your Ruminous if you're Ares? Do you want to hard commit to that Phosphocell turn 1 when, similar to other 3-drops past, you go Ouroboros, you waste the Gorgon's Gaze, and then they're like, okay, I'll just pass. I took tempo. You now have a Gorgon's Gaze out, but I'll just Ouroboros again if I need to. And
Rise from the Shadows is back here. Don't worry.
Exactly. Rise from the Shadows is such a strong card that I think does give Lunar the leg up here in a lot of matchups, which I can't quite land on how I feel about that card. It is both incredibly powerful, but also something that is just not viable sometimes.
It came out in live stream, and I was so excited for it. I literally remember making a social media post where I was like, thank you, Dan Elestrals. I will play Lunar Slop every day of my life. And then I had to give up on playing Lunar Slop because I was like, oh, well, actually, Locagon pops all of my back row every game, and I can't activate this card. And then going into this format, I was like, all right, Ouroboros and Vermilord, it's Rise from the Shadows time. And then I was like, okay, so P-Gust pops my whole back row every single game.
Yeah, can you imagine a format in which we still had Locagon in this time period? One of the most Spirit efficient decks drops down these big meta threats, is breaking apart boards, and we banned Tadpuff. How long ago now? Months and months ago now. I can only imagine what this format would be like if we're also adding the additional meta threat that was full power Locagon, Hurricane, and the Tadpuffs in there. That's a scary thought to have for me.
Different times. What could have been. But I think, a lot of players were scared coming into Sunstrike because those cards were gone. And it was like, okay, well, it seems like we're not going to have powerful decks to stop the new powerful decks. And it's kind of like, well, actually, yeah, a lot of the decks that are showing up are the new ones like Hera and stuff. But you just put some possums in old Lunar aggro and it just kind of works.
Oh god, that deck builds itself. I love decks that are like that, where you're like, I guess I could innovate, but this feels really good. It shouldn't feel that good, right? And I feel like Blistrix is the exact same way. But Lunar Aggro is definitely a close second. Yeah.
Yeah. But I know PK and I were taking a look at the top 16 earlier. We now have the updated results for round 6 that we can look at here and see how they have changed.
Ooh, all right. Let's look at this after the round 6, going into our final round here of Swiss. We're now starting to shape that top cut. And oh my god. Ari, what are you doing?
Ari, Lord of Pin Terror on high. I think that means we're going to see some potential dragon action in top cut here, Swole. Going into round 6 with no losses, I think they are guaranteed a top 8 slot even if they lose this coming round.
I mean, even if they go undefeated here, we've definitely seen the top cut curse occur with a lot of our undefeated casters. You get in that top 8 slot, you're feeling good, you're riding high, and then all of a sudden, you're just now down in the best of 3. But outside of that, we have Win the Scent coming back, which previously top 8'd the last premiere with that trusty Krakatuga. Skids hopping that number 2 slot as well, that 5-1. Spicy Sausage taking up that number 4 slot's kind of cool. I know PK was saying previously, or no, it was you saying it previously in the players to watch, that they would be one to look out for.
Yeah, in my opinion, Spicy Sausage might be one of the best Moth players running around. So I don't know if they're on Moth today or not, but if they get into Top Cut, they will be an excellent showcase of what Moth can do. Rin, we know, is on Hera, so there is a good chance Hera makes it into the top today if Rin can show up this next round as well. Bo now at 4-2. Potentially taking them out of Top Cut contention. We'll have to see how the results from this round shake up. And 6 here, who I know has been a fan of Frost and Paleoth, so it will be interesting to see if the Sloths can make it into the top as well. And Vanchi, of course, on the Lunar Aggro we saw earlier today, so it looks like we're probably going to get a Lunar Aggro and a Hera in Top Cut. We'll just have to see how this next round shakes out.
Yeah, and including this list, we have several premier finishers and champions in our midst, including people like Pope and 6 at that 6th and 9th slot. Nice. I think these two casters returning is kind of crazy. They are recent in this 2027 season champions, and so that's a caliber of lineup that I'm very, very interested to see. We had Bo in there as well. Why Rebellion? So this is a pretty stacked top 16 so far. Brewlock was in there too. How many champions are just chilling in this top 16 slot?
I mean, a good number of them, Swole. I think we have the best of the best showing up today to really test the bounds of what is possible in this Sunstrike format.
Yeah, I cannot wait for this round 7 to pop off. This top 8 too. Very curious what's sliding in there. You know, we have a lot of our known quantities, but our dark horses, I'm sure, will be killer.
And now we know that round 7 is upon us. We're going into the final round of Swiss, where we will solidify which champions get to make it into the top 8, new and old alike.
Yeah, we'll see. And speaking of champions, we have our round 7 out here that I'm getting alerted to by production. And they have something special for us here on the play. We have 6 versus Pope. Talking about them in our top 16 roundup, and sitting up in my chair a little bit. I gotta put my glasses on for this one. Can't miss a moment of the action. 6, of course, is a multiple top 16 premier runner-up before in our, I think, a Fire in the live stream format, and recently won for our 2027 season. For Pope was our returning champion from the last one, innovating with the Ectopossum deck and kind of showing us why it's such a meta threat.
I mean, I love Pope so much. They had the 4 Vibes Moose in their deck, completely unsearchable, just have to hard draw it for the fun of it. So I hope the Vibes Moose is back today. You know, this is a quality match you would see at the end of a premiere a lot of the time, and it's so exciting that we're going to take out Swiss with this high caliber today.
Yeah, it's also really funny too, because I feel like between these two casters, I remember writing their placements on the board. They might be fighting for that top 8 slot, but there's a high chance we could even see both of them convert. This is a kind of a pivotal round, and both teams are being represented here by our players. 6 from the Chicago Eddies and the Bordetugas from Pope there. Shout outs to PR.
Yes, and some lovely playmats they have there. Very, very shiny winter playmats. But it's going to be very... I don't think we know for sure what deck either of them are on today, right?
Yeah,
the winner will make it to the top 8 for sure, and the loser is going to be at the mercy of their tiebreakers.
Yeah, we have both casters rocking up today, and I don't know. It's one of those things where I want to hope that Six is playing one of those Frost Amalgam decks, the Earth shenanigans that they were doing the last premiere. That Pope is maybe still the Ectoplasm, or maybe has converted back to something before, like their Locagon or Galaxy play that they were doing in their more recent win. By the way, that Pope is a recent 2-time champion just before Worlds, and now after all this time inside the new meta. So I think we're in for a real treat. I'm hoping these two players can clash it out with some excitement.
Well, regardless on what decks they are on, I think it is going to be a match for the ages here, vying for their spot in top 8 today. Pope and Six.
Getting everything set up and good to go. And we're starting off our round 7 right before Top Cut. 2 champions duking it out. Let's see how this goes down. Pope and Six.
Pope is on the play here.
Yeah.
They're both going to open with a mulligan, 2 lunar from Pope, meaning we probably are getting the run back. And I believe that was an Earth and a Frost from Six. So I think our dreams are being realized, Swole.
Ooh, love me some of the Kione action. I saw their list from the last premiere, and if this is any sort of similar, I'm curious to know what they've innovated upon from the last time. Six is one to surprise us, dropping down like 3 cryoverns and stuff in premieres past. So we'll see.
Can't drop 3 cryoverns anymore.
Yeah, that might be a Skyhawk call.
All right, let's see if our players get keepable hands this time. The nice thing for Pope is mulligans are free when you play Ectoplasm.
Oh God, that's true. Well, and that's such a instant advantage, especially as Pope going first now can set up that Hypnosm line and then go for the Ectoplasm Threaten. But it looks like they're going to go for a double mulligan here.
Oh no, with a Earth and a Lunar. That's interesting. I wonder what their Earth splash is. Is that like the Earthquake Spirit they're tossing out here?
Ooh, wow.
I feel like that'd be too early in the game to get rid of that, and you would expend 2.
Yeah, it's either that or maybe like a Dionysus Madness package of like an extra additional counter runes could be something interesting there. Because I believe the Ectoplasm says that you can bounce back a dazed Elestral.
Suppressed.
Okay, so never mind. Maybe I'm not quite sure what the Earth Spirit's doing there.
Yeah. Maybe they have a Cyanectar Champ in here for some reason.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. I couldn't predict that. But if you would like to predict on this game, the Duke champions duking it out inside of our round 7, you can head over to twitch.tv/Elestrals and let us know who you think is going to be taking this one down. Our reigning champion Pope versus a return champion Six.
We see a expend to draw from Pope here, followed by an Ambrosia. This is not what you like to see. An Earth on the Ambrosia. The spirit math here is massively confusing me, Swole. I'm not quite sure what Pope is on it now that I've seen several Earth spirits.
The champion's mind is truly an enigma. I've heard of some casters making it all the way to a top 3 finish with no Earth spirits playing cards that they really should. So I really can't tell you what goes on in the mind of these champions.
Yeah. Well, we get 2 cards set face down from Pope. Hopefully that will be enough to defend them. We're probably going to see a Sloth from Six immediately. We do immediately see the new Kione Paleoth here. Won't do much on this turn, but when it receives a Frost, it will be able to activate the mech suit.
It's very funny here. You can, Six reaching for the card, thumbing over the effect. I know that Pope asked, what does that card do? I imagine Pope's like, I've never seen this card before. This deck was definitely under the radar for a lot of casters going into this tournament, but it's been...
We're seeing the mech suit now. Kione is going down with 3 Frost Spirits. Paleoth has the ability to Nexus, which means unless Pope has a Gordon's Gaze or a Pandora Buzzbox right now, the big Sloth is hitting the field.
Oh, and it's an immediate 8 body there is huge. And is that a stellar?
That is the rare stellar from the new organized play series.
Man, 6 really got it like that. That's crazy. Gorgeous card too.
Neandersloth going so hard here.
I love that artwork. And that orange coloring is just incredible. Again, reading that card being like, all right, you've never heard this one, but it's pretty simple. Here's how it works. Big 8 body.
Big 8 body with 3 spirits swinging in at Pope.
Yeah, we'll see too what kind of defenses 6 can put down here. I imagine that from Pope, one of those back row being a Shield of Achilles at some point in time, or something could be very devastating. I think we saw in the last time we saw Neandersloth on the feature that Shield was pretty rough.
Shield is rough. It does just put it back into hand to hard ascend on something later, though. I don't know if 6 is playing a Morfrost package or something else, but we are going to see set 3 from 6. Ooh, boy. Plus, Kione can just add the Paleoth back to hand next turn if needed to do it all over again, because Paleoth is always a Frost Celestial, don't you know?
Yeah, that's true. And we'll see what we can do here. We've got Neandersloth swinging in. And I think that's Pope saying that both the spirits are good to go after an attack declaration on 6, reaching for the spirit deck, and taking just the 3 spirits down. Oh my gosh, wait a minute.
Pope here is, and there is another Earth Spirit in the deck, Swole. I don't know. Are we on Havoc Hub today? We're playing some Dionysus package in our Lunar.
Yeah, I love this spirit math. I'm keeping me on my toes, and we've only seen an Ambrosia so far, and it seemingly these 2 back row from Pope are holding it for just the right moment. And 6 with a triple back row set is super scary.
Yeah, Pope is double checking and triple checking, making sure they know what their runes are, and they're going to just drop the Hypnosm here.
Oh, absolutely. This is a very scary inclusion here for Pope, as we've seen in the last premiere. It took Pope all the way to the first place finish. And though the suppression and daze effect would be very scary instead of any matchup, I feel like inside of the Neandersloth, as the Ectoplasm bounces it back to hand, I feel like that's just as good as like a shield coming down.
Well, here's the thing. Multiple issues here, Swole. One, Neandersloth is an 8, so if 6 has a Gorgon's Gaze or something they're saving, they can just hit over the Hypnosm, gaze it so it can't suppress. The Ectoplasm can come down, but it's only a 6, so it won't be able to beat over the Neandersloth. Even if the Neandersloth is sent back to hand, Kione can just bring back the Paleoth, Nexus it, bring Neandersloth back out all over again. I don't feel like the Possums are a very good matchup into Neandersloth.
Yeah, maybe this is why this deck rose to prominence. I was trying to search and find reasons as to maybe why Kione was so picked and potentially what our casters were doing for today's tournament. They went back into the lab after the last showing and quickly said, I'm going to go in with Sloth as a Dionysus' Madness comes in here to enrage the Hypnosm?
That looks like the day side of the coin to me, Swole. So I'm not quite sure what the utility of that is, though, because it was in defense position to begin with. I think a rage makes the most sense, but we'll find out once they enter the battle phase, I suppose. That's right. Okay, so 6 is going to force the Hypnosm attack here.
Ooh, okay. And I imagine here, taking the extra damage here is super nice. Kind of putting Pope in this weird position where you say, yeah, I'm just going to make you do the extra damage here.
I gotta bet that 6 has a Gorgon's Gaze there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put more spirits onto the Neandersloth.
Yeah, and you're taking effectively 5 spirits into the Gorgon's Gaze from this whole interaction. You had the Hypnosm hitting it in, taking 2 damage, the Ectoplasm expending 2 from the spirit deck. That's 4 damage being done on Pope's turn. That's crazy.
That is going to massively hurt. Unless Pope has a tsunami or something they were holding last turn, this Ectopossum is in serious trouble.
Yeah, just depending on what spirits to expend here. And now 6 down to just 1 back row, aiming to draw for turn. This Neandersloth has put in a lot of work, and the big 8 body is very difficult for Lunar to get over historically. They'd have to have a Temple of the Moon here, I think, to boost up their Elestrals to even trade, but that doesn't feel particularly great.
No, the Kione is going to disenchant here. We're going to add the Paleoth back to hand. If 6 is playing 2 Neandersloth, that means 2 big 8 boys are about to be on the board.
Ooh, we do have the Paleoth coming down here. Nexusine from the Neandersloth to keep it properly enchanted. To the Paleoth, we're going in for an additional Neandersloth. We got 2 big bodies.
Yeah, we got 2 8s on the field. Unless there is exactly a tsunami hiding back there, this Ectopossum is not long for the world.
Wow, this is thoroughly impressing me. I think between these last 2 premieres, Frost as an element, with the Hera inclusion, and then now Kione with this Earth inclusion, is very much impressing me. I think these players, outside of their accolades, have chosen very great decks for this format. And I mean, Pope is still not out of this too. This looks like 6 has full control, but the spirits are matched. Pope still has plenty of back row to play with.
That's right. 6 put another back row down here, and we're going to see if Pope finally decides to fire one of those back rows they keep looking at this game.
I imagine maybe the idea is a Rise from the Shadows, and...
No.
Whoa!
Oh no, Pope does not have a response and instead going to take a lot of damage in just a moment from a Neandersloth slinging in with 3 spirits.
Wow, I cannot believe it. I didn't know I'd see the day where Neandersloth, let alone 2 of them, drop down. Back in my day, this card was made fun of. They said, "Oh, a Titanostock combo card? I'll never see play." Now, the champion of Kione Neandersloth is completely controlling the board.
Yeah, there is 2 of them guarding the way for 6. Pope is going to need something pretty good here, given that they started the game with Expend to draw. That Hypnosum might have been the only Elestral in their hand.
We'll see what Pope chooses to do. 5 spirits left, and we might be seeing a game 2 here very quickly. We'll see a Expend to draw. Ooh, we got to have another Ambrosia in there just to buy some more time, and there it is.
We see the Ambrosia. 6 has 6 spirits on field, though, and with the ability to enchant even more to field. Again, unless one of those back rows does something which they haven't all game, I think this is just lights out for Pope next turn.
Yeah, you got to hope that you can buy some more time with a set like Tsunami or something in those back rows. I'm so curious to know what they are, if anything, as we see a Brummelinx champ coming down.
That is a reverse stellar Brummelinx champ, I believe. Yes, that's correct. Getting the Mountains of Boreas here. That's going to buff up everyone on field. Not that 6 particularly needed it in this game state, but now they have some protection if Temple of the Moon comes out later.
Yeah, and I do like the inclusion of Brummelinx here. A lot of times what can happen is your Blizzard Whiteout, for example, is a nice tech card to protect that Paleoth champ after its Nexus. A lot of casters will be like, yeah, Nexus is fine, and then wait to Gorgon's Gaze till after the spirits are moved around. Hope is now taking a little bit of damage and has to now contest with 7 directly to the spirit deck. Somehow.
We saw 1 expended from the Brummelinx attack already. These are the same 2 back row that have been here all game. If they could do something, I imagine Pope would have done them previously. Yep, that's just going to be a concession from Pope here, and we go into a game 2. What were those back? Was it 2 Altar of Stars?
Man, my brain hurts. They had to have been some sort of setup play, like absolutely, like something to maybe combo off with the Ouroboros or some sort of removal. It could be the Altar of Stars for sure. It could also then be like maybe a PTA,
Bluffset
maybe
Artemis.
Bluffset Artemis or something. I don't know. The much different game than I think we're used to seeing from Pope. Pope normally with the Hypnosm deck is really relying on those enchants. Do you think it could be in Full Moon?
No, I feel like he would have full mooned to get some value off the Hypnosm before it died, right?
Yeah, maybe like just to get the extra Ectoplasm and then like drop down double Ectoplasm is the idea.
Could have searched another Hypnosm and had another 1-drop.
Yeah, there's a lot here to this, and it doesn't feel great that you're taking the additional damage over and over again after the Neandersloth enchancing itself. As the Lunar Caster, what do you bring in for this matchup? I don't think I'm versed in how Neandersloth plays to say what you should bring in as Lunar.
Well, this is tough. If I remember Pope's deck correctly, they were on a more control version of the deck without Vermalords or anything like that. Because in my mind, what you need to do here is you need to lean on your ability to buff your stats. Maybe you're going to, if you're not doing Temple of the Moon in main deck, maybe you bring in Temple of the Moon now to get the stat buffs you need. If they had seen an Ouroboros at all, they could have done some things there. Catabasis is not a bad item to side in. Because it could prevent the Kione from recurring a Paleoth. So you have some options here. I mean, Dense Fog could work too to stop the Paleoth after it's done the Nexus. You know, some kind of standard lunar text here. But to get over the big 8-body, you either need Temple of the Moon and enough spirits using something like Vermalord. You need your Ouroboros, or you need to side in Tsunami High Tide.
Yeah, it's one of those. I guess because of how Paleoth and the Neandersloth loop goes, it's so hard to say that definitive removal is the answer. Like you need to be able to have those sort of board set up to deal with both and the back row at times, and maybe Pope can make that magic happen inside of this game too. And for 6, I think you were just chilling. Your deck was doing exactly what it wanted to do. I can't imagine wanting to bring anything extra into this matchup.
Probably Cryoblast.
Yeah.
Exactly, Cryoblast.
Such an easy card for it too. Man, what an interesting little game state. I once again thoroughly impressed by Neandersloth. It definitely cooks.
Yeah. We'll see what Pope does this time. Hopefully not having to mulligan twice into an expended draw.
That also seems to be, one of the biggest things that we noticed in the last premiere. As a Cyanectar champ comes down. Wait a minute. Yeah, you were cooking.
Okay, Cyanectar champ, search PTA. Here we go. Your sloth isn't going to do anything, buddy.
That's pretty good. That's a nice way to help combat in a very spirit efficient way the Neandersloth. It's not great, but it does.
I mean, set 4 is pretty good.
Oh, there we go. Amazing.
Okay, well, welcome back to live stream, everybody. We're Cyanectar set 4.
Beautiful. Yeah, this could be Dionysus. This could be Hermes. This could be any random deck. Even Fish was teching this card at a certain point in time. Oh yeah, we are really back in live stream. Brumalinx is here.
Now, do you PTA this, Swole?
Oh, it's so juicy. I think Pope's going for it. Pope's activating the PTA. I don't know. I think you have to use one counter rune regardless. So, but it does now also give 6 the ability to, as we see here, to pivot from maybe grabbing the mountains to grabbing the more defensive option in the Blizzard Whiteout.
Yeah, and Blizzard Whiteout works for Paleoth. I do not believe Neandersloth counts as a Frost Celestial like Paleoth, though, right?
No, it doesn't count as it. But also, the Blizzard Whiteout has to have a Frost Enchanted Elestral. So.
Oh, is it Frost Enchanted? Then never mind. It's going to work on both of them.
Yeah, because the Neandersloth being able to attack and enchant itself from the underworld, I think, is the key there. But outside of that, when the Nexus to the Paleoth occurs for the Frost Spirit, it's right at home. So now 6 is insulated from this play, and now Pope has to have a way to deal with the back row.
Okay, but Pope is going to drop Hypnosm here and search one of the opossums, if not contested. Poke 6 for 2. Pope's deck doing what it's supposed to do this game. We are getting the Hypnosm, probably signaling the Ectoplasm is already here.
Ooh. And this is still a very scary board with a 3 back row, but 6 has the ability to protect the Ascension at the bare minimum for the Paleoth and can still contest this board. It doesn't feel great considering that the Ectopossums can come down in any second, but I feel like you just have to say, I'm going to swing on the Side Nectar and have you deal with my big body.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, Ectopossum does target, so Blizzard Whiteout does, in a way, disable one of the big lines Pope has for messing with 6 here.
Ooh, as a Paleoth comes down here, we'll see if we can get an additional big body. Kione activates here, and it looks like we're going to head a Nexus from the Kione to the Paleoth and try the effect to ascend. Pandora's Box, that's non-targeting right there. There we go.
There we go. That's going to mill 2. We mill a Paleoth and a Brummalinx there. Now, as long as Pope can get over this Paleoth on their turn, they should be safe from the Sloth attack.
And one thing, too, is that 6 needs to be able to set a back row or line up some sort of defense. And opting to go for a Kione here, is there an additional way to Nexus?
I don't know. Maybe there is a Circle the Sky?
Circle the Sky would go crazy in this deck. Wait a minute. That'd be the extra turbo version. But it looks like they're just going to opt to go for a Brummalinx Champ, add back from the Kione to threaten next turn a big 5 body. And they are discussing potentially end phase shenanigans that could be afoot.
Potentially. If you're Pope here, I feel like if you have the Ectopossum in hand, you might just risk hard ascending it so you can hit over the Paleoth and try to prevent the Sloth.
Yeah, I think so. The 4 defense ends up coming up quite often with the Paleoth, and
yep,
now
there we go.
The Ascension line. There it is. You can assume that the back row is not a Tsunami, so that Misenchanted Earth Lunar Elestral is coming in clutch here, hitting over and swinging for 1, now clearing out the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, I mean, the back row can only be Blizzard Whiteout, right?
Yeah, which, I think the Pandora's Box is the most you can ask for here. Now Pope is back in the driver's seat. Pass back over to 6 for a draw. Let's see what they can do.
The tough thing is there's a Brummalinx in hand, and we know for a fact that Kione can just add Paleoth back to hand and do it again. So the real question is going to be, does Pope have the fuel to stop the second Sloth?
Ooh, and we have down the Paleoth coming in here. Do we have a third Kione from 6? I think we've seen 2 so far.
Or the Mountains of Boreas would work.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, any sort of Nexus Bank here. And I imagine that's probably what it is, considering that we searched the Blizzard Whiteout off of the Brummalinx. Maybe we already had it in hand.
Yep, we're about to find out. It is third Kione.
Man, those the full art Kiones coming in hot here. And a Nexus and a Gorgon's Gaze to prevent the Nexusing.
See, that's the real tough part about this Sloth deck, though, Swole. There are 3 spirits on the Kione, which means 6 has 2 more times to try and do this to Pope. Just every single turn, add back the Paleoth, cast the Paleoth, declare Nexus.
And it looks like here we have a Hypnosm coming down from Pope, trying to combat the 2 set back row here from 6. And yeah, this is now just a ticking clock. 6 might take a little bit of damage, might protect themselves a little bit, but Pope is now dwindling their spirits down to try to prevent the big Sloth from coming in.
And we search another Hypnosm here from Pope. I gotta assume there's a second Ectopossum in hand already, and Pope is just setting up for future turns. Yeah, Pope down to just 1 back row. Hopefully they have another to set this turn. They do not. They will simply be going over the Paleoth once again. And 6 will be running it back, I presume. I presume we're going to see Kione Disenchant, add Paleoth, Normal cast Paleoth, declare Nexus of Paleoth.
It's one of those things where you get the loop once and then you're like, all right, yep, that's all good. They announce your plays, cast this, cast that, attack that. Yep, that's good. All right, my turn, draw. All right. And then you just continue to go. You're just like, all right, deep breath. Let's do it again. And here it is. Step 1, Kione Disenchant. Step 2, add Paleoth. Step 3, Earth Enchant the Paleoth. Paleoth coming down here. Declare next. This has got to be a Pandora's box from Pope, right? Or something.
Well, we've seen a Pandora's box and a Gorgon's Gaze, right? Oh, it's okay.
The second Gorgons!
It's the second Gorgons that gets you.
Oh my god.
6 down to 5 spirits. Do they have enough spirits to try this a third time?
This is so funny. So the Champion of Kiona deck has been absolutely cooking all day, but I don't really know what any deck can do against Pandora's double Gorgons. I mean, if I had a nickel for every time I've seen on stream, at least a game go in this direction decided by that, I'd had 2 so far. But again, like you mentioned, you can just detach and disenchant from the Kione, do it again.
The problem is Pope now has a big enough board presence that 6 will likely not have enough spirits left to get the big sloth out next turn. So those the one back row that's not wide out has not helped 6 yet. So if it doesn't turn out to be a tsunami, I think this is just our ticket to game 3.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens here. Pope on pretty minimal back row. And what gets very scary here, well, I know I said an additional one. What gets very scary here, I think, if you're 6, is that, oh god, you can still get out a Neandersloth with this next line of play. But now what you have is Pope taking a little bit of damage from a Neandersloth and then just turning everything to defense and waiting until they have removal.
Yeah, all right, let's see what 6 does on their turn. They have exactly enough spirits for the sloth line. Okay, let's roll the tape. We're going add sloth, cast sloth, declare nexus of sloth effect to ascend using the last spirit in spirit deck.
There we go.
Okay.
Shield one time. It finally worked. It's misenchanted, which is unfortunate to the loop, but no more spirits to do anyways. The gorgeous Stellar Neandersloth coming down. 6 is maybe the answer is 6 more times. You gotta do it 6 times to get the loop down. 1 more time. Setting the card. Neandersloth swinging.
Well, unfortunately, I think that Pope has enough spirits to just run a Hypnosum into it and then cast the Ectoplasm and send it back to hand and win the game.
Yeah, look down. Pope to 4 spirits here. Swing over the Ectopossum here, taking a spirit damage and going in for additional. I might have opted to go for the Cynector.
That's what I was just thinking. Cyanectar would have done 2 damage. It wouldn't have been enough to get Pope out of... Is that Pope's 3rd Ambrosia?
Skyhawk, get in here.
Oh, wait, no. The other 2 Ambrosias were from the first game. Whoops. Yeah,
there we go. A Ambrosia coming down here to get Pope back to a very comfortable spirit amount here. And I can't imagine that there's not a line out here. Like you mentioned, there is the easiest route, which is just crash Hypnosum, go for 2 on the expend for the Ectopossum. And they have plenty of spirits to play with. Coming in here, let's see what they end up taking. It's a Lunar Double Earth. Think an Earthquake's coming down?
No. No, I think we're going to Hypnosum crash... never mind. This is a Dionysus lunar deck all along, Swole. Psyprong Search Dionysus.
That's a pretty solid way to deal with this. Ultimately, you got the Dionysus to daze the Psyprong. Blizzard Whiteout here, cast off of this to prevent the targeting destruction. That's pretty solid in terms of counter.
It is, but now you just Ectopossum.
Yeah, take 2, cast 2, expend 2. Okay, because that's right. Wait a minute. Blizzard Whiteout has an additional effect.
I thought it just can't be attacked. Does it protect it from targeting the whole turn?
It's targeting and it cannot be attacked.
No, it just says that Elestral cannot be attacked this turn.
Right. Yeah, they Blizzard protected from the side-prong destruction target, and then when Hypnosum tried to swing in, 6 grabs.
Oh, you can't attack this turn. Yes. Okay. Yeah,
That's right. Now we got a game on our hands. This is now very interesting. Pope also did not switch any of the Elestrals to defense, meaning they're taking additional spirit damage here. And this is crazy. Neandersloth.
Wait, how many spirits are on the Neandersloth? 3?
I think it's now 3 all frost. 4.
It's 4. It's 4. I think 6 can win this game because Pope won't have enough left to expend for the Ectoplasm.
That's crazy. Sloth is wild. I was not expecting this.
No way.
Oh, man.
Oh, wait, what? Was there a concession? Who won?
Good question. I can't tell if it's Pope saying, yeah, I don't got it, or if it's 6 saying, I can't deal with it. Was a random earthquake? It was 6 won that one. Pope surrendered. That was a concession.
Yes, the extra spirit on the Neandersloth made sure that 6 had enough that they could not get Ectoplasm. The Neandersloth Swole. Swole, what has happened? What has happened?
Sleep? That's messed up.
Swole, I was told the possums were unstoppable. We had a full board of possums, and all 6 did was recast the same sloth 5 turns in a row.
What happens when an impossible force meets an unstoppable object, unslothable objects?
An impossible force and an unslothable object. To win the game with Sloth, you simply need all 3 Kione. Wait, that was a preemptive. Are we not? Was that a 6 surrender? 6 concede. It was okay. We flashed it on screen, and we had a confirmation that was a concede from 6. We are going to a game 3. Even better. I'm so down. I was so shocked and surprised. I'm like, surely we're fine, right? Why have you done this to me, production?
Oh my god. Okay, heart attack and a half there. I'll still stand by impossible force, unslothable object. I'll still stand by those 2. But holy.
Okay, so 5 possums is better than casting the same sloth 10 times.
Ooh, okay. Down for whatever that was. I thoroughly impressed by a few decks inside of this meta so far. Again, the Ricerich Hera deck was pretty killer. The Sloth deck has surprised me. And shocker 6 of all people, undefeated at Dallas with Blizzstrix, no stranger to the Frost element, has come out here and given us a crazy showcasing of that. I thought it was going to go the distance. That is messed up.
Can.
Yeah, that's true. We have one more to go in here between the 2 former champions.
We still can. Oh, I still can't get over the fact that all 6 did was cast the same sloth the whole game.
That's so sick. Oh man, what a cool little engine, I think that's so funny.
I don't know. I was brewing Dougie crabs. I might have to try sloth crabs instead.
Sloth crabs could be very cool because you're just enchanting spirits on the board, consistently just swinging for a billion damage. And I guess also into Hypnosum, right? Like similar concept. You're just like swinging enchant, swing enchant, swing enchant, kill. Huh?
Yeah. Oh,
it's all coming together.
Goodness. Oh goodness.
Incredible. All right, so Pope on that last one, holding out for a hero. We saw the Dionysus inclusion for that last game, and maybe that's also the right answer here too. Is that Side-Prong is a great answer to Neandersloth.
Is there a Havocub in the deck
with the lunar inclusion? I mean,
Havocub Champion of Dionysus. It's an 8 with Thyrsius.
Yeah, and then oh god, what the goes into it's a 9 or it's a 10 with the Pulveror, Pulveror and Thyrsus.
I think Pulveror is an 8. Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's a 10 under the stadium too. Oh God, Pope, if you're pulling out some Havoca Pulveror shenanigans, I'll be thoroughly impressed.
We're here for it. 6 will get to go first though, so we'll see if they can go full sloth on turn 1.
Always going full sloth here as Pope is going down to 16 spirits after a double mulligan and not quite seeing the right hand. We've seen the strategy work out, not to do the bold move, Cotton. I hope it works out for them. We've seen this strategy work out for Pope before. Let's see if it can happen again.
That's right. We're getting the shuffle, the cut. We'll see what happens. Hopefully the third time is the charm here, Swole. Let's see if we go in for another mulligan. Oh no, they're picking up the spirit deck.
Absolutely hilarious. As 6 drops down, the ever faithful Paleoth champ. What a gorgeous marble rare too. And there's the Nexus Bank.
Oh no.
Going in here for the big sloth. It's going to be properly enchanted this time. And for those confused at home, there was a small game error where the Neander Sloth was misenchanted, but game was too far past to repair and fix the state. You know, as a lot of the spirits getting added onto board, and I would even argue in a lot of these artworks on spirits, you're tracking things, these are enchanted, things are happening, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. I'll just keep on trying to go.
Pope is in a tough position here. We've seen them really... Oh, well, never mind. There's a side prong. It's over.
Yeah, the easiest position you can be in, matching the top 16 Kissimmee mat, and side prong coming down, getting the Dionysus. Is that a serialized or reverse stellar?
The side prong?
Yeah.
Serialized.
Oh my God, I forgot it came in a serialized. That's gorgeous.
Yeah, we all got blinded by the champ one, and so
that's so cool. Dionysus coming down here to daze the Cyprong. Cyprong effect to target and destroy Neander Sloth. There it goes.
Okay, but Paleoth says hello.
Wow, yeah, we run it again. We are so back.
I guess you just hard enchant a frost onto the sloth here.
Y'all also can't see this, but in the background production here, there's on PK's setup, his cat is going crazy on his chair. It's really funny. We have the Neander Sloth coming down and a water spirit for a Narpoon.
Casting a Narpoon. What are we going to search here? All of the Frost Pantheon is available to 6 as long as it is a 1-drop. Maybe we get a Infrostix, or maybe we search another Paleoth since it's a Frost Elestral. Who knows what we could be adding from 6?
Yeah, it's funny because Paleoth does count as a Frost Celestial, but having one in circulation, you don't really need an additional. Maybe a more Frost package we haven't seen yet.
What is that? Infrostix.
Infrostix. Yeah, that's
Infrostix.
The Stained Glass Infrostix.
Yeah, that can bring back a Paleoth, I guess. So that's pretty good. Does 6 have a Nexus Bank here? Yes, we have the Stadium.
Here we go. That's going to allow the Nexus, and I like the Narpoon lead here, trying to bait out the Gorgon's Gaze that Pope had set there, hopefully to stop any shenanigans. But I'm so curious to know here, why activate on the Nexus versus the after Nexus effect?
Yeah, I mean, having been in the position of Pope many times, sometimes you're like, I have the answer, and you just flip it immediately, and then like a turn later, you're like, I really should have let the first half of that effect resolve.
Yeah, leaving the Mountains of Boreas up, we now know that 6 is on a couple copies of it in the deck, being able to boost up this Paleoth to a 5 defense, which does mean Cyprong is going to have a harder time getting over, and is also not quite the removal. I mean, maybe having Cyprong still there to contest the Neandersloth on the returning turn is really strong. This is
in some ways,
difficult.
I almost feel like you let them do the Neandersloth and then gaze that, and then just side-prong it on your next turn.
Yeah, and we have a
Havocub! This is Lunar Dionysus! Wow! Okay. So we're going to enrage the Havocub. That's going to make it a 6 attack. If the Havocub manages to kill something, it gets to ascend to a Pulveror.
Ooh, and this 6 body is just big enough to hit over the Paleoth as a Frost Elestral. Oh, but wait, it's not enchanted with the Frost Spirit, so Boreas is not working. It's not changing the spirits around. My math is working wrong. And here comes the Pulveror down, the big 8 body.
The Pulveror has hit the field. It's going to go over the Narpoon here if 6 does not have a response. And then Psyprong will hit for a additional one. Now, 6 having searched the Infrostrix, Pope is going to be in for a rough time next turn because Infrostrix can bring special cast the Paleoth. 6 can then manually enchant the Paleoth with their normal action for the turn, leaving up the Mountains of Boreas, which means that he would produce a Neandersloth that is bigger than the Pulveror.
Yeah, now that one Tsunami here and no back row from Pope leaves them so vulnerable to a big explosive combo. We already know, right, he said the Infrostrix. We already know that this Narpoon is big enough to, well, I guess it doesn't trade with one of them, but this, this is getting a little bit dicey for Pope as you're now down by 5 spirits. That mulligan's looking rough.
Yep, and the Infurix is going to get activated here. Infrostrix is going to allow 6 to bring back the Paleoth, which is in fact a Frost Celestial. Fun fact, you don't have to enchant the thing you special cast with Frost. You just get to special cast it as long as it's a Frost Celestial. So Paleoth comes back with an Earth here, and I anticipate we're about to see a normal action enchant from 6.
Yeah, there we go. 6 now. Thinking here if maybe they want a Nexus instead. Versus maybe they can establish an additional Elestral?
I feel like you leave... Oh, okay, yeah. Establishing another Elestral. What are we doing? Brummalinx.
Brummalinx.
Get that wide out, yep.
Brummalinx for the future targeting too, because I guess in the case that you have to get rid of the Boreas for a Nexus bank, you don't want to leave it up to chance that Psyprong can clear your big body. And that Pulveror is very threatening, but kind of it's like a big one-time use body. It's not going to have a floating effect like some of the other big bodies in the format.
No, but it can recycle Dionysus cards. Unfortunately, there just are none in the Underworld for Pope to recycle right now. We are going to sacrifice the Brummalinx in a Nexus to get out our big Sloth here, and now Pope will have to make a decision on whether or not they are going to clear the Pulveror or the Psyprong. I feel like in this position, you go for the Pulveror and then just know you have Whiteout at the ready to stop the Psyprong.
Yeah, it's such a tricky position, too, because it also could be playing into Pope's removal, right? After 2 set back row from 6. Because the idea is from I think, Pope's perspective, you could hit over the Psyprong or kill the Pulveror and protect. Now you know you can play around the Whiteout, but 6 has to use the Whiteout on that Psyprong now. Meaning that additional form of targeting and removal would be the way to go.
Oh, wait, Boreas, he gets to enchant a Frost, so the Narpoon gets to clear.
Neandersloth enchants to the field. I see. That's right. So that is a full clear board and a full heart from Neandersloth. And such a big body now. Dionysus now dazing the Neandersloths where it prevent it from attack and do some big damage next turn.
That's right. But if there is a Kione or another Infurix from 6 here, they are just going to be able to recycle that Paleoth. We know they are on at least 2 Neandersloth.
Whoa. The Enchanted Field under the Boreas is very strong. Love that interaction there, enabling Narpoon to become an offensive threat. Now, previously this card, as a 4-body, was good, but, it wasn't amazing. But now, Neandersloth boosting itself up and now have an additional threat that searches you your threats? That's crazy.
All right, what are we going to see from Pope here? Possum. Possum.
Possum coming down here. Once again, the impossible force and the unslothable object.
That feels really bad knowing there's a wideout back there.
Yeah, the classic target does not quite work here, and Pope can't leave that into attack to even attempt to crash into, let's say, the Narpoon or anything, because it's not quite the same. The Mounds of Boreas too just makes this very dicey as the turns progress. Narpoon even can contest the Ectopossums with only one more turn.
Yep, one set back row from Pope here. We'll have to see what Six does. Do they have a way to get the second Neandersloth? Or are we going to see some kind of expend to draw maybe? Yep, there's the Kione. Another sloth is about to happen.
Yeah, Kione, add back sloth. We've seen this one before. Play back the tape. There's the loop. We go sloth. Sloth in defense. Or attack here, I guess. It's perfectly fine. I don't think Six is under any rush.
Yep, we normal cast Sloth.
Here we go. Step 3
Sloth
of the plan.
Nexus.
Sloth Nexus to... You know, it's really funny saying it like that. It's like back in the day we had Thunder Nexus, Fire Nexus, Earth Nexus. Now Sloth Nexus.
Choosing the Nexus off the Kione, just trying to go for maximum damage, I suppose. I was thinking they'd probably Nexus off the Narpoon. But yeah, very interesting choice here. We'll get the second rare stellar Neandersloth. And now, yeah, I don't even know. With a wideout back there, even if Pope has all 3 possums in hand, I don't know how they're going to help.
Yeah, I think the idea here to keep the Frost enchanting the Narpoon is if one of the sloths can hit over the Hypnosum, you now have a tsunami immune body that can trade and clear the Ectopossum that can come out at the very least. You know, you can clear one.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
with the 6, and I think that's maybe the idea. If not, it's just I have a big body, I don't want to get rid of it. And sometimes it's like, oh wow, they played around this masterfully, and it's like, oh no, I just forgot.
Yeah. We don't want to get rid of our 5 whale. The wrong 5 whale, but 5 whale.
Yeah. Coming down here, we have Pope going to take down the Ectopossum, the Neandersloth effect to not properly enchanted, to enchant a Frost to the board. See where they attach it to. Going on. Oh, now the question is, because they didn't activate the Ectopossum effect, I believe.
I was just going to say, if Hypnosum was going to target Daze and Suppress here, I think this is when I would have played the wideout, because then that guarantees Ectopossum can't send anything back to hand.
Yeah, there it goes. Double Ectopossum coming down here off the play as 6 chooses to enchant to the Narpoon, making it a big 6 body.
Okay, so this is going to be a problem for 6, because if the Neandersloth is suppressed and dazed, Pope can just activate both of the Ectopossums and a Neandersloth will be sent back to hand. It will cost Pope 4, but they can do it.
Honestly, I think that works just fine. They also, they set up to where you're dazing the other one. It can't attack. You trade with the Narpoon down. They're not
Pope decided
opting
to not activate the effects. That's right. Oh.
This makes it very tricky as time ticks down in the round. I think you're also being conscious of spirits here, as you don't really want to get into a position where you're so definitively behind, because 6 is currently up. If they're on 6 spirits and there's 9 on the board, 12, 13 on the board?
6, 7 on board, I think, now that the Narpoon is gone.
Yeah, so 13 spirits total versus Pope's 8. They have to have that Ambrosia or the couple Ambrosia to come in clutch here if they want to avoid a spirit snafu.
Well, I'm not sure the Spirit Snafu matters in this position. 6 is going to bring in so much damage this coming turn. That unless Pope hardisons into a moose here, I don't know what's going to happen.
True. Wait, yeah, Hardison Moose or go Pharaohgeist. There's a world, you know. It'd probably have to be Moose for sure. Just suppress, swing, and then heal back.
Instead, we're going for Dionysus.
Enchanting for an additional Earth Spirit for 2. And popping out Equilinx. Okay, there's a start.
You clear the Boreas, but then the Sloths are still 8s.
Yeah, Nexus onto itself. I think maybe even just clear the back row to try and make sure that you have a way to target things out here. Very funky now because Spirit Math wise, you are getting into the red zone.
All right, what is Equilinx's target? It looks like we are going for back row here. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger.
Catch an Equilinx by the toe. Going for the Mount of Boreas. I would never know. I thought that was gonna surely hit the back row here, but Pope opting to go for the Boreas and activating there's the Thyrsus. Making their Ectoplasm an 8 body to crash with the suppressed and dazed Neander Sloth.
But what? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Isn't Pope going to die now?
Going out the Warriors battle way, I assure you. I feel like you're taking 1 spirit damage from the hit. You know, the Thyrice is allowing you to draw a card even. I'm sure 6 is even scratching their head, very similar to us here. Thyrisis goes down, Arthurisis goes down.
Pope has no back row, right? So the Neandersloth just swings in for game?
Yeah, that's it looks like we've got just the big body and an Equilinx down for the count. 4 attack is not going to quite get it. 6 draws for turn. Is it really just that simple? Is it really just that easy? It's one of those times you're like, am I missing something? And I feel like I'm there.
Okay. 6 also deciding to play out their turn anyway.
Re-enchant, swing over the Equilinx. That's all that she wrote. The previous champions going at it, and in such a fiery, icy, explosion of spirits going down. I think that down to the wire like that is a much more exciting turnout for me than our previous concession. But 6 ends up taking it over Pope 2-1 inside of round 7. And wow, I said it before, I'll say it again. I'm so impressed by Sloth.
So there's 2 things that stick in my mind. I think allowing the Boreas to stick instead of allowing the Nexus to go through was a key moment that kept 6 in a winning position. Without that Boreas on field, the Harpoon would not have been the threat it was.
Yeah, that was
the second thing
impressive.
is when 6 didn't do the whiteout on the daze and suppress, I would have activated both of the Ectoplasm. It would have costed you 4, but you would have gotten rid of one of the Sloths. And he had Thyrsus, so he could have crashed for the other and cleared out the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those like kind of maybe tough positions to be in as you're winding down and you're trying to calculate, okay, well, if they leave, and especially if they're suppressed, you take out one, crash the other, and you only have that Equilinx in hand. I don't know. Trying to solve the puzzle down of both the whiteouts, the back row, the Boreas. There was layers of protection on 6's
board.
Now
Now that I think about it, based on the spirits we saw of them, I don't think they had 4 Lunar left.
Oh, interesting. It could have been the Earth Spirits for the Dionysus and Equilinx play. You're right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Based on what we saw Earth Spirits for Dionysus, Earth Spirits for Equilinx, Earth Spirits for Thyrsus. It seems like all Pope had left was the Earth. So it seems like maybe teching in the Dionysus here made some issues with Pope, where the spirit math wasn't as clean as it is in a more pure lunar list, where it's like, you do whatever, there's going to be a couple of lunar left.
Yeah, I mean, making it this far with the lunar Dionysus list, I think we saw El Caballo really go the distance with last time. And so Pope, our previous and reigning champion, still doing incredibly well inside of this event. And 6 are a returning champion from the game of Elestrals, showing up with their trusty Frost element in Sloth is so cool to see. That Kione get back Sloth, cast Sloth, Nexus to Sloth, that little loop is so fun. I love that.
Say the thing.
Yeah. All right, here we go, everyone. One more time.
That's how we do it. No, it's quite a thing to see the Sloth engine kind of activate and be online. And it's so surprising. Lunar, a deck that should be able to suppress the opponent, just not having any way to stop the Sloth.
So you can't stop the Sloth. That's terrifying to imagine. Very cool to see. Love our high caliber matches that we usually get from our top 8, which will be coming up here soon. We have our top cut being calculated out. We have the back end engine going through and crunching the numbers. And by back end engine, I mean it's literally just Skyhawk and Nick just on typewriters, just going through it and then submitting that into an HTML through a fax machine. I'm almost certain that's how it works nowadays.
Oh, sure. High caliber technology.
Yeah, it's the hamster wheels inside the server room.
We got Ask Rabbits just spinning the wheels.
Yeah. Really charging everything up. I can't wait to see how these two players, how the math works out. Maybe we'll see these two players again. Maybe we'll for sure see one of them. I do know that for sure. My math on these top cuts aren't always great, but wow, what a match and what a game. I'd love to see them duke it out.
6 getting their place in top 8 with that victory, as I understand, means we're probably going to see them again, and maybe we will get to see the Sloth loop all day. I have the opposite feeling about 6's deck as I did for Bo's deck, where I was like, Bo, I see every single rune in the game from you. With 6's deck, I'm like, 6, I've seen you play 3 cards. I've seen Bromolinx, I've seen Paleoth, and I've seen Kione. Where's the rest of your deck?
Yeah, it's well, it's so funny. Again, as long as you open Nexus Bank, Sloth, ain't nothing to it. You can have no counter runes at the end of the day. That's something so funny. I love Elestrals. This is so goofy.
Oh, jump on Elestrals. Put Circle of the Sky in your Sloth deck.
You know, it works. I mean, if Pandora's Box are the way to go, then absolutely. Alternatively, I guess an Altar of Stars could be the play. I don't know how often that would really occur, though.
Altar of Stars could work, but yeah, I mean, I think this match we're seeing Sloths do one of the things that is great in Elestrals, which is you don't have to be afraid of your opponent's cards if they don't have enough spirits left to use them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing to combat the Ectoplasm Menace. You know, it was one of the biggest decks to come out of the last premiere and really gain popularity from some of the top players. And it's a very strong deck, very strong engine. But just like every single deck in Elestrals does have to contest with its spirit deck. You know, it has to say, do I have enough spirits to do its play? Yes, it plays out of the underworld, but we saw there that Pope might have not had the spirits to expend to and bounce. We sometimes you get into a position where you can cast the Ectoplasm as a 6 or an 8 body under the temple, but then that's it. And so, yeah, it creates these really interesting game states where it's a very powerful engine, but if you're putting your opponent on a heater on a tempo, then that might be lights out.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to see how Sloth performs in Top Cut. And I hear the Ast Rabbits are spinning their wheels extra hard. The final Swiss game has finished. So as we are yapping here, the numbers are coming in. The official list of top 16 is going to be revealed on stream shortly. And we'll get an idea as to how many different decks we're going to see in the top 8. I'm really hoping we get like a Hera. We know we're getting a Sloth. Let's get a Lunar in there. Let's get one Moth.
Yeah, one Moth. You know, we had last time MG1 piloting the Hermes Moth list, this amalgam of the deck, and we've still yet to see it convert. You know, like if today happens, there's still no Moth that is popping up. I don't know. Very funny to think about the big boogeyman. Everyone freaking out about one of the best decks in the room, just dominating the meta, and then now, where is it at?
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. I mean, I really hope we get to see a good Moth match in Top Cut against like Moth versus Sloth would be a fantastic thing to see. How does Sloth deal with Moth being like a 10, you know? I didn't see anything from the Sloth decks today that would suggest to me they have a very good line for getting over the Moth besides like Mountain of Boreas plus Neander Sloth.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that Sloth and Moth that has its ability to do is P-Gus, and particularly take out those key Nexus banks that would otherwise give repeatability to the Sloth engine. You know, that's one thing that when that last match we saw was that Kione stuck around for so long, gaining back the Sloth and doing the Sloth loop over and over. But one P-Gus targeting the Kione puts 6 a little more behind. They have to have the additional Nexus bank, the additional resources to extend. And that's, I think, where the Moth player comes in and just swoops down with their Gorgon's Gaze, their Pandora's Boxes, their Monsoons. But then, again, Sloth is so efficient, and you could just then go Sloth and do it again.
Oh, no, you stopped me. You're on 2 spirits? So you left that thing in attack? Okay, well, we'll Sloth.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm very surprised and thoroughly impressed with this deck so far. I've been consistently proven, not like I don't say wrong per se, if I can just sweep some dirt off my shoulder about this format. But I am impressed by some of the decks that have been standouts that I didn't think would perform as highly. And maybe that's to the credit of our brilliant casters today who are entering these tournaments and just performing extremely well.
Yeah, it's going to be such an interesting Top Cut today. So, I mean, Neander Sloth is the Lunar of this event, I feel like.
Yeah,
the deck no one expected.
The one big breakout, and that is to say too that there's still a lot of other great strategies under the surface. There's the Sulfuri line. We've been seeing Hera pop up, which is Hera has been performing well, and I feel like we've been kicking Hera out of the conversation of things that we've been surprised by. But I can't tell if it's just me that I think like, yeah, but it's like it's Hera, and then it's like just kind of shrugging off.
Well, here's the thing. When Bo shows up with the deck, you go, oh, okay, there was sauce there. We just didn't figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. And then every other time it's like, I'll have to look at your run. I'm not sure. How many Gorgon's Gaze did you have set? Like, I have to evaluate.
Yeah. We believe Bo by default.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but surprisingly, based on what we saw, it's probably Rin who would be the Hera in Top Cut if we get one today.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah, and I believe Ren was against Brewlock. That was our round 6 feature, right?
Yes. So we'll have to see once the judges have finished doing all of the important judge work, whether or not they won this round to get in to the top 8 today.
Yeah, I'm curious to know who's slicing it out today. I think last time, well, we saw Ari before we went into our round 7 here, undefeated into this round, and maybe can make the magic happen and make the complete run. If they're on Pentair, that would be insane. And I would love to know what kind of deck is shaping out for our strongest soldier.
Yeah, well, I guess that's true. Ari's guaranteed to be in top 8 because they were undefeated after round 6, right? So we will potentially be waking the dragon in Top Cut today. You know what? We may not get Moth versus Sloth, but I'll take Dragon versus Sloth. What does Sloth do into Pentair?
Yeah, Pentair Sloth could be really cool. They go battle, disenchant, pop the board. Okay, now we go again. Yeah, sure. Swing over the Sloth.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Lots of interesting matchups for us to potentially see here. In fact, Sloth into Hera would actually be a really fun matchup to see. Can you imagine going to time on game 2 because it's Hera versus Sloth where you're both just like doing the same thing infinitely?
Yeah, you're enchanting your spirits from Sloth, and now you're at equal spirits because Hera's healed itself back, and Sloth has just enchanted itself with all the frost spirits ever to be conceived. I do not know what to expect from these tournaments sometimes, because going into it, you're like, here's my known factors, here's exactly how it's going to wind out and play. And then all of a sudden, our dark horses start to really shape up and really shape the meta.
They do. And oh man, this is a little bit off into the future, Swole, but I'm excited for when Ethereal drops with all of those full arts like Sandstorm and stuff. Because there's some insane caster out there that's going to see the full art Sandstorm and be like, yeah, it's Habufen's time to shine.
Oh god. I thought that with this format and Moth being so prevalent, we would get some of the wind decks in the fringes of wind that we haven't seen in a while. We have those one-off random like Aosdale, some stuff like that where you're like I haven't seen this card in forever. Whoever plays this card, and then you get some really cool stuff with the Moth. And I'm still hoping that we can continue to see that happen. To that end, I do think Habufen Moth is real and can hurt you. I think that Sandstorm full art would slap nicely into that deck.
Hey, I did try to cook the Habufen a little bit at the start of this format and expeditiously gave up on it. Piga's too good, but
oh god. Yeah, that's fair.
I'm also actually very excited for the Aepharos Champion of Aphrodite full art. We're like 2 cards away from basically being able to play an entirely full art Aphrodite deck.
Oh my god, that's right. I mean, like barring Rock in a Hard Place, I think is the idea. You have the Eddie, that's the full art. Kerbis is full art if you really want to. You also have the Lokagons are full arts.
Well, yeah. Or you drop the Kerbis engine and you play the Starbit line, and then all you need is like,
true.
If we get full art Magnaros and full art Foamy Champion of Aphrodite, then you can play a Fish plus Starbit like entirely full art deck.
I forgot about the Starbit engine. I was going to make a note on this. I love all the experimentation I've been seeing with Starbit on socials and in the Discords. I think that deck is so sweet. And is it the Fish deck revival? I don't know, but it definitely could be after like 4 billion cards get hit on the ban list. I think it's there somewhere,
Hey,
it's there somewhere.
Think of it this way. If you have an Aepharos champ on field and a Starbit champ on field and another dude with a Necklace of Aphrodite, it both becomes a 5 and has the Starbit protection.
Can I also have that Starbit Supernova with an Ornament of Ares Spirit Piercing? I'm really curious to know how that interaction works out.
No, actually, I'm getting a call right now. The judges are coming to drag you away.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we have our top 16. Oh, look at that. We have our top 16 to look out for today. We get to give the breakdown of who has earned that top 16 Imperial and who will be fighting it out for the top cut, the big Celestlio inside of today's tournament. Curious to see who's made it out here today. We've got, Spicy Sausage coming in here hot.
Yes, we have Spicy Sausage. We have Stellar Kristoff, who may or may not be on Hera. I know they've been really happy about Hera, but they also might be on Champions of Zeus. We'll have to see. We got Ari, who's probably on Pinter. We got Vanchi, who we know is on the Lunar. We have Six, who is on the Sloth. We have Rin on Hera, and Skids and Windescents are complete unknowns. I think I got my wish list for Top Cut, Swole. I think we're getting like one of everything.
This is insane. We have Pope just bubbling out at 9th place here after that amazing match with Six, Wirebellion, and Bo. Pope, Wirebellion, and Bo back to back, triple champions of champions in the game of Elestrals, by the way. We have Jackals, Brewlock. We have the one and only DD Trick and Decent Shirt rounding out our top 16 here. And here's some insane records. And like these players across the board if you have the absolute pleasure to playing them in real life, you'll know they are some of the best people in the world, but also some of the best casters to ever touch the game. And this is a terrifying top 16. For top 8, though, this is Stellar Kristoff's first top 8. And we're going to give a big shout out to Stellar Kristoff, too. A consistently prominent community member, always holding it down. And they had that stellar luck with them, but always have been someone who's either bubbled or just has barely been there with the top cut. So getting the first top 8 after all this time, big congratulations. That's incredible.
I hope we get to see them on feature match. I'd love to know what they're on today, Swole. And I'm as happy as an oysteress because I don't think there's a single matchup here we're going to see today that I wouldn't be super excited about.
Ooh, now here's our top 8 bracket for the day. Spicy Sausage versus Win the Scent. We have Van Sing versus the one and only 6. We have Stella Kristoff versus Skids and Ari versus Ren.
And I've gotten some confirmation we're going to be on table 3, so we will be seeing Stellar Kristoff, it seems like.
Yeah, good to see what these two casters are rocking up with. I think they are the only two that we don't really know anything about both of the matchups here. I guess we haven't seen Spicy or Win the Scent either. I can only assume Spicy's rocking up with the legendary Moth list. And, well, Win the Scent I know has had only one card since base set. And so I think between these ones here, I'm excited to see what we can watch with Stellar Kristoff and Skids.
I think it's going to be exciting to go into a top 8, not know what this first round's going to be. And boy, I'm just looking at this chart. All roads lead to an awesome top 8. Get on twitch.tv/Elestrals. Let us know what matches you're most excited to see. Which ones do you want to see make it to the final table today? Man, I don't even know which one I'm rooting for at this point. They're just all, I've been so impressed with the decks today.
We really are spoiled fruit for choices here. I think that's the big one I can see from our top 8 showcase. And as the day progresses, we'll have more exciting Elestrals action for you. We're gonna head to a quick break before breaking out for top 8 for our second premiere. We're soon to crown a champion in just a few rounds. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, casters, to our top 8 for our second Premier Online tournament in the Sunstrike meta. We're about to crown a new champion here soon, but we got to make through these initial rounds for our top players. A lot of really great names in contention. I'm joined once again back by PK. How's it going, PK?
Hello, everyone. I can tell you right now, I did not have Neandersloth on my bingo card. That card, that small, we all knew what it was, but seeing it in action and how seemingly invincible it is, even when you get rid of it, you just got to deal with it again. Keon to Paleoth, Nexus to Paleoth, cast Neandersloth, enchant to Keon, Paleoth, Nexus to Paleoth, ascend to Neandersloth. It's so consistent and perfect and contained, but that's the worst part. You deal with the immediate threat. You're not even touching the cards in their hand. Swole, what would you do? You tell me.
So funny. I don't know. I am shocked at this little loop, right? Because the idea of just being like, yeah, I'll let you swing on the Neandersloth. I'll hold my Gorgon's Gaze, my back row for those important moments, and then just doing it all again. Yep. Very scary. And it makes the Ectopossum list that we saw dominate the last event look like child's play. You're like, yeah, I'll let you do whatever you want. Go ahead, run around.
Oh, when the Neandersloth leaves the field in any sort of way, when it's gone by anyone, you just get a Paleoth back. And 4 defense isn't anything to laugh at. A lot of things can't get over a 4 defense right now, which, by the way, I do love how they're printing better effects on Elestrals that have 4 or less stats. I see you. I say, y'all want to get away from 5s, don't you? We all appreciate it, baby. But we are just seeing so many exciting things in this format. And that, I mean, like Andrew said earlier, that is absolutely the dark horse. No one, like Lunar last week, no one saw Neandersloth coming.
Yeah, I think I saw when we talked about the deck breakdown initially, right? We had the Neandersloth pop up in the second to last most represented in that top 6 decks, you know, Bear Bomb right underneath it. And just thoroughly surprised and thoroughly shocked. And I'm excited to see what our casters can do with it inside of top 8. Maybe there's potentially more than just 1, and we're going to get jump scared by more than just 6. We've got Stellar Kristoff versus Skids coming up here to y'all soon. And again, Stellar Kristoff's first top 8 run. We know that Stellar Kristoff has been a pillar of the community for a while, and watching him play here in Top Cutout with, I'm not even sure what he's on. What do you think that he's rocking up with? Previous Thundercaster before, I guess, is maybe what I'm guessing.
I can't give any theories because he's been in my DMs excited about his top 8 and what he's been doing. It's something that he and I talked about a while before, and that's all I'm going to say on that.
Okay, sounds good. I'm expecting something spicy. You know, he cooks up in the lab some things here. And for our other side of the top cut, we have some amazing names here to duke it out for the top slot. Walking away today with a ticket straight to Worlds. Qualifying points, many of these players will also be qualifying, and those top 16 Heras, the Imperials, and the Celestlio for the champion.
Look at this bracket right here. I cannot wait to see who's going to grab the Celestlio. All of these casters have themselves the top 16 Hera playmat. So if y'all got an extra one, please hit me up in my DMs. But these matchups, I mean, Ori and Ren, that is potentially Aeola's Pantera versus Hera. We have Kristoff and Skids, who we're going to see soon. Van Sai and Six, that's going to be a heavyweight matchup. We saw both of them on stream just earlier. Spicy Sausage and Winter Set, we have not seen, I believe. So I don't think we know what either of them playing. Is that correct?
Yeah, we haven't seen them yet. I have some suspicions based off of what I know Spicy and Win the Scent to be rocking up with historically, but who can say we've had a lot of casters who are known for certain decks, have won with certain decks, and have said, I'm just going to rock up with something a little bit different, a little more experimental today. So very much could be the case for these two casters. And as far as our casters here on the play here soon, Skids, couple top 16s and top 32s under their belt for the 2025 and 2026 season. And look at those accolades from Stellar Kristoff.
Yeah, Stella Kristoff, he has been consistent. For him to finally break into the top cut, I'm sure is thrilling for him. Top 16 before, top 32, top 32, top 32, just always showing up and showing out with some of the most blingiest decks you'll ever see in the Elestrals. Skids as well, while not as many, has reached similar heights. So we do have a matchup of similar skills and accomplishments here in top 8.
Yeah, and it was a round out to go here. The top seed will be choosing who goes first, and I believe that was Stellar Kristoff, who was our second seed going into this. And I can only imagine that they'll want to be going first here after deciding that. If you guys do not know, inside of Top Cut, the highest seed gets to choose on first or second for the player to draw. And sometimes that can be pretty determinative. We don't have a lot of ways to go second here and combat a lot of really strong strategies. We saw that Neander Sloth and everything come out in full force on turn 1 around 7.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting if we do see another Neander Sloth. The only time we saw Sloth go down was from Bo, I believe, utilizing Hera. But at the same time, we still question that there should have been another Paleoth cast out. So that was kind of up in the air. Otherwise, we have yet to see it go down, but it looks like we are ready to go. Top 8 of your second Sunstrike Webcam Premier Tournament is on the play. Kristoff is ready to go and leading us into this top 8 matchup versus Skids, also in their first top 8 appearance. Congratulations to both of these casters. Put on a good show.
Yeah, let's see here. We have Kristoff going to go ahead and start off with a mulligan. I think that's a Thunder Spirit there.
That's definitely a Thunder. I'm not sure what that leads into, but if we are, if you are playing a hero strategy, you can bring them back really easily. Brontiglow can also bring them back as well. So not too much, like definitely a free mulligan for some elements.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier to tell here after our cast, which is going to be a Riceros.
Champion Riceros comes to the field. 5 defender. Looks like there's no Thunder that can be enchanted to the field beyond that, so we cannot get out early Ricerage. But a 5 defender it's been historically very good, as we see Skids revealing Champion Smotuga.
Ooh, and revealing the Tongs of Hephaestus to potentially try to ascend into Krakatuga early, but Stellar Kristoff has the Gorgon's Gaze to combat the ascension. And it looks like we're looking at turtle time. It's Krakatuga versus a Hera deck.
I do love how Hephaestus can go either way, either with Vesubituga or Krakatuga. It seems like most casters today are leaning towards Krakatuga with the burn route, but control route with Vesubituga goes very far. As we have Champion Platypus being normal cast out, not even utilizing the special cast. But wait, was that a
love that artwork? We have the Rice Arrows returning the spirit back to the spirit deck to ascend into a Ricerage, the new champion of Hera Ricerage out here. 5 body, 7 defense, the foreteller of the archetype.
That can run over Smotuga as well, so you might want to put that into attack and just threaten that, because if they have Gorgon's Gaze, then they're going to use it one way or another. If they don't, then you're going to be able to get this foretell and run over. But we have Scepter of Hera coming out as well. That is now a 7/9 body. Say it again, 7/9 body coming out on Stellar Kristoff's side. Hasn't even used the foretell yet, Swole.
Yeah, big chance to return the spirits in the spirit deck to grab that's a Stellar Quackle out. Stop. Double Stellar Quackle. Stellar Kristoff. I know it's your name, but stop flexing on us. Holy.
And the Patroclus's dice as well. So now you can finally pull out your hero on the next turn should you survive it with your Ricerage. We're not even going to set any card face down. Quackle was added to hand and the other cards were stacked. So we don't know, but I want wait a minute.
And a battle declaring eruption on the Smoltuga and enchanting to the Ricerage. That's going to destroy it in the end phase and clearing the board here. Now Skids is I think just clear. We know they have a Tongs of Hephaestus in the hand and Stellar Kristoff with that Quackle as well, but we're now back at a simplified board state.
Yeah, losing Ricerage that early really is rough, but Hephaestus' Jealousy is a very potent counter rune for any fire strategy right now, and we're just going to play out a second champion spell too.
Oh, going into it.
Gaze? Nope. No Pandora's box, no gaze. This is good to go. Krakatuga coming out, likely in attack, burning for 3, and then hitting for 2.
Yeah, one thing about this Krakatuga deck, very similar to the Sloth list we saw in round 7, is that you can just, as long as you have the pieces together, keep on repeating this loop where you're threatening the burn and the ascension and the damage. Now, Skids can potentially put on so much here against Ilya Kristoff, but I guess the nice part is that if you do try to attack with the Krakatuga, it's a 4 attack.
Yes, but Hera does kind of struggle with getting over 4. I mean, you can meet it often, but you need other pieces in order to do so. And we already saw the platypus being sent to the underworld in order to get out the rice to rich. And we went kind of early. And now we're getting a little peek into the spirit deck because we have 2, I believe those are frosts. Either frost or water, and 1 thunder going to the underworld. And looks like the Krakatuga will switch back to defense.
Yeah, Krakatuga was cast out of the defense there and burned Stella Kristoff for 3 damage after expending the 2 fire spirit, setting 1 card back there. Only a couple cards in hand. Stella Kristoff now goes for Quackle. Quackle, champion of Hera's effect here to grab out the full art Hera. Just PK on this one. This is now shaping up to be a little bit easier. And again, it's such an interesting matchup here. You have burn in your burn strategy, but I don't know if Hera really cares too much about that. You can just start healing back spirits pretty easily.
The only burn you want, I mean, if you have 2 Hera, you can deal with it rather easily. We're withholding the Hera in hand as well. Interesting decision by Chris. I wonder how it's going to play out. But we're just going to go for another burn here, and we're going to send 3 more Thunders to the underworld for 2 more from Skids. Starting to get a little lopsided. We're at 4 to 6 expended just from this Krakatuga. Not able to get over the defense of Quackle sitting at 4 defense. So we're just going to sit here and go for the burn. The question is, how does Hera get over a 9 defense? And I feel like you just have to make them get rid of it themselves with an Imperial. But Nekruff comes out.
Yeah, OG Nekruff. Shout outs to set 8. The funny part is that Quackle being in defense blocks and absorbs that damage from the Krakatuga. But now Nekruff is enchanted with the empowered with the artifact of the Tongs of Hephaestus, making it a 9 attacker.
Yep, we're getting over the Quackle, going to threaten burn for 1. But wait a minute, face down, Shield of Achilles. That's a tough one to call. I get it, because the bigger stat and all the spirits are now gone, right? Yeah,
and that Nekruff goes back to hand, and that Tongs goes to the underworld. I think those added back to hand to the Skids.
Krakatuga is now vulnerable, sitting in attack right now and 4 attack, but Nekruff can just come out next turn. So Chris has to make a move, and your plays were foretold. Yeah, you know what was coming up. Did you line it up correctly? Hera finally comes out with only 5 spirits left, 2 on Hera. Then we're recycling 1 from Underworld, but wow. A second Hephaestus' Jealousy hits the Hera again.
Eruption there. That's going to be crucial for denying Stella Kristoff this burn. And if Stella Kristoff cannot deal with this Krakatuga here, it's just going to start burning and decreasing those spirits down. The funny part here is Nekruff now starts to get really scary doing those incremental chip damage with the extra burn.
Yeah, there's just a lot of damage being threatened on board. And it looks like we're going to just pay off the Hephaestus to get Patroclus' dice, powering up the Quackle, and then maybe go for a crash, which does stop the burn, but you're going to hit for 1, and you're going to take 1 from the damage. Not quite sure how this one can play out better for Chris right now.
Yeah, we have the Patroclus' dice too, getting added back to hand after shuffling the Shield of Achilles back into the deck, drawing 1 card, so getting a little bit of advantage there. I believe as well, the idea is that the Fire Spirit is on the Quackle now to destroy it.
Well, right now Magneros?
We're returning a spirit to the spirit deck to target the Krakatuga and give it -2. It's an in order to, so I think Quackle.
Wait, did he take the last spirit off of Quackle?
I think Quackle.
Hold up.
is gone here. The idea is that Quackle bounces itself back, has the one spirit from the fire from Skid's enchantment, which can now crash with Krakatuga. And now we have the Gorgon's Gaze coming out from the Krakatuga to stop and negate the attack to crash the Quackle. This has been interesting. This Quackle has put in a lot of work, and that's a lot of resources from Skids just to deal with the smallest of bodies.
Is this game on board? If you have 2 more fires in Spirit Deck, which I don't think Skids has, you just burn them in attack. So we're going for the Necroth. We do not have a 2-5. That's a water enchanted Necroth as well. So no burn. But Quackle only has 3 attack. What can we do here?
Yeah, I think the idea was that you would have to have that Patroclus's dice to maybe allow some sort of crash or difficult scenario in here. But so Kristoff is thumbing over the cards and saying, do I have anything for just the 5 body with one of the best water Elestrals in the game? Let's see what we got here. We have Patroclus's dice, paying 2. We're going to buff up the Quackle
I see.
And trade 1 spirit left, and that's going to swing, and that's going to be game. It looks like Skids takes game 1 against Stellar Kristoff with Krakatuga burn, getting out that turtle really early and applying that pressure of burn so fast. I think Stellar Kristoff there played great around those eruptions, and how they were moving the spirits and disenchanting them was very interesting.
Oftentimes when you're playing with your boss, the Lester, the game comes down to a game of chicken. Who tries to get their play out first? Kristoff put in extra resources to get out Rice to Ridge. It was answered by Hephaestus' jealousy almost immediately. Tried to stop the Smotuga. It came out the second time, and that exact Krakatuga is essentially what cinched up the entire game. It was lost from game turn 4 because that constant burn. Hera can heal 1. You're losing 3. And that's just a lot of disadvantage for Hera if you're not healing 2. And without the bodies to back it up, Hera just got outpaced.
Yeah, I think there's also an argument to be made that the Gorgon's Gaze at the end there was like a pivotal point to stop the attack declaration of that Quackle, which otherwise would have traded that Krakatuga and put Stellar Kristoff in a position where there would have been a trade of sorts on the Necroth. There's so many small intricate spirit plays there at the end that I really enjoyed watching. That disenchant from the Quackle, or the return from the Quackle to the spirit deck, keeping its fire spirit on the board there, was crazy. I did not realize Hera can play around eruption like that.
Yes. It all depends on how you want to utilize your spirits, and considering how popular Hephaestus' jealousy is, it's something that every Hera player needs to consider, because you want your spirits on your Hera. They want to take out your Hera, and I don't mean on a wonderful 5-star dinner. So you really got to understand that at a moment's notice, you may need to just take all those spirits and find ways to quickly remove them back to your spirit deck or utilize them otherwhere, which is why cards like Ultra Stars is nice. While people have been considering Circle the Sky in Hera, unironically considering Circle the Sky, because it's rather you get value out of those spirits than being elsewhere, than them just being removed from your Hera.
Yeah, and that was also a big showcase to where something that Bo was messing with inside of those first early rounds of the tournament today is that the little guy from Hera going the distance against these bigger Elestrals. And inside of game 2 of our top 8, we can see if Stellar Kristoff can take this over Krakatuga, and going first again, they're going to slap down that beautiful Stellar Quackle and find themselves a full art Hera. We're just getting flexed on here, which is kind of crazy.
Hey, I got the full art Heras at least, so I'm not getting that flex star, but I ain't got those Quackles. That started that quality, baby. Skids is going to start up with 1 face down. Let's see if we have the opening play of Smotuga Reveal Artifact. Uh-oh.
Smotuga Reveal Artifact again. Here we go. Reveal Tongs.
Exact same play.
We go again, and Stellar Kristoff says, yep, that's okay.
Wow. Well, at least the Quackle's in defense, so we can't run over it. Stellar Krakatuga coming out here. Love this artwork. Love this Celestial 4-9 stats is absolutely absurd. We love base set. And now we just got to deal with the bird. How does Hera get over a 9 defense? I don't think it does so easily. You need to occur your resources immediately. So if you have a Champ Magneros in your list, pull that Quackle back and try to switch out a second Hera. but instead we are getting this burn out with Krakatuga. Pay 2, take 3. Not bad in the long run. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, I think the 9 defense is maybe contested by some Astro Rabbit with the Scepter of Hera shenanigans. And we have the Hera coming down here to start off the play. Quackle can also potentially help with some attack modifying shenanigans, but we'll really have to see what Elestrals that Stellar Kristoff has in their arsenal, because we've seen Quackle, we've seen Platypus, we've seen the Ricer Ridge, but nothing else other than that.
Oh, Jolton comes out, and we did bounce with the Spirit from the Hera, so we can search a 2 or 3 cost champion of Hera. So if Imperial is an option, then that's a huge way to threaten that Krakatuga by forcing Skids to disenchant from it and threaten it with damage. And that is the Imperial coming out. That beautiful. Is that the top 16?
That is the marble Imperial coming out.
Okay, now
here.
we're getting Flexstorm.
Absolutely, not just in the wallet, but also in the skill. We're checking the power rankings here, and Stellar Kristoff says, "Yeah, I gotta like that." What's nice with this position is that Stellar Kristoff can hold off for one more turn, heal back like 3 spirits at a time, drop that Imperial, and now seemingly Skids is on the back foot. But as we saw last time, the Krakatuga and the Tongs of Hephaestus with just that Necruff can really, really threaten the board.
Well, right now, Skids is paying another 2 to take 3 more from Stellar Kristoff, and I think that Frost is going to the Underworld. Yep, going straight down there along with the Thunder. We can recover 1. If we have a Magneros, we can actually get ourselves lined up for Imperial right now. It all depends on what we have in the hand. And unfortunately, we couldn't search Magneros with Jolton, but I understand wanting to pull the Imperial because right now, you're threatening a normal cast of it as well.
Yeah, we have, oh god, the 3 back row from Skids is so scary, especially backed up by the turtle. We have to have some hard removal by Stellar Kristoff or this sort of disenchanting to just progress the game state. But in the meantime, Skids can just expend the 2, burn Kristoff down, expend 2, burn Kristoff down. As I believe that's a Volcaries, the OG Volcaries down in the Constellation art.
Yeah,
Classic.
And there we go. I do believe in Volcaries and Tech Taurus right now. So we are putting Tongs on Volcaries, making it a 4 or a 7,
Ooh.
8. Oh, wait.
Water
That is
enchanted.
water enchanted. Okay,
Yeah.
so that means that's just a 7 attacker.
Water enchanted, but it's on a fire Elestral. Tongs itself properly enchanted, meaning that you can now destroy a card if it destroys an Elestral, but that shield coming in again on that Tongs of Hephaestus, showing that how strong of a threat that card is.
Kristoff and Skids really said, hey, let me copy your homework from game 1, but don't make it obvious. It's the same exact play. Like instead of Necklaw, fish Volcaries.
Yeah, and now Skids has an option here to crash with the Jolton, but that does not feel very good at all.
No, you definitely don't crash. You force your opponent to do so. You hope that you can protect it with your back row. The good thing for Chris is that it seems like there's no Hephaestus' jealousy waiting in the wings. Otherwise, that would have been popped a long time ago. Or maybe there is, and they're trying to use it for the coup de grace.
Oh, now we have the Quackle coming out here, returning a spirit from the underworld to the board after Quackle returns 1 to the underworld from the underworld.
Family of Hera!
Coming in here, enchanting the Hera from the underworld as well. And this Krakatuga is now -2 attack. Stellar Kristoff is winding up for a big Imperial play.
Let's see where it goes. We have Hera bouncing 1. We have another one from Quackle. And it looks like we got the normal class lined up. The top 16 champion Imperial drops to the field. And there is the Hephaestus' jealousy going to trigger the Krakatuga to destroy 1 card in the field. But does not stop. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it doesn't stop the disenchant.
Wait, it's the disenchant. So you're missing the timing. You get Hephaestus' jealousy out, but then you have the disenchant from your field, and Krakatuga goes down, right?
Yeah, that was.
So you don't get the pop.
Unless did Stellar Kristoff activate the effect?
I mean, even if you have to, right? There's no reason why you wouldn't. And then jealousy comes out. So I feel like the pop shouldn't have gone.
Are we doing this a little bit early? I feel like I'm missing the Imperial in hand unless there was a destruction effect activated here. Eruption's Jealousy activates in the end phase here.
Yeah, no, Krakatuga with the Eruption. You activate Eruption, you can destroy a card on field.
That's right. Oh my gosh.
But, I mean, you can't do Krakatuga's destruction until Eruption resolves. And it looks like they kind of chained it, Eruption Jealousy, and then chained Krakatuga.
Krakatuga, I believe, says on cast, right?
Say again?
I believe it's on when a player casts Eruption, meaning that it's similar to the Eddy or the Fungi ruling.
If that's the case, then that's when a player casts Eruption, you can target and destroy a card.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so this play, that was correct, is that they disenchanted from the board, and Imperial, the chain would be that Imperial still goes, and the Krakatuga still has to disenchant 3 there from Imperial's effect, and it's mean that still goes as well.
All right, well, then I've been misplaying that for my entire career.
Yeah, I believe it still resolves in that capacity.
Okay, all right, I'll accept that as such. Thank you, Swolelax. Top 16 and performing top 2 with Dallas.
Yeah, we might need
all the same.
If the judge reviews this one and says otherwise, that'll definitely be a much better case here. But I believe as the backwards goes, Volcari's down on the board, properly enchanted this time, can hit over at least a couple of the Elestrals.
Yeah, Volcari is going to be, looks like it's crashing into, I mean, who would you take out here? They're all kind of valuable. Looks like we're going after the Jolted, allowing the Platypus to continue giving +2 to all champs Hera.
And the Selkirkov has the Hera in the hand to now start doing some healing here. Skid's now low on spirits, with now Quackle the ability to return and enchant back, meaning that this Volcarius gets -2 and a lot more Elestrals can swing over it. And there's an additional Platypus on the board now.
Yeah, that's pretty valuable because now everything is +2/+2, and now we have Archelaus.
Yes! Let's go on! Ascend over the Quackle!
The one-up Archelaus, huge reveal by Kristoff here, and threatening a lot of healing back onto itself. Fantastic. But those 2 face downs by Skids have not been activated. Is now the time.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to chant to 1 to the Hera and the other 2 to the Archelaus. And this Volcarius is in massive danger of being cleared. Even a Shield of Achilles doesn't feel great here, as you're just taking now a bunch of spirit damage. Stella Kristoff on a very comfortable 6, and a Tsunami coming down here to save the day once again from the previous turn. Now Skids has to take out this Archelaus, which, you know, with the Necroth and the Tongs play we saw last time is very doable.
You could just re-enchant the Volcarius and get enough spirits to get over it. But, I mean, you still got to do with the Platypuses. Man, that was a jump scare. Absolutely. And I don't know if I would have done that any other time, but maybe you had no better offense in your hand. Regardless, it was pretty fun to see.
Yeah, very much
Champ Volcarius
in favor of the Unkelith jump scare. Yeah, it's the Champ Volcarius coming down to grab Hephaestus and potentially additional tongs or resources. Platypus of Hera is buffing up the entire board by +2, so Archelaus has that 6 defense, but I feel like you can swing over the Platypuses or the Platypi with something and then hopefully try to clear out this Unk very soon.
All the champs of Hera getting +1/+1 ×2. So that's a really valuable buff for them. But I mean, this, even if like you're going to get a whole bunch of attack points just from the tongs hitting the field and bringing back fire spirits from the underworld to do so, there's no back row by Kristoff. So we're losing the Archelaus. The Platypuses are at least 5 defense. So you got that going for you.
It's very rough, though, here, right? Because the idea is Tongs now, if they have another card in hand, can clear the board. It looks like they're doing the math here. Stat swapping and stat modification is Thunder's sweet spot, as the highest rarity Thunder deck you'll ever see in your life is sitting in front of us. Stellar Unk and the Stellar Quackles, the beautiful gem rare Platypuses.
It is all very pretty, yeah.
Here's the Unkelith going down, discarding a card to pop the Hera, and keeping the 2 bodies on board. I feel like this is very scary still.
I mean, it depends. Do we have a second Imperial in our deck? Do we have a way? Oh, we have an Ascension. Oh, there's no way.
Oh, it's
There's no way! Wow!
The Full Art Imperial, Stellar Kristoff. What are you doing?
So we're getting. I mean, he hasn't won. He just got his second top 16 one. Calm down.
Oh my gosh.
Let postage work first. Imperial coming out again, forcing Skids to disenchant 3 from field. We're getting rid of the Tongs entirely. So there's one of the Volcaries, one of the Oh wait, there's 2 Volcaries. There's one of the Volcaries, one of the Chant Volcaries, and one on the Hephaestus. We are an 8 attacking Imperial. This is absolutely last ditch effort.
Yeah, they're both on 1 spirit apiece. Skids on 1 last spirit. The Imperial swinging over can do lethal here, but the problem is the back row has to be exactly it's a shield, but that doesn't work. There's no spirits to expend, so Kristoff takes game 2.
Unbelievable end game. The absolute top deck of Full Art Imperial helping Stellar Kristoff take this to a game 3 here in top 8. Unbelievable.
Oh my God. That's one of those things that you're sitting there and you're like, well, they have no cards in their hand. I can easily clear these Platypulse Eye next turn. What's the worst that can happen? And turns out Thunder does strike twice. Imperial coming down is crazy.
Yeah, all thanks to the Platypulses sitting there and defending themselves. The family that works together stays together. And they absolutely showed up and showed out to bring Kristoff a victory in there in that game too. But man, I did not think it was possible. That was the top deck to end all top decks.
I mean, this is something that Sunstrike is just made for, right? We have not only Tongs of Hephaestus, Krakatuga, and the sort of Hephaestus line that we've been seeing popularized the last couple tournaments, burning and swinging for game. Yep. But the key here is that Hera and the stat modulation and kind of putting the opponents in very tricky positions is the key there. Imperial drops down, gets removed by the eruption of Krakatuga, and it's still very difficult for Skids to try to break the board. That's absolutely insane. And shouts to Unk. Unk jump scare once again.
I think, well, absolutely. Jump scare was like a highlight for me. But I do think that in this matchup, it comes down to A, how quickly Krakatuga comes out, B, how quickly Stellar Kristoff can mitigate the damage. And it turns out when you take it out almost immediately, Stellar Kristoff does have the resources to deal with it. When you let it sit, you're going to lose out. You know that Hephaestus' jealousy is coming out. You know that the burn is coming out, and the more that you remain on the back foot, the worse it's going to get for you. So Kristoff in this game 3 needs to play ahead, which is difficult when you're playing on the draw. But this is going to be one crazy game 3.
Yeah, it's really interesting here because I feel as if one of the strengths of Krakatuga is putting your opponent in these tricky positions after burning, but Hera and what Stellar Kristoff has shown us in this sort of set here in top 8 is that Hera can comfortably get back spirits in a very meaningful way to keep them in the game for longer. It looks like Skids is just going to set one, expend a draw pass.
Oh, Thunderstorm sniping a Pandora's box. Another huge reveal by Kristoff, and now we're going for Jolton. So absolutely valuable Thunderstorm there to make sure that you're able to do this safely. Getting out your Quackle to pull out your Hera or anything else you may need. You may want to pull Scepter as well. And we still have a lot of 4 cards left in hand. Not bad.
Oh, yeah, that Stellar Quackle coming in here, set 3 cards, clear the back row, swing in. You've now taken tempo. We're back to base set. Jolton set 3. What is this?
And Thunderstorm. We love it. And we're taking 1 water. So you have to wonder, what hand does Skids keep for them to, after starting Smotuga Tongs twice, to say, no, I'm fine just setting 1 passing. What's going on here?
Honestly, it might be like a Volcaries, OG Volcaries line, maybe just a Necruff in hand to help deal with some stuff. You're imagining here, it's one of those things as players, you're like, should I have kept this hand? Yeah, for science. And then for science doesn't quite work out. There's the Necruff coming in here.
Dog, how'd you do that?
Like a magician. I'm like, I can smell these hands. They're like, oh, this is probably good enough, but they're great going second. I'll just expend.
We did see Patroclus' dice last time, and Kristoff just set 3. I don't know if I'm going to be so reckless as to just run in there with a raw Necruff. We're just doing it.
Oh, you're so right. And you're so right. There is a Gorgon's Gaze to stop the attack. That definitely would have been a dice if Kristoff had that just to make it nice and easy. But a Gorgon's Gaze to pull it down here, but still no back row from Skids.
I mean, Quackle can't help you out here. We have Quackle coming through here. So if once you get your Hera, you can disenchant return one Thunder from Hera back to it to lower it. So you can get over it, keep 2 dudes on board and 2 face downs. Not the worst setup right now. And because there's no back row, you could potentially load up Hera for like 2 or 3 and rock out. We're doing for 2. We're doing okay. Oh, we're going for 4.
Oh.
Okay, I feel like that's a little greedy. I would say 3 is safe so you can do the recycling and return with Quackle. But regardless, we are going to do this. Hera's back down to 3. And now we're just going to, and we have another set Swole. This
is insane. So still no back row from Skids here. The Quackle effect to search for the Hera effect to enchant itself back from the underworld and effectively heal 1 to the spirit deck. Then Quackle comes in here with the other 1-2 punch, returns the spirit from the Hera back, decreases that Nekruff down to give clearance to Jolton. And now Kristoff is in a very comfortable position within a already established board. Skid has to have like a Krakatuga, and there it is, the small Tuga out. Do they have the tongs for reveal? They do. There goes that classic reveal.
Pandora's Box is the out this time. Very nice. And gets a mill of Nekruff and PTA. Not the worst, not the best.
Wow, this fire aggro deck truly, it's playing some of the classic stuff and just trying to go very low to the ground. I do like that quite a bit. There's a lot of things to say how strong Tongs is and how good Nekruff is for incremental damage. And small Tuga Champ is so great, but still no back row from Skids.
Still no back row, but is able to match the defense on Jolton right now with Smotuga. So if we can get a Scepter out, then we can take out this Smotuga and keep up the pressure. Otherwise, Smotuga is going to try again next turn. There's Family of Hera returning 2 spirits to the underworld. Do we have a Mount Olympus? Because we could put the spirits on either of the champions of Hera.
Oh, yeah. We have the card healing back to it. Now we're going to return back and drop down the Imperial again. The game-winning Imperial is back for game 3.
Jump scare, disenchanting 3 from Fields, Smotuga to Underworld, still 2 face downs, heading for 5 to the face.
Whoa, this is crazy. This is such a big break for Stellar Kristoff. This Imperial deck has guided them to this point. That's been triple Imperial inside of these games, showcasing an absolute masterclass of Hera. This is what it's all about.
All right, so remember I said earlier, it's 1 Signetric, 2 Imperial. It's showing up and out in spades.
Oh my Lord, this is crazy. This
is so much fun.
This has been insane. Skids is now firmly on the back foot. They're even in spirit count, but much, much different inside of board presence. And Skid, it's not impossible for them to come back into this. 1 Tongs of the Festus, which we know is in hand, can bring this around. Oh, but you already have a Pandora's Box for this. But that there's Tongs in hand to activate and discard. I think that was a Champ Hestia Astrabit for enchanting for fire.
Wow. And Pandora's Box being milled as well. Kristoff just getting the absolute most value out of everything right now. Do we have it? Oh, we do have Tongs in hand, right?
Yeah, we have Tongs in hand. I think it looks like an Hephaestus in hand as well. I think so. Debating whether or not to go for a couple of spirits on this Hephaestus, but I imagine the easy line here is just go Tongs, hit over one of the small bodies, and destroy the Imperial. With only 1 back row from Stellar Kristoff, this, despite the fact that Skid's has been on the back foot this entire time, this is the comeback.
Yeah, let's see what happens. You able to utilize those spirits from Underworld is so incredibly valuable for these fire decks. Like we even saw earlier that Bears list was utilizing Valkyrie, Search Hephaestus, Search Tongs to reuse your fires. So now we're pulling out a second Tongs from the deck. 1 is already in hand. I believe it hasn't been used. So now we can freely use this. If we can get a destruction, we can then discard a fire to take out the Imperial and essentially equalize this field. So that last face down by Kristoff absolutely needs to be real, or we're going to look at a huge swing in field presence.
Yeah, we have here the Tongs coming down. Valkyrie's attempting to attack into the Quackle and discard a card, which we know they've been just buying their time for discarding the Astrabbit Champ to target destroy the Imperial down. That's a broken board, and seemingly Skids is now back in it.
That is a major control. Yeah, Tongs is so good at breaking hero boards. You get over the little guys that barely can buff themselves up and everything else. But we have Thunderstorm taking out the Tongs. Now Jotun and Volcaries are equalized.
Yeah, Let's see if we have anything here.
Else.
We've expended draw, and after the expended draw, I think you can just trade down now, but I don't know how many cards Skids had to just like apply pressure. Stellar Kristoff had to use a lot of spirits there.
We didn't crash! We didn't crash! Dog! Hephaestus is on field!
There's definitely artifacts in that deck, so there's got to be a second or third Tongs for sure.
I'm pretty sure the second Tongs is in hand.
Oh, pretty no. Sure. Uh-oh. This is now even scarier now that Skids has tempo here. Stellar Kristoff has passed it back. Skids reaching for the spirit deck, and even a hard drawing Krakatuga Ascend here is so terrifying, as Stellar Kristoff only has 6 spirits left to play with.
I mean, that's a really questionable decision to let it stick around here, but maybe you just felt like you couldn't have another guy, but I would rather be equal on no guys than equal on one, especially when they can recover spirits.
Oh, it gets so scary, and there's a Smoltuga down. Smoltuga effect, reveal that another Tongs.
Yep.
Ascension is good here. Let's see if it's going to be properly enchanted with fire. Skids is also a little bit low on spirits, but I imagine there's plenty of fire spirits left for this sort of play. We have Krakatuga coming down here. The Stellar Krakatuga we've seen so many times.
What is that face down by Kristoff? A late game Krakatuga in this scenario is so terrifying.
Oh my gosh. This is a very scary Krakatuga effect. Disenchant 2, Kristoff to burn for 3, so it can't be Gorgon's Gaze, Pandora's Box are ruling out. Is it that Shield of Achilles that we've seen so many times? It could be Shield.
If it was Shield, we probably would have seen it last time to stop the Volcaries.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what it would have been Dice, but no, it could be Dice, but because it wouldn't have worked on the Tongs because that's +4. Here comes the Tongs with a buff up the Volcaries and just freely use the spirits from the underworld for it as well.
Oh my gosh, look at this. The spirit efficiency of the Volcaries Hephaestus line is so smooth, and it works so well too. You know, this is a lot of artifact runes are heavy investments, but this makes it so much easier to make these big comebacks in this game. Hephaestus be on the board. I think they're debating whether or not to activate the effect here, and I think they're going to do it for just some deck thinning.
Maybe we get to see another artifact there. We saw 2 Tongs, so would not be shocked if we seen Torch of Hestia right now. Or Hammer of Hephaestus is interesting as well, which will give +2 thanks to the Tongs being on field, which you can activate for free right now. Wait,
Hammer?
No, you can't. And the Hephaestus will be on field.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hammer of Hephaestus. This is there's an additional Hephaestus on the board. That's hilarious. Now I can see why there are so many of those expend to draws.
There's a second Hephaestus in the hand. How did Skids manage to break the skin of this game and take it to this position? That was so many cards played, so many spirits recovered. We're mulling over the back row. It's Gorgon's Gaze now.
Oh, so interesting. Paying off the Gorgon's Gaze, one Hera and the Jolton to prevent the Krakatuga from attacking, and you're taking the 1 damage here from the Volcaries direct. Now on 2 spirits left. Skids is only on 2. What do we see from the board? Is there an Arcolith angle here? I can only imagine that's the last ditch effort that we can have to swing in for game, but I don't know if that hits over anything.
I mean, it's really tough to say. If you have Arcolith in Mount Olympus, then it would. You can Arcolith into the Krakatuga. You would crash and deal damage. But that's going to be
game. There's the handshake down. Stellar Kristoff goes down 2-1 to Skids in an insane back and forth match. Skids was down to their last few spirits, no back row the entire game, and just breaks out at a whole board full of Thunder Spirits. That's insane.
It only took 1 Tongs. Like there was such an amazing board built by Christoph. I feel like the biggest misplay towards that end game was not Gorgon's Gaze into Valkyries much sooner. Because if you would have done that, it forces your opponent to have to use fire spirits from everywhere else on the field or from the spirit deck instead of recovering them from the underworld. Without you doing that, they could just freely play whatever they want. If you're going to use the Gorgon's Gaze, you might as well stop anything else they want to do as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where I don't know how long, you hold on to that Gorgon's Gaze and say, now it's the time here to try to jump scare into it. Definitely using that early and keeping the pressure on is the way to go. But the double Imperial, the triple Imperial, and so many Krakatuga, small Tuga reveals, burning effect damage, and that
every game
efficient engine there. Wow, what an insane match there to represent, I think, really what Sunstrike excels at, which is these really consistent loops of powerful Elestrals and effects. And then, I don't know, Tongs coming in strong. That was crazy.
Yeah, Tongs is a very powerful. I mean, fire right now is just powerful in general. If you have Reforge, it's essentially Ambrosia. If you have Reforge and Valkyries on field, it's Ambrosia times 2. So it can do so much. You reveal the Tongs, which how many times did we just have, here's my turtle, stare at my Tongs. All right, here's my big turtle. Every time.
Every time. And it what makes that deck so scary. I love the inclusion of the Necrof in there, going back to old school base set and some of these more true aggro fire engines, and just saying, yeah, the incremental burn damage. And also, like you were saying, there's a lot of quality 3 and 4 defense Elestrals out there. 5s still very much can do damage. And I want to say that Tongs plus the burn and destruction is just extremely scary. That's extremely scary.
Oh, it was just devastating. The amount of power that consistently came out on the 1-drops from Skids there was unbelievable. And don't get me wrong, Christoph was fighting back. Like, he wasn't just taking it down. We saw Imperial disenchant and disenchant. We got the destruction and removal. We saw 2 Imperials in one game. It was phenomenal. But just being able to freely bring back that many spirits and get that much power, I mean, you need 4 platypuses to equal 1 Tongs.
Yeah. Wow. Absolutely insane gameplay. Congratulations to both players for making a top 8. And of course, to Skids for making it onto our top 4, which I believe means that they'll be facing off against Win the Scent. We'll check our bracket here in a second to check that. Oh, it's Skids versus Ari and Win the Scent versus 6 here on the top 4. Both insane. We saw Skids last time rocking up with the Krakatuga burn, and we know 6 is on the Sloth. Don't quite know what Win the Scent is on, and Ari is still a mystery.
I would love to see the Skids Ari matchup, considering, again, if we're assuming that Ari is on Pantera, like the high octane aggression from that matchup would be one for the ages. But we need to give everybody their time to shine, so let's see what Win the Scent will do on the other side.
Yeah, and we've already seen that Neander Sloth list really cook, so excited to see how this turns out here. I mean, either match, either way, we have the champions are so close to be crowned. And wow, what an insane top 8 to start things off for the day. I can only imagine how crazy these top 4s are going.
I just realized both of the Hera got knocked out in top 8. Sad.
No,
yeah,
it's okay, PK. I think you've done your duty. You know, championing a deck that I think no one had on their radar. I think it's crazy.
You know what? I think this is a good time for me to go lick my wounds. I'm sad that my girl is gone, but thank you to the casters who piloted her, and thank you to everybody who has been piloting her. We're going to take a quick break. Top 4 is on the horizon. So, Swole, you're going to be here with Andrew to bring us through that commentary, and everyone else, we'll see y'all right after the break.
And welcome back, casters. We are here with our top 4 of the Elestrals Premier Finals. Back here with Andrew here again. How's it going after the break?
It's going good. What a nail-biting round of 3 clashes that was, Swole. It's sad to see Hera go, but it was so good to see both of those decks pop off.
And for a Hera to go the distance this long, I think we anticipate that one of them would have converted in the top 8, and what a showcasing of what that deck can do with the double Imperial breakdown. But Fire Artifacts is crazy. 1 Tongs, 1 Volcaries to break the entire thing.
Hey, 1 Tong, 1 Volcaries, a Dream, and a discard, and you're off to the races.
Yeah, and legitimately, that I would not be surprised if we see that happening again. I do know that we have some casters who are very fond of that turtle engine inside this top 4. But for top 4 today, and we looked at the bracket before going to the break, we have Ari and Skids and Six and Win the Scent. Six, of course, is rocking up with that Sloth deck that we saw previously, and Skids we just saw on that Krakatuga.
Yeah, I would love to see Ari this round. We're probably thrown back to the other half. Yeah, we got confirmation. We're watching table 1 today, so we'll see Win the Scent and Six. It will be good to see the Sloth again, though. I would love to see whether or not we get a run back and whether or not Six has more than 3 Elestrals in their deck.
I would be very shocked. You know, it really only takes a little bit, and Narpoon searches the whole thing anyway. So, you know, why do you need anything else than that? Just play 20 runes or 25 runes and a couple Elestrals.
Well, I wouldn't put it past Six to like halfway through this game, just like drop a surprise Cryoling on us.
It's definitely got to be in the side deck, right? The Cryoling, Cryovern, just for the one time. And Win the Scent. You know, we've seen Win the Scent rock up with Krakatuga, their trusty engine, all the way from back in base set. And they're back now from the previous top 8, I want to say.
Yeah, well, I don't think we know what deck they're on yet, though, do we?
Not yet. It's unconfirmed for this one. And a lot of players, you know, Pope also rocked up and switched on us from the Ectoplasm list they won with last time. So can very much see the case here when the Scent does something similar.
Okay, well, it'll be exciting to see what these casters bring out. I gotta say, I think all of my dreams were fulfilled by this top cut. We've got a bit of everything going on here. Unfortunately, it looks like Spicy didn't make it on, so I don't know if there's any moths left here, unless Win the Scent is on a surprise moth deck for us.
You know, here's hoping. Maybe we can hope for the moth to come in here and really just squeeze it out for the shock and awe of it all. And speaking of shock and awe, we have our accolades for our players, or tails of the tape here. 6, of course, saw previously a premier runner-up and previous premier champion on the return. And for Win the Scent, several top 32s and top 16s here, and 2-time top 8 for just this season.
That's right. We have a full-powered clash today. 2 well-seasoned casters who are just going to be lighting up the skillet of the field with skillful card plays.
Looks like 6 will be going first here and entering our top 4 round. This whoever wins this goes straight to finals and potentially can get crowned the 2nd premier champion here in the Sunstrike season. Let's see if 6 and their slots can combat well, whatever Win the Scent's rocking up with today.
Now we'll have to see what the casters choose to do. Are they keeping or are they mulliganing?
We've seen a lot of mulligans here in the top, and really just from round 7 onward. We get Bo back on the desk. I can imagine Win the Scent might wanting to, but 6, like you said, there's only a couple cards in there. They really need to see 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, if they get the Narpoon, they get the deck. Or Brummalinks. We'll see the Brummalinks from 6 here. We'll find out shortly whether or not it is the whiteout or the... well, okay, some clarification it looks like was given. We're going in for the search. We'll either get the Boreas or the whiteout, or, you know, original Blizzard does exist too.
And the kind of deliberation here of wanting to set up for a Nexus play or hope that you have the targeting protection. I think both casters here saying that their hand's good enough too. That also makes me very scared for what Win the Scent can have. I imagine 6 is seeing some sort of sloth here within the next turn, so this is a very nice setup to have.
Yep, that wide out search target is going to help protect 6 here. So the real question is the sloth in hand?
We're going to set 2 from 6 here, pass over to Win the Scent, and let's see some action here. Win the Scent, drawing for turn, slapping down. There is the stellar Volcari's Champion of Hephaestus. Beautiful card.
Okay, so this could be any of 5 decks.
Yeah, you know, we've seen quite a bit of them today, and it looks like, at least for this portion of the engine, Gorgon's Gaze is going to come down here from 6 to stop the search of the Hephaestus. And we saw just how strong that was in the last round.
That's right. We'll have to see if the Hephaestus was simply in hand. No, it is the Tongs. No problem. The Tongs is going to go on the Volcaries, and unless that back row is live, Win the Scent is going to get, most likely, a board clear here.
Yeah, well, the Volcaries is Gorgons, so it's...
Oh, it can't attack. That's right. That's right. It wasn't the Panda.
Which it's nice for like the threat here. But this is something that Win the Scent does quite a bit, where they kind of just put out a body and just say, deal with it. And sometimes it ends up working out very nicely, but then again, can also sometimes get them into some deep trouble, as this is a lot to commit to the board at once.
Yep. We'll see. Oh, are we hard ascending?
I think so. Hard ascend here.
Into
with
what? Paleoth?
A water spirit into Pale. Yeah, there it is. The Paleoth champion, or Neander Sloth.
Neander Sloth. Yeah. So hard ascend into the most misenchanted sloth that could ever exist. It is going to be a 9, though, which means that it can get over the Volcaries.
Yeah, and this is going to be little bit
there's
tricky.
No Boreas on field. I forgot. He searched whiteout, so it's tied with Volcaries currently.
Yeah, and I think that's just enough to hit over, deal damage, and then I guess hope from there. You know, it does cause Win the Scent to potentially act and activate those counter runes. It's Tsunami doesn't quite work here. You know that it has to be Shield or Gorgon's Gaze, which doesn't feel particularly good. Yeah, this is a tricky position to be in.
Maybe 6 has secretly been on dice the whole time, and that's not a whiteout that's set there.
Oh, actually, you know what? Dice could be the way, making Neander Sloth a nice clean 10. I imagine here, after the attack goes through, trades are okay, and they're clarifying about the Tongs of Hephaestus effect to discard an OG Volcaries and pop the back row, which was that Blizzard whiteout.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I hope Win the Scent has another good body in hand. Otherwise, I think I would have just let the whiteout sit. Oh, yeah. Well, that does it.
Noxid here. Noxid to discard and add back the Volcari's champ. You get rid of that Eruption, which is so strong, but I guess now you have the redo at the Hephaestus and the tempo here. Noxid is such a great card, I think, for this format. There's so many strong, powerful fire cards to go through.
That's right. 6 is going to bring the Brahma Lynx back out here. We're going to do another search and find out whether this is going to be another whiteout or a Boreas this time, unless Win the Scent has a response. And it is the second Gorgons. The second Gorgons get you.
And Gorgon's Gaze coming down here to stop the search of what I imagine would be the Mountains of Boreas to hit over the Noxid. Instead, 6 opts to set 1 card and now Win the Scent with just the 1 card in their hand, draws for turn, slaps down that Volcari Stellar, activates its effect. No response from 6 here. Some of us don't get the double Gorgons, unfortunately.
Now, the question is, do they play a second Tongs? A second Tongs would be devastating for 6 here, I feel like, but even a Torch of Hestia would be fine.
Yeah, this gets into a really tricky scenario here where Six has to have a Tsunami or a Shield of Achilles back here. And even at this point, I think Win the Scent would just take the trade for Noxid if there was a shield here or some sort of tempo loss, as now Six has to deal with a search of this artifact rune off the Hephaestus. And let's see if they have the additional Tongs. There it is.
There is Tongs number 2. With Hephaestus on field, those fire spirits are going to be allowed to come from the spirit deck onto the Tongs here, effectively healing Win the Scent.
Yeah, wow. This engine is so good. The Tongs being a free cast here as a Dionysus Madness comes in here to daze the Volcaries attack.
I think it was the Volcaries attack, but I don't know for sure if the Tongs is on the Volcaries or the Noxid. Okay, so it was the Volcaries. Noxid trades just as you predicted, Swole, and now it's back to 6. We just need the one Sloth. We need one Paleoth, and we're back in this.
Yeah, that other card. It can't be the third Gorgon's Gaze, right? Because at that point, it has to be the third Gorgon's Gaze that gets you.
Yeah.
Looking at their spirit deck here.
Thinking about their options here.
Yeah, there's a lot here except for a main deck Kione.
Okay.
There comes down. I think you only enchanted for one spirit here. 6, there is such a thing as additional spirits enchanted on these divines.
The third Kione is just in hand again. Don't worry, Swole.
Trust, absolutely. Absolutely, that's right. Yeah, I mean, this would get back the Brummelings champ to, maybe do something, but I struggle to see what that does against the big 8 body.
Okay, we did end up putting 2 spirits on the Kione. We must have been waiting for response from Win the Scent in case there was a Boreas there. And there is the Sloth. We're back to the races.
There we go. Sloth loop occurs. Now, this thing gets really tricky as the previous loop can now be broken with the Kione going down to a Tongs swing. So let's see if the big body comes down and if it's worth it for 6.
Well, I think what 6 can do here is Nexus, Ascend. If that all is allowed through, you disenchant one from Kione to add the Paleoth back and set up again. Okay, never mind. We do nothing. Time doesn't exist. You shall be a stone sloth. A stone sloth that stands there.
So ridiculous. The third Gorgon's Gaze really is the one that gets you. And I can't believe it happened here. All 3 back row, I think, to start the game was Gorgons. And my, we are now in a crazy predicament if you're 6. No back row to their name. And Tongs here, plus this Volcaries as an 8 body, is going to be able to take so much tempo.
If 6 has the third Kione, they can get back into this, or an Infurix. We know they're on the Infrostrix from a previous match, so that could just special cast the Paleoth. They could normal cast another body. So they do have some lines they can make next turn.
Yeah, and this is a Lavalith coming in here. Champ Lavalith from the new set. Love this card. When it's enchanted with an artifact, it's empowered. It can target to destroy a rune, but I feel like here it's just to get the big body out.
Yep, big body with a free artifact because Volcaries is here. And the threat now that even if 6 does get out Neander Sloth next turn, neither of these kills are super clean for them.
Yeah, it makes this so difficult. Do you clear the 7 attack Lavalith and that's free and keeps your body on board? Or do you threaten that the Tongs can trade and pop cards? And Win the Scent is not hurting for spirits by any means. I mean, 8's still a lot to play with if you're a fire deck.
Well, yeah, 8 there and 100 on board.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this is what we saw last time from Win the Scent.
Is that an Earthquake? Is that 2? Oh, no, that's the expend. Sorry, I saw 2 Earth come out.
Yeah, that's, I think, the expend from the Lavalith attack. 6 down to 9 spirits left in the deck. Let's see if that third Kione comes down here and does the Sloth loop one more time.
Expend to draw.
The classic. I love Win the Sense vertical spirits, by the way. It's so neat and orderly and like pleases my brain in a very touching way. As Win the Scent takes game 1 here, I believe that's 6 conceding to all the fire spirits on board in the world. I would love to give an analysis there, but what can I say? But the third Gorgon's Gaze is the one that gets you.
Yeah.
Really, it was the second one, but
6 did try to start the Sloth engine. The crank, every attempt to get that crank cranked was met by a lady with snake hair yelling at him from across the street to pipe down. So unfortunately, the Sloth party never got started.
Yeah, and we saw that they had the Kyones in hands for the loops, so even if it was destroyed, there's maybe a world and a chance that they could have recouped that value over and over again, but not been able to get anything off of the Brummelinks was huge to start, and then also their plays just stopped at every corner. Win the Scent capitalizing off of that tempo as well, and just utilizing those cards like Noxid and those Volcari's Champ to really put the nail in the coffin on that game. Love the Lavalith inclusion as well. Very fun.
The Lavalith is fun. I think what we're going to be waiting to see, though, is whether or not Win the Scent has the artifact to empower themselves to win against the Sloth without 3 Gorgon's Gaze next game.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult to do. I think that going first with Sloth is still very scary. That last turn, that last game, you figured that 6 was trying to wind up for that big Sloth play and really set up the pieces on board. But it turns out the Mountains of Boreas search that could have been the difference maker too, allowing you to native swing over those 4 bodies as needed. So maybe that's the difference maker for 6, is finding out what of those searches to keep around, or just hoping that your Sloth sticks on board and goes.
Yeah, it takes 1 Sloth and 1 Kione for a lifetime of Neander.
We're hoping that 6 can repeat some magic from that round 7 feature match that we saw earlier too. From Win the Scent side, I don't know what you really bring in here from the side deck.
Catabasis still. I mean, I feel like Catabasis is really good into this. Just if they tried to Infrostrix or Kione to, repeat the engine, Catabasis, the Neander Sloth away, or Paleoth away, prevent them from re-adding it and recurring it.
Yeah, I feel as if too the Sloth's engine for the fire artifacts, maybe rocking more with those tsunamis if they weren't in the main deck already. Maybe rocking up with,
shields.
Shields for sure could help.
Shield is a top card in the side picks for this event. I think mostly because people are still afraid of P-Gust, but if you see a deck like this where you're like, oh, P-Gust isn't real, let me bring 3 shields in.
Right. Alternatively, could they have a Catabasis of their own to stop that Noxid play now that they know that that's in there?
Oh, I feel like that's probably not worth it. The Noxid isn't doing anything that's like that life-threatening, in my opinion. Like, if this was Sulfury, absolutely. But this Noxid is just like recurring Evocaries. I feel like 6 has enough options there.
Yeah, and we'll see how they combat this going going first here on this one in the second game. 6 here now starting off with a Chilotl champion.
There's a 4th Elestral in the deck.
Let's go. I love Chilotl. The new Chilotl is very, very strong. 5 defense booty, ability to foretell 4, expend a spirit, and add a frost rune foretold this way. And on the top there, we saw Chilotl, Mounds of Boreas, and Frostix, and the Altar of Stars.
Yeah, it's kind of like Brummelinks if you think about it.
It's a little bit like the Brummelinks from days of past. And now the champ Chilotl chilling there on a 5. There has to be Tongs, but with the set 3, it's looking like a little bit of a smoother start from 6.
Yeah, 6. Not putting down the mountains makes a lot of sense here, because if Win the Scent gets the artifact, it's going to be bigger than Chilotl anyway.
And we see the Hephaestus coming down here, not the previous stained glass art I think we saw from Win the Scent before. Now opting to go for the base set full art. Disenchanting one from the Hephaestus to grab out an artifact rune would be pretty huge. I guess trying to maybe sequence around and bait some Pandora's boxes early.
Yep, there's also probably just a Valkyries in hand.
Yeah, the Valkyries in hand would be pretty killer here. And that would discount the tongs to start, I believe.
That's correct. But instead, we're getting a Lavalith here, which is very threatening into 6's back row.
We love a Lith, and Lavalith's effect to when it's empowered can hit out a back row. And while it's much more expensive than having that Valkyries that you mentioned, now Lavalith can start to break apart the board as it sees fit. And if there's multiple artifacts, it can just start hammering away.
3 back row is exactly where 6 wants to be, though. We'll see what gets hit here. It doesn't matter. It's a Gorgon's Gaze.
Yeah, Gorgon's Gaze coming down here to stop the Lavalith's attack. There are the 2 Gorgon's Gazes from Win the Scent. Absolutely. We know that they're there.
This Lavalith is a 9, which is going to make it tough on 6. A Sloth does not solve their situation here, but maybe more Chilotls do.
Yeah, Chilotl number 1 coming down here, foretelling for getting you. There's a Rest on Your Laurels and Frost 6 and a Narpoon, so you don't get to add any value this turn, but I imagine that you are swiftly grabbing that Rest on Your Laurels and putting it on top of the deck for the next turn.
Yeah, that seems like the most likely case here. Hopefully 6 has a Tsunami or something to hold off the onslaught of this Lavalith for another turn. Otherwise, a 9 swinging in with a additional destruction is enough to get rid of both of 6's Elestrals, or an Elestral and a back row, depending on what Win the Scent prioritizes.
And this becomes very scary, very fast. The 9 attack body of the Lavalith, let's see what their cast is for the turn. Maybe to continue applying pressure. They're going to preemptive Tsunami here. Very interesting. And then opt to turn back the Lavalith to attack, I imagine is what that is.
Is it that we wanted to get another artifact to put down? That's probably what it is?
Yeah, the idea is you can't actually send the back row to the underworld unless you're casting an invoked rune. So you do need to preemptively activate the Tsunami to get it back there. And you have your Valkyries champ making this new artifact that was searched off the Hephaestus free.
That's an interesting play there from Win the Scent. I almost feel like you would have just miscast the Tsunami with fire.
Yeah, and here comes the Gorgon's Gaze down from 6. Looks like 6 had the 2 Gorgon's Gazes this time around. Absolutely insane. You know, we said it last time. It's Win the Scent having it is pretty killer, but wow, 6 rocking up here saying that they took notes. And we have now the Torch of Hestia coming in, I believe, to enchant the Valkyries.
No, it must have been the Lavalith because we got the back row popped.
Oh, wow, and it's a Shield of Achilles.
Yeah, that would have been juicy for 6.
Yeah, we're just talking about that in the side deck patterns of what you could bring in here. And the attack here foretells a Laurels, a Shield, and an OG Valkyries.
That's it. I wonder why 6 Gorgons the Lavalith last turn then, instead of letting it attack and leveraging the Shield.
Oh, that's right, because the Shield's been there the entire time. Maybe trying to wait out on a more effective play. I imagine because they had targeted the Shield of Achilles.
That's probably the most likely answer. You're right.
Yeah, that would have been really killer. And now we're in a very similar state to where we were last time. Just a nice and simple board state. A big beater that's able to destroy cards face down, and your 4-body that searches your divine. I feel like we're back in base set. Elichik, Equilinx, is that you?
There better not be an Elichik. I know a giant hawk that will have issues.
We'll see here what 6 can do against this board. There's a lot of spirits to play with, and so crazy to think about fire in this capacity. Win the Scent is known for that Krakatuga and in the Smoltuga line, but is showing us why the Liths are so powerful here.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about it. We know the top of 6's deck from the foretells.
Yeah.
I assume we're about to see a Laurels.
Oh, and the rest in your laurels is much less effective with that Volcaries on the board, and that Lavalith is now going to be just so sturdy.
It's going to be so sturdy, and we didn't see anything in 6's foretells for Sloth.
Wow, that's right. And like Narpoon, we know can come down eventually. There's an altar in there. So a lot of options that 6 is mulling over. This is one of those times where foretell is such a powerful mechanic, but sometimes whenever you're like, oh, I wish I would have stacked it this way instead, but you can never really know that.
Okay, an OG Volcary's coming down here from Win the Scent. This is going to be a painful turn for 6. 4 spirits expended while Win the Scent gets to once again foretell and choose their future draw for next turn.
Yeah, unlike the foretells from 6, I think that Win the Scent's foretells, having that Krakatuga be revealed was quite good. This Volcary's easily like a billion attack right now. I'm pretty sure that's the scientific term. It's one Volkillion attack.
1 Voltrillion damage coming to 6. We have a Narpoon here, the little Narpoon that could probably going to search the Paleoth. Is it too late? Is it too late for Sloth Party?
I feel like Sloth Party into a Mountains of Boreas is the only way to really combat this board here. We still have a mystery back row from Win the Scent, but here we're going to start off the Sloth Party, maybe just a couple turns too late. And the Sloth Party, I think, is really great because of how powerful those big 8 bodies are, but Win the Scent is playing it nice and low to the ground. I think it's very dangerous too. You think that because they had flashed the Krakatuga up the foretelling, that's also an option that 6 is aware of, saying that I can't get too low on spirits here.
We are going to use the resting, probably to clear the OG Volcaries. Yeah, so OG Volcaries is going away. 1 Voltrillion attack has left the field. Now the question at hand is, do you crash the Narpoon with OG Volcaries? Probably not, right?
Yeah, I feel like you have to at this point. Like, you're taking 2 extra damage, and there's a set back row. I think we can assume that's the Altar of Stars, and I think you just have to say yes here on this trade, tank this 2 damage, and hope that Win the Scent doesn't actually have an additional play to make here next turn. Yeah. But Win the Scent in a very comfortable position.
I think getting rid of the Volcaries is right because the Krakatuga was in the future. We don't want to give a free Krakatuga to Win the Scent.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, Win the Scent with Krakatuga is like giving the most powerful of heroes their enchanted item and saying, yeah, they're not going to win this fight. Win the Scent here with plenty of spirits to play with. Lavalith, a big looming threat on the board, and has simplified the game state down to where now they are misenchanting or miscasting, like you mentioned there, the Tsunami, to get it off of the board. And I imagine the idea is to gain an additional artifact.
Wait, what is happening?
They're reforging to get back Tongs and 3 more spirits. Are they looping these just to take out the 1 back row?
Yes. Yes. Yes, they are. Which is a strange thing to have done, because if that's Tsunami, 6 can just chain it.
Yeah, there it is. Altar of Stars off the foretell. That is tragic. And we see the ascension into Krakatuga, and Krakatuga effect, burn for 2 damage, and now that's can swing it for 3. Burn 3, swing 3. That's Krakatuga on the play. Win the Scent 2-0 over 6.
Oh, the Sloth Party never even got a chance.
Wow, busting out the phone case for the Krakatuga too. This is probably Krakatuga's #1 caster, playing this card for absolutely everything for years now. Wow, what a showcase.
They're even playing crazy. The original Frostfall Krakatuga. Get this person win this in a full art or a Clash Seller. What's going on?
You know, they know that's the key of the Win the Scent. Win the Scent was rocking up for, oh god, I want to say it was like Firestorm with Moss Station rocking up in there because they were like, I only have these cards from base set. I might as well try again. And I'm like, man, that's That's incredible to see. That's incredible to hear. Congratulations to Win the Send for taking our top 4 and moving on to the finals of this premier tournament. And congratulations to Six for making top 4 here. Not able to get that sloth party going.
There's a possibility that we're about to see a Hephaestus mirror match as the final match of the day, Swole.
Oh my gosh, that's right. Ari and Skids are clashing it out right now. And we still don't know what Ari is on, but Skids very much could take it. And I don't know what that's like. What do they do? Just stare at each other with their eruptions and say, I didn't think I was going to need to not side this out.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You can just fail to find the Vipyro and do counter rune speed Earthquake with Krakatuga. So
that's true, and we did see at least that Skids is on the small Tuga champ line. I don't know if we know that when the scent is. I can assume, but we hadn't seen it.
We saw a pile of Volcaries and Gorgon's Gaze from when the scent. So that's
yeah.
Oh, and here's the thing. I was just double checking this in the background. Krakatuga works if your opponent casts Eruption.
Yeah, it's really messed up. It is the mirror match, I'm sure, is not very fun. It is so funny.
Never mind. You smoke screen into Bear Bomb. That's what you do in the mirror match.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, drop it down just so you make sure you get your destructions off with fire. Oh, man, that's crazy. And you know what's so insane is that inside that game 1, that means that a lot of cards are just not usable. And it will come down to who has like effectively the better artifact strategy.
So there's a chance we get a repeat of last premiere where it was like 2 Hypnosms in defense just staring at each other all game.
Yeah, I go Krakatuga in defense, burn, pass. Krakatuga defense, burn, pass. It's like Krakatuga, burn, pass. It's sudden death. Both of them concede 1 game apiece, and it's down to who draws the eruption first. Actually, you know what? This would be the craziest thing of Elestrals to be gentlemen's agreements into. That'd be crazy. We can't configure this game state here. Not now. But oh my gosh. I don't know how these two casters can settle these things, but I am very curious to know. After a long day of Swiss and our top cut and semifinals, we have the bracket to look at. Let's check out the bracket and see who's going to be jumping into the finals here. We know Win the Scent is going to be meeting
the mirror match.
It's Skids. Skids took it over Ari 2-0. Both Burn and Krakatuga 2-0'd in top 4.
Oh no, this is going to be fantastic, Swole. I can't wait to see what 2 Krakatugas in defense position are going to do to each other.
This is crazy. We have some longtime casters. And Skids coming in here with Necruff, which, you know what? This might actually be more of a buff to Win the Scent. Win the Scent's been playing against and with Necruff for over 3 years now. They're chilling on that 5 puppy. That is crazy.
Well, I am so excited for this outcome that we have had yet another tournament end in what is going to be a fantastic mirror match. These players are going to have to do some interesting moves they probably haven't had to do all day, Swole, and I'm really excited to see how that shakes out.
Yeah, I am curious to know what this mirror match will entail. We have the artifact v artifact. We have Krakatuga v Krakatuga. We saw Lavalith play a big role in that last game, and I can only imagine that's going to be Win the Scent's ace inside of this next round to help break apart some defenses. Some side deck cards for games 2 and 3. Eruptions aren't super generous in this matchup. There's a lot of really weird stuff, but I am so curious to know how this is going to be decided. Like you said, there's not a lot of great options for both decks to get their 1-up because they are both dependent on if your caster is playing fire.
Well, here's the thing. We actually didn't see Win the Scent do anything with Eruption. So maybe Lavalith will be the difference maker for them. But we're going to find out sooner rather than later. We're going to go to a quick break here, and then we will be in the grand finals for this, our second Sunstrike premiere. Hello, PK. Welcome back to the desk for this, where we will find out today the best fire artifact player of the event.
What an unbelievable final two for us to have. It's just mirroring last week or last tournament, but not in the same way. First a Lunar mirror, and then we got an Hephaestus mirror. The problem here is, who is there for Hephaestus to be jealous of? Because I'm pretty sure he's not going to look in the mirror and erupt him himself. So what's going to happen in this matchup?
I think we know when the scent is on Lavalith Champion. We haven't seen a tech like that from Skids. I think Lavalith Champion swings the pendulum greatly in Win the Scent's favor. I'm going to be massively interested to see how Skids reacts to this, because for Win the Scent, I think they just do what they were doing previously. They probably side out the jealousies for a couple extra counter runes of whatever flavor. But Skids, I feel like they're more reliant on the Eruption jealousy than Win the Scent was, because I don't think Win the Scent used jealousy at all in the last matches we saw from them.
No, I think that this is going to come down to two things. One, the big body of the Krakatuga, who gets it out first, who's going to be burning more, because that is not subject to fire spirits on field, a la Evoke Eruption. Or it's going to come down to who can get out the highest offense faster, who can start first, who gets their Evoke carries up to an 11 attacker. I think both of these casters are both utilizing Evoke carries, I think. So... yeah. All of that is just going to be fueling their own fire to exponential heights. We're not going to be here long. Over and under 20 minutes for this entire match, Andrew.
We're going to put 20 fire on the field. The playmats are going to ignite, and we're going to see whose playmat burns the slowest.
Oh, like a good concert. Everyone just light it up. Just play that Volcanic Forest theme song. But this matchup, I don't have. So here's the thing. We don't know what kind of techs are waiting for these casters. We do know that Win the Scent has the Lavalith that can threaten back row. But the back row that we're really going to be wanting to use is Hephaestus. I'll tell you right now, game one, I am setting Hephaestus' jealousy just to bait out. Please destroy it. It takes the problem off of my hand. You know, so I mean that scenario is one and another. I believe we saw Hammer of Hephaestus coming out from Skids as well, which means that we can stop Elestrals from targeting. But Kinleo, what else?
Oh, Kinleo, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. And
I'm assuming.
Here's the thing about Krakatuga as well. Krakatuga lets you destroy something if your opponent casts Eruption, not just if you cast Eruption. So this mirror match is even doubly weird. Like the first person to get Krakatuga out well and truly is at a massive advantage.
Well, it looks like our casters are ready to go. Your finals for today's Webcam Premier Tournament is set. Skids on the play versus Win the Scent on the draw. Game one begins now. Let's see what these casters have in store for us. Another smiley face to greet us for an upcoming match. Love that.
Yeah, I don't know whether going first or second is better in this situation, PK. On one hand, you get to set up your tongs first. On the other hand, your opponent gets to remove stuff from your field first.
Yeah, I don't know how this could go. This is a matchup I've seen. I know what these cards can do. I know what the decks do. We've seen it many times tonight. I don't know what the mirror is like at all. I don't know if these casters know what it is. So let's just see how it goes. Hilarious that we have a live stream playmat being the base of a Hephaestus deck.
We do see a mulligan from Skids here. Win the Scent looks like they're going to be keeping, and in what is probably going to be a very tight mirror match, I think each of the spirits that you lose is going to make a big difference potentially. Valkyrie's champ can refund those spirits by putting them on an artifact, but it still feels bad to start at a disadvantage like that.
For sure, but there's the Valkyries. As you were just saying, so Skids, sometimes you're okay with that early mulligan. We're getting out that beautiful stained glass Hephaestus from a previous Shattered Stars art, SS BOGO on shopelestrals.com. and you can utilize the Hephaestus to pull out an artifact, which you may want to be the Tongs, or maybe you just want to hold on to it and wait for you to get your Smotuga. I don't think there's any reason to overload your play right now. This goes back to what we had earlier with Stella Kristoff in top 8. Who's going to play their big Elestral first, and can you hold on to it? Because if you make your big play and you lose it, you're on the back foot for the rest of that match until you break the new board.
That's right. Now, Skids here obviously doesn't know they're playing a Fire Mirror match yet. So it will be interesting to see what they do once they discover that.
Being honest, I feel like you would have looked at the stream and see what your opponent was doing. So if we are holding it to ourselves, then it's like, but we know Skids and Wenderson have both been on stream, so I'm sure the deck types have been known, but Tong is going to come out. We are just going all in on his back row, and the good thing is that we're not playing any face downs, so if Wenderson does have a lot, well, I take that away. But if Wenderson does have a Lavalith, it is going to take a bit more for this to work out. At the same time, who's to say Wenderson isn't rocking out with Necklace of Harmonia right now?
That's true. We are doing our own Volcaries, though. So let's see if there is a Gorgons or a Panda box on Skid's side of the field. And it is going to be the Gorgon's Gaze. Now, the question is, does Windescent just simply have the Hephaestus in hand anyway?
There's something special about a base set Vampiro art being used to enchant a stellar champion Volcaries. It's like, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I do appreciate that. But it does, going back to what we said earlier, Skids is at the advantage, thankfully be able to set face down and using Gorgon's Gaze. What does Windescent have now to come back on the play here? But if I'm being honest, I would rather have my Volcaries be nerfed if I know I have Smotuga and an artifact in hand.
Yeah, Windescent thumbing through their hand here and letting Skids take it. So Windescent decided to keep a counter runeless hand, it seems like.
Yeah, now I'm questioning what was the hand that you decided to keep, if that was the value there. Were you hoping to just pop off? Because sometimes you got to consider if your hand is good going first or second. We now have Champ Ash Rabbit coming out, buffing all. Is it all fires or just your own fire? I'm going to confirm that right now, but by +2 attack. So now the Volcaries is looking even more vicious and enchanting onto the Volcaries thanks to Ash Rabbit's effect.
It's all Fire Elestrals get +2 attack, which means that I don't think we saw this tech.
No, just your Fire Elestrals. I just checked. Your Fire Elestrals get +2 attack.
Yes.
And when you cast a fire, you can enchant from underwater to your field. So just a lot of value being found for Skids right now.
So this is a tech I don't think we saw from Skids in their previous matches, is it?
We saw it get milled. We did not see it get played. So this is the first time we're seeing it all in action.
So this is Skid's option for building up a board against Windescent, the way Windescent has the Lavalith option into Skids.
Yeah, just don't let your opponent play the game, which we're doing that officially right now. We're getting our stats up, letting them know there is still a threat. If Lavalith comes down, you're going to take out the face down. Thank you for making a balanced version of that Elestral. But now we are just trying to shore up as much as we can. Is this another artifact coming down? It is
Hammer
of Hephaestus. Oh, wait a minute, that's +3 attack.
That is a big bunny.
+3 attack and cannot be targeted by Elestral effects thanks to the 3 face-up runes, including Hephaestus. I've never seen a board like this. Fire is phenomenal right now.
Yep, it's +1 attack per rune enchanted on your field, so that is +3 right now. So we have a really big bunny and a really big fire goat blacksmith thing. Well, I don't know what Volcaries is supposed to be.
Excellent description. Ash Rabbit being, I believe, a 7 attacker right now. Volcaries being an 8. And we're dropping down our own champion Volcaries, the second one, which meets a PTA. So now his attack is dropped down to 2 and will be destroyed by the end phase. Surprising that we're not paying for the PTA off of the field. But, however you want to play. So actually, you know what? Skids is probably trying to get more spirits in the underworld.
So even if we go get Tongs now, the Volcaries is now going to be too small to hit over anything Skids has on the field.
Yes, there's nothing. I mean, the best thing you could do is pull out a Nexus of Harmonia and crash into the Ash Rabbit.
Which might be the option. I mean, there's probably a Harmonia in there.
I don't know. A lot of the casters have been pulling away from Necklace of Harmonia that I've seen. And we haven't seen either of these two play the card at all. And there's a Tongs coming out. So we can make it a 6. It still pales in comparison to Skids to Elestrals.
6 is less than 7, unfortunately.
So we're going to have to see how Wind Descent operates on the next turn, because this one is looking good as gone. Fortunately, does have 14 spirits left in the spirit deck compared to Skid's 7, although we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, second Hephaestus.
Oh, wait, what? Why? Wait a minute!
We can go
There's
get like a
no
torch.
way we're about to drop double artifacts on a PTA Volcaries. Stop!
We do if it clears the field. There was a necklace all along!
Alright, so we can crash here. We can crash, pay from the underworld. This is essentially free. Probably the best way to break this board right now.
I mean, if we do Tongs plus necklace, you get to clear the board.
Yes! You know what? Valuable. This is probably the most destroyed.
Double Tongs! Double Tongs!
Do you get to discard twice?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, divines above. What is happening?
Oh, we're going to get the craziest board clear from Wind Descent here.
What are you discarding? Please let it be Hellmelt. It'd be so funny if it's Hellmelt.
Yes, please be Hellmelt.
All right, so we are running up. We have +8, +4 for this one Volcaries, -2, but that still makes it a 10
It's
attacker?
a 10.
It's a 10 attacker. You run over one of the Elestrals. You discard to destroy the other.
Oh, well, it wouldn't have... 10 still would have got over the Volcaries. No. 10 would have crashed with the Volcaries because Ash Rabbit's about to... Yeah, you have to go over Ash Rabbit, and then you discard for Volcaries and Hephaestus, so... We're
discarding Krakatuga and a third Hephaestus to get rid of the Volcaries and the Hephaestus on Skid's side. That is an amazing... There's no other way you would have seen a board clear like that than this matchup. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, and Skids is going to pay out the PTA. I mean, obviously.
As you should.
I think Skids has two cards in hand? Two cards in hand.
Two cards in hand.
Unless they have another body, they are going to be potentially expending to draw here.
Wow. That is... doing all of that and keeping spirit count. Skids just lost the entire field. What in the world just happened?
Magic, PK. Magic happened. When you don't doubt Wind Descent, but Necroff!
I mean, all right.
Yay!
Hey, what do you do? Hold up, wait. What do you do when all hope looks lost? You go back to base set. Always back to basics. Necroff with Tongs empowered. We are out here.
We do know that Wind Descent has the Necklace of Harmonia in hand, though. So if they have a 4, they can crash.
And take 1 for their troubles.
Oh, they're just going to expend to draw here, trying to avoid giving Necroff something to kill with Tongs.
You know what? Considering what Wind Descent had to do to clear the board last turn, not having anything in hand right now makes a little bit of sense.
Skids all the way down to 3 spirits, though. Wind Descent setting their first back row of the game. If that is a shield or something, Skids is going to be in a really rough position.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, you definitely don't want to lose those spirits right now. You need to maintain everything that you have. This is an opportunity where if you had Reforge, you would want to drop that ASA now. Shoot, Ambrosia would be great right now as well. But looks like we're going to be going for Spirit Deck for a play. We're re-enchanting Necro with the water, trying to play around the Tsunami, which I think is valuable, and you're getting more damage on board, but you're still having to deal with 9, now 7 in the Spirit Deck, with only 2 in yours.
We're getting into a danger zone here where OG Eruption can still kill Skids.
No, it can't. Yeah, the Fire Enchanted on board.
Don't you expend 1 still?
Well, I mean, 1 wouldn't KO.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that Skids is getting low enough that if they don't keep Summon Spirit deck here, Windescent still could Eruption for game.
Okay, I see. I understand what you're saying. Noxit, though, coming out, allowing them to pull a fire card from Underworld back to hand if this is allowed. And you have to stop it. You have to stop it because Nectars of Harmonia is still in hand. So they're threatening a crash. Although even if they crash, they're going to take 2 for their troubles. And the cost of the Harmonia. So maybe it's safe to let Noxit go. Instead, we have PTA, and that's valuable. Wait a minute.
Here's the thing, though. That's going to put Skids on 0.
Yeah. So we're just going all in. Necrough in a Dream. Discarding the Necklace of Harmonia, and I understand. You know what? I probably would have kept it a little longer, but I also understand the discard. Let's see what we're going to value bringing back. Is it Volcaries? If so, that it changes his entire game.
I think it has to be Volcaries.
Tongs? Do you have a Volcaries in hand?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Let's see how Windescent is playing. I mean, there are cards in the hand. We don't know everything, but if there's a Smotuga, you could... Wait, no, where's Krakatuga? That got milled, right? Or it got sent to the Underworld somehow? I'm pretty sure it's in Windescent's Underworld.
Yeah, Windescent discarded it for one of their Tongs destructions.
Right, yeah. So, unless you're rocking 2, which is possible, that's not an option.
Yep.
And we're going to let that go. We are...
Reforge!
Now, here we go. This is what Skids needs to see. Bringing back a Tongs from the Underworld and 3 fires to...
We're going to... Wait. We're going to do double Tongs onto the Noxid.
That would get over the Necrough by 1. And then you have to consider paying out still. Jeez. Reforge is so good. There's a reason why they made the Elestral that says you can pull a Reforge to your hand. Shout out to Champ Bellaby.
Wait, what happened? Okay, I think they're doing math right now.
Oh, my worst enemy. If it's not counting your spirits down to 0, I don't want to do it. Well, let's see. Windescent is just trying. They're both trying to figure out the field, making sure everything is on the up and up. We just recently had Reforge pull Tongs of Hephaestus from Underworld and 3 spirits back to hand and spirit deck respectively. And it seems as though a judge call is happening right now, making sure everything's good. And now we're going to be casting out 2 Tongs of Hephaestus, just as you said. Hephaestus? As you just said, Andrew, putting Noxit up to 10 while being PTA'd, destroying the Necrough and putting Skids in a really tough spot here.
That's right. Skids loses the game either way here because they would be forced to... Yeah, they had 1 spirit left. They could have gotten rid of the Noxid, but then they would have had 0 spirits in deck anyway.
Oh, they only have 1 left? And yeah, that is it. Yep, 1 spirit. Yeah, that's it. Wow, really rough. They had the Volcaries on their next draw, but just double Tongs, Reforge being a major player, double Hephaestus to pull double Tongs again. I have never seen a game like this.
Double
had
Tongs.
So much control. Yeah. How did we actually live a life where we got to see double Tongs?
Double Tongs.
I didn't know that's what DD2 said. I thought it was... Anyway. Wrestling reference, but what a game! What a game!
Hey, we were saying, what are these fire decks going to do to like differentiate against each other? The answer is they were totally fine. We had the Ash Rabbit on one side, we had 100 copies of Tongs on Windescent's side of the field. It turns out that Fire into Fire, you just basically play 5s against
beat face. Other. Yeah, just beat face. Just throw it all out there.
Whoever hits the face hardest first wins.
That just the double Tong, double pop to clear the field was that's a turn for the ages. Again, and then you lose all that. What do? Return to base set. Necrough, go. All cards on Necruff, only to lose it to somehow Double Tongs again.
Yeah, twice we had a PTA into Double Tongs for a board clear.
Like, was that 3 Tongs? Or was that... Because I know we put one from the Underworld. Where did the second one come from? Like, the second one, the second time.
Reforge and Noxid.
Noxid, that's what... Wow. I can't believe it. So cool. Absolutely so cool. Really unique build of this list right now by Wind Descent, using the Noxid just to recover the Fire Spirits and the Reforge. Really showing that, hey, I expect to lose these cards. I'm going to get them back. What do you do during round 2?
Yeah, well, we take Jealousy, we throw it against the wall, and then
they're all coming out.
We put in 3 copies of literally any other counter rune we had in our side deck.
Hey, if you got Catabasis, now is the time, Skids! Absolutely! You're getting outplayed from the Underworld. Get rid of it. Close it off. Shut it down. Return them all back to the deck. That's where you want to go.
Hey, if you're putting Lunar in there, spicy pick against artifacts, rocking a hard place.
I guess you're not wrong. Also, is there a world, hear me out, is there a world where fire decks start teching in Guardian of the Fleece?
No, that's Ares.
Oh, well, then. You try. I mean, it can still help a artifact, the protected one. Hear me out. We do that, and then because we're playing all the artifacts, we just slot in a Heliolith or 2. It's right there. I know, we're giving the mouse a cookie. Don't be mad at me.
Hey, Heliolith is one of those cards where I'm always like, why are more people not using this?
You know what? It's really hard to say. Like, Ares definitely should be using Heliolith right now. Like, don't get me wrong, the new Heliolith is nice. I like non-target bounce. I like bouncing.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just play Ares with 6 Heliolith, I think.
I can do that. I'm fine with that. That and no Celestial. Who needs that? Who needs a line? So here's a fun fact for everybody. While this is the first mirror that Wind Descent has played, this is the 5th mirror Skids has played. I'm assuming in this tournament. That is a disparity of experience between these 2 casters.
Wow.
Looks like we're deciding
the mirror match
over.
dryer today. Just tumbling through them.
Absolutely. Just saying, yeah, I'm going to put all these fires out and engulf them in my own flames. I mean, it makes sense right now that they were putting all their faith in that play, and maybe they felt like that was their comfortable play. But you have to wonder the quality of deck build between what Skids has faced already and what Wind Descent is using right now to bring to the finals.
It looks like Wind Descent is siding 6 cards.
6 cards. I mean, what are we taking out? We're taking out 3 Hephaestus' Jealousy. We're taking out
maybe Krakatuga?
Eruption. No, I think there's value for Krakatuga here.
Well, if you don't have any eruptions, though, then Krakatuga can't do its pop.
Krakatuga can burn for 3.
That's too true.
Yeah, you just consistently say you saw where the spirits were for Skids, and it wasn't in the spirit deck. So we're consistently burning for 3. I'll take that.
That's
like you
true.
got
That's
now
true.
You have to do what I did with double Hephaestus, double Tongs to get over this 9 defense. And don't think I won't have my own back row lined up for when you try it. So
yeah, well, I think we'll find out very quickly how these casters have adapted.
well, looks like they're both ready to go. The 5 cards have been drawn. So let's see what Skids will do on the play this time.
Yeah, in a format where a lot of casters are saying that being on the play is a massive advantage, it doesn't seem to have really helped many of our casters on the stream matches today. So we'll see if Skid can use that to their advantage in this game. Maybe put a couple of Gorgon's Gaze, like a Gorgon's Gaze in a P-box, and you've probably got it. We'll see.
I think it really just comes down to what the quality of hand looks like in this game, which I love. Like, going first isn't a guaranteed victory. You can set up your play, but if your stuff gets broken, if they have the right cards, what do? Sometimes that turn 1 play can make you play a little bit reckless because you feel so comfortable going first. So it's either or. We have a mulligan by Wind Descent, though. Again, pretty much free.
Pretty much free, but I don't know. I feel like those spirits ended up making a difference for Skids last game. If they had just one more spirit, they might have got last game.
Well, yeah, I guess you're correct. Again, that's why we say pretty much free. We didn't see much Valkyrie strategy coming out from Skids. When we did, the entire board got blown up, which still was just a phenomenal situation to watch. Even the chat was like, I left for a second and the board is going, what happened?
Well, we are opening up here with a Valkyrie's Champ from Skids. That's going to allow the Search of Hephaestus, which means that Skids is off to the races. We're seeing a repeat of their first game here.
Yep. Hephaestus being pulled out, going to pull out an artifact. Very shocking to not see more Torch of Hestia. A +2 on a 1 cost and 4-tail 3 still feels valuable, but maybe they just decided we just want all octane, give me all the power that I can muster, especially with Valkyries allowing Tongs to be essentially free. I guess it's a free lockout. We're putting 2 on Hephaestus and pulling out Tongs for himself.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, if Skids is just running it back, we're going to see Tongs go on to the Valkyries and maybe 1 or 2 pieces of back row.
We got 1. All right. Hey, that's a pretty good offense or defense that you can set up here. Your opponent knows you have 1 face down. You have to assume that it's real. And this time it's likely not going to be Eruption and Restless Jealousy. As we cast out... Did you catch that? A 3/2?
I can't...
Oh, Valkyries! That's Valkyries!
Yeah. It's OG Valkyries.
OG base set Valkyries. All things return to base set. Tsunami is going to stop the attack from the then 6 attacking Valkyries. And that's going to allow Skids to have up a defense and hopefully break this Elestral, but being backed up by 2 back row by win the set. Not going to be easy.
Yep, we do know Skids has a Tongs in hand. Maybe they are saving it because there is a Smoltuga in hand as well.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, hey, you can do them all. Smoltuga, Reveal, Search Out Krakatuga, Burn for 3, empower the Valkyries from the underworld, using the spirits from Krakatuga. It's very possible. There's no way we're doing an Ascension. What?
Here's the Krakatuga!
No! I don't like this! No, I don't agree! Why are we getting rid of the Valkyries? All right, well, we're burning for 3. This feels way too early.
Man. So here's the trouble, right? Leaving that OG Valkyries, it's just going to grow in power from your own spirits, right? If Wind Descent has an artifact or something in hand, it's not going to be hard to hit over that Krakatuga.
I mean, we're already at a 6. We got 1 face down, though. I mean, hey, listen, unless your face down is the wind card that can flip a divine face down, I don't know what that's going to do to help you here.
All right, let's see what Wind Descent has for turn. Another Fire Body in the Hephaestus would make that Valkyries big enough, even without an artifact at this point.
Oh, yeah. No, wait, is it? It's a 6 right now.
Yeah, so you need 4 more spirits on field. So Hephaestus with 3 and 1 body would do it.
Okay, so Valkyries would just be the one of champion. Why do we not like our Valkyries? There's no way we just went Krakatuga for Krakatuga. What is this game? I'm confused.
No.
I'm scared. Mom, pick me up. I want to go home.
That seems like such a unoptimal play when we know Tongs is in hand.
On both of their ends. Like, especially on Wind Descent, because Valkyrie was just going to get stronger by Skids trying to fight back. This is unreal.
What is happening, PK?
Burn, baby, burn!
Because now what? Skids can get another artifact, put Tongs plus Torch or something on Krakatuga, hit over that Krakatuga. I guess you probably don't want to risk that into 2 back row. Yeah, oof.
What if we, hear me out, what if we just keep burning back and forth, and then Winston is like, psych, here's double Reforge.
Hey, yeah.
I'm just saying, it's a possibility. We are burning again. We also don't know what the disparity is between fire spirits in their spirit deck. Like, what if Winter City is on more pure fire than Skids is?
That's true. I mean, what's weird here is that, like, no one's really winning right now. They both are, like, on the same spirit count.
I don't think anybody wins here.
All right.
This is so funny. It's just like last tournament. Instead of Ectoplasm staring at each other, it's Krakatuga getting mad at each other.
Okay, so we go and get another Tongs. Are we going to try to double Tongs Win the Scent? Are we going to use Win the Scent's signature play against them? I'm
sorry, I'm trying to calm down. This is so funny to me. My cheeks are hurting. Jeez.
Okay, no, we're just passing. Okay.
Wait a minute. Are there no more fire in Skid's list? We are passing out. Is that a Comagma? That's a Comagma.
It is a Comagma.
Discarding. That's a Nectar of Harmonia Reforged target. Reforged target is coming out. Is that Reforge?
It's Reforge.
I called it. Oh, there's the Ambro. Now what are you going to do? Get back to 3, and then we're just going to burn it again to put you down to 5? I think Skids is on the back foot here. Skids is starting to burn out from his matchup. Really just...
I guess, but if Win the Scent is running out of fire, how's anyone going to finish this game if they both just got, like, big bodies in defense position?
Well, Win the Scent just brought back 2 more, so we don't know what their final lineup is.
That's true.
But, Win the Scent just brought back 2 more. It's all about how many fire spirits they have in their lineup. Otherwise, 2 giant walls. Oh, we got another face down. All right, that's something. I have no idea how this is going to go.
Is Win the Scent not expending?
I don't know.
We're getting it. Okay, the expend has occurred.
And you have to, right? In this scenario, you have to put your opponent down as low as you can.
No, this is really tough for Skids, because if they choose to activate Krakatuga this turn, if Win the Scent has 2 fires left in deck on their turn, they will put Skids to 0.
So Skids has to figure out how to stop this Krakatuga right now. I don't know how you do it. Do you have a Galaxy? Galaxy will go hard right now.
Galaxy would go hard right now. Everyone should have listened to Kay all along. Where are the Galaxies in your decks?
I feel like it should at least be a side, as Champion Volcaries is going to come out by Skids, trying to pull Hephaestus from deck, but I don't really want to do that right now. What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you stop?
Okay,
Win the Scent. Don't you dare tell me you have Eruption face down. Okay.
That could allow casting the Tongs for free. Volcaries over Comagma, Pop, Win the Scent's Krakatuga, but that would require all of Win the Scent's back row to be nothing.
It could be nothing. You never know. But no, because you already had 2 face down. If it was nothing, you wouldn't have said a third. So even if the first 2 were real, the third definitely is.
Even if you only put 1 spirit on the Hephaestus, you're going to be down to 3 spirits afterwards, which puts Skid in a really precarious position here.
I think Skid's just trying to figure out the spirit math on this as well. Because, as you said, like, you don't have any healing, you don't have any Reforge. So, what do you do? Like, everything you have is pretty much on the field besides whatever you bring back for an artifact from thanks to Volcaries. It needs to be Tongs. It needs to be able to get over the Comagma, and it needs to discard to destroy the Krakatuga. You pretty much have to mirror what Win the Scent did in the last game.
We're going. Oh, this is such a risky play from Skids. We're going to do the Krakatuga effect.
All right.
That means if Windescent survives this turn, they can, and has 2 Fire Spirits left, they can Krakatuga for game on their turn.
So hear me out. I think Skids is banking on that. I'm going to force you to, even if you stop the attack of my Volcaries, you're going to have likely 1 spirit left. You can't burn me back. Hephaestus is coming out, going to spend the last spirit to pull out an artifact. If there's no P box, this will work. Is there a P box? Right now, the caster just confirming the board state, saying I got the Hephaestus on field. Is there anything you want to activate at this time?
A Tsunami does it too.
Tsunami would do it right now too. That is a Gorgon's Gaze to... Oh, the Gorgon's Gaze to stop the effect of the Volcaries. So now you can't even empower it with Fire Spirits from the Underworld.
Yeah, we're going to pay off the Comagma, 1 from deck.
Valuable.
As long as there's 2 fires left over, Windescent will win this.
Let's see how this one plays out. We have 2 spirits left on Windescent. You have to wonder what is left. Well, actually, it's not even enough to trigger Krakatuga again.
Are we going to see Krakatuga for game, PK?
No, we're not. But I don't know what the end game will be. Unless there's another Reforge by Windescent. We already saw 1. We don't know if there's 2. Is that a concession?
The 2 Fire Spirits were in deck. I think that was Krakatuga for game, PK.
Well, I don't know what you're going to do from that one. I'm shocked that you managed it that well. But Windescent has won the tournament, is the grand champion of today's webcam premiere tournament. What was that match?
That was peak Krakatuga content from Windescent, champion of Krakatuga today, getting the clean 2-0 with the only Elestral I think they own.
The entire deck is Krakatuga Volcaries. That's all it is. You saw Comagma? No, you didn't. That was such a funny matchup that I don't know if it could have went any other way. The fact that they both went Ascend over Volcaries for Krakatuga, burn, as the end game is just unreal. And the question is, what was one going to do to the other? In terms of that 9 defense, you had to get up and over it, which is not going to be easy. But let's talk about that game 1 where we saw the full octane power from Windescent, the double tongs of Hephaestus to close out that game. Mind blowing.
The double tongs of Hephaestus. Go to your local drive-through of Alestria, get your double tongs burger, and eat it in celebration of Windescent's victory today. I mean, Windescent was piloting that deck expertly, doing plays where I was like, what is happening right now? But they were exactly the plays they needed to get to the victory today.
I got some of them ready. I got my Reforge. I got my tongs in my hand right now. What else we need? I need one more tong and 2 more Reforges. That was such a good end game that, I wonder. I really want to know, how does that matchup play out again in a second time, a third time, a fifth time? Like, how does that go? Do we just always default to Krakatuga for game? Is that how that's going to work out? Do we need more healing in the grand scheme of things? Why is Hephaestus about to beat face on Krakatuga? Calm down, King. You won. Okay, congratulations to Windescent and to all of our top 8 for showing up and showing out here today. We had double Hera in the top 8, a deck that a lot of people were writing off. We had 6 showing up there with their strategy. Looter up here as well. We actually don't know what Aerie was playing. Do we have any confirmation about what Aerie was on?
I mean, if you believe their socials, they were on Pinterra.
I want to believe their socials. So they were on Pantera. Shout out to Ari, which, I wish we could have seen that list out. But, you know what? I can say it wasn't Pantera. Wait, yes, it was. No, it was. Okay. No, you know what? Wait a minute. Do we call? All right, I see the list now. I'm not going to call it out. It's a thing, but there's a hydrate there. So it's Ari. It's Ari.
Oh,
But
I see the list. Okay,
right.
We've gotten totally distracted here. Congratulations to Windthescent for your expert piloting of Krakatuga today. The double tongs will live forever in my heart as such an awesome way into Krakatuga, burn Krakatuga player for game. What a war of flaming attrition.
I absolutely love the complete 180 that Fire has gone from base set. Base set, Fire, Frostfall, Daybreak, Fire is the worst element. Fire is terrible. Don't play Fire. If you're going to the Elestriad, don't draft Fire. I was a hater in and of itself. And now it has some of the best tools in the entire game. Double tongs to destroy the entire field has been consistent this entire tournament. The healing of Fire spirits. One of Fire's biggest issues was how quickly it would go through its own spirits and not being able to recover them. People were playing Ash Rabbit just to get one Fire spirit back, maybe. And now we're at a point where it has convincingly won a premier tournament. Unbelievable turnaround for Fire. Congratulations.
I mean, unbelievable format for Sunstrike. I mean, I think we all had a pretty clear picture in our head of what this format was going to look like, and all of us were just wrong, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what it could have been. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think my prediction was Hera and Moth. I'm shocked that Moth still hasn't shown up in top 8. Still. So, fraud alert?
We had one player, I think, who might have been on Moth in top 8 who we didn't see their deck. Spicy Sausage. So we can get confirmation on that later,
okay.
though.
Okay, I got you. But still, just an unbelievable situation for this top 8. Really fun to see. Excuse me. But, man, that was a tournament. That was a finale.
Today was a lovely game of clashes, from all of the unexpected Hera twists and turns to seeing Moth do its thing to just the absolute flaming onslaught of Hephaestus.
We really saw Noxit pull back tongs, Reforge pull back tongs, double discard, clear the board.
I mean, Noxit and Comagma in the Hephaestus deck is crazy. I feel like if you brought that into the Discord and asked for feedback, every other person would be like, yeah, get rid of the Noxit and the Comagma in your Hephaestus deck. That's not doing anything for you. But clearly Windthescent knows the formula.
It's what do you do? What do you really do against that sort of consistency when you're constantly recycling your spirits, where you can mulligan and do so almost healthily and safely, so we can push things forward? It was fun to see. I cannot wait to hear this interview that we have getting set up right now with our champion, Windthesent, winning the whole darn thing, and can really hear about their strategy and their play, especially knowing that this is their first time even playing the mirror. Skids had it the 5th time. So what happened in the past matchups as well?
Yeah, I mean, it is always exciting to be able to pick the mind of the champion. I love these champion interviews, and it's going to be wonderful to hear what was going on and what led them to some of their interesting picks, like Comagma today. Ultimately, their deck building really did get them across the line. In a mirror match like that, it really comes down to who has the best pilot and who has the best tech.
I think the tech really came through, and we really thought that the Lavalith was going to be the play here, and instead it was, well, Krakatuga.
It was 100 copies of Tongs.
Krakatuga and Tongs. Krakatonga. Wait.
Krakatonga.
We got it. That's the one. I wonder what we call that list anyway. But man, this was a really good game, really good tournament, really interesting tech all around. I cannot wait to talk about it with you guys after the interview, just to go over everything that we saw. I love that Hera showed up and showed out here. We'll talk about that later. And I get to once again claim my prediction points when we get there. Y'all know.
Oh yeah, you'll get your prediction point. All right, well, I think we are ready for that champion interview. So let's hear it from Windthesent, our champion themselves.
whenever ready. Congratulations, Win the Scent. You're here at the very end of it all. After all this time, congratulations on your win. And how are you feeling after today? It's early in the morning for you. I know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's early. How could I be tired? It's so early.
Yeah.
You know, early in the morning.
Up.
I can't believe it. It honestly, like, yeah, it's how much? It's 6 in the morning.
Oh,
yeah,
my gosh.
And I feel like I'm in a dreamlike state a bit because I'm fully awake, I'm fully aware, full of caffeine and water and whatever, and I'm just so hyped. We carried it all the way from Kickstarter. I mean, I took a break from the game, I came back, tried a few things, and now we're back to basics. And you know, you find your favorite, you don't let them go.
That's that's kind of what I'm saying, is that there is so long there that, if y'all don't know, watching this stream, Win the Scent is one of the OG players of Elestrals. Back when we were playing like on Challenge, back in the Stone Age, we'd be going 5-0 in these tournaments with Krakatuga. And then, took a break for so long, came back for Sunstrike. What made you want to trust Krakatuga today as your deck option?
Well, I'll first correct. I came back at the end of what's called Firestorm.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and because of finding an online simulator was really cool to me. And then I thought, hey, finally I can play with other people. And then I became an ambassador and I started making Elestrals a thing in Finland, and it's growing every week. It's crazy. It makes me so happy. And I have good testing partners. They're all hardcore TCG players from other games. So I have good testing partners, and when it comes to Krakatuga, back in Kickstarter, when I just had one of each starter deck and 4 random booster packs, I realized I can't go with just trying to do the same deck that others are playing, the Thunder Nexus and the Thunder Toolbox and whatever, or Vol Tempest, because I don't have enough cards. I'll always have a disadvantage. I'll go rogue, do something that I have cards for that I come up by myself. And yeah, it worked. I mean, until top 8 every time, and now it worked for real, and I can't believe it.
Even the last premiere. You made it to top 8 in the last premiere, and it was once again the story of Win the Scent makes it there, and then was it top 4 or top 8? Was it ever the
top 8? Knocked out it's always top 8. I
finally
got
broke the curse.
Game. Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying. Like top 4 finals. I can't believe it. I broke the curse. I don't care what happens. I am here to win, but I'm just happy to be here, and let's have a good time. And well, we had a good time, and here I am. And I just wonder when I'm gonna wake up, because I don't understand anything.
Honestly, like, what is the scenario? You're at your desk, you're drooling all over your cards, and Skyhawk's like, hello? Like, hello, did you fall asleep? No, absolutely not. You're in the real world. You're here. You've won your ticket to Worlds too. You qualified there. Are we going to see you there representing Finland? Is this going to go on?
I think I think I have to go, but it really depends, because I'm unemployed / freelance actor. So, how jobs come and go is very random. So whether I will have the money for it is one thing. But if I grind qualifier points and earn that stipend, then 100%. Otherwise, it's a big question mark, but such is life and Krakatuga.
Such is life and Krakatuga. Yeah, I mean, listen, after today's win, I think that it's very possible that repeat success will definitely follow. I mean, again, you've been playing this game since its inception, been showing us all how to throw down with this classic creature. Love that you've been sticking with it. I mean, I've been watching and have been a big fan of your work for a long time. So this interview is a dream come true for me. I was popping off. It was incredible. And hope to see you at Worlds too. Is there anyone that you want to shout out? Anyone that's helped you test and really gone there? And I know they said you had a great community that you're building over there.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, I think Cayman is one of the people who got me this card as a gift. Back when it was hard getting product and cards, he sent me a few common singles that he found me in some chat and heard that I don't have a lot of cards, and then he just said that, hey, I can send you some cards, some commons, and then he sent me that Krakatuga as a gift, and I was so invested after that. So definitely Cayman. Then my Polish friend who was visiting Finland and gave me Polish candy because I've been eating that today, and I didn't have any other candy, but it got me enough sugar to win everything. But then, I mean, other than that, I think I'll shout out, Something One and Lakritsi, because those are the two people I've playtested the most with, and yeah, I know they will keep doing well, but yeah, I don't know if I'll see them at Worlds, but I'll see them someday soon here. So, cheers,
absolutely
everyone.
Excellent. And one last question: if you had any piece of advice for someone that is looking to be where you are right now, what would that be?
I think be open and find other people who are like open to training and also open to feedback, discussion. Don't take any advice for granted as being like the correct way to play. Explore yourself, but also talk with others. Like, people have so much good advice to give, and no one will always give you the correct answer. There is no such thing in card games. So be open-minded, try different things, practice with all the people you can, and most importantly, just have fun. You'll get there.
Absolutely. I think that's a wonderful sentiment of the community building. The congratulations on the huge win today. And again, see you at Worlds. Hope to see you there. And if not, I don't doubt that top 8. This might not be the final first place finish that you have here. I mean, top 8 curse is broken. Incredible stuff. Thank you so much for excellent performance. Yeah, we break the curse and then we just keep going. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, we're back. I'm not gonna stop. Yeah. Well, no, absolutely not. After being back from base set to Firestorm to now, I hope there's more Wind Descent to come. Oh, there is. Absolutely. Sorry to everyone who doesn't want to face me, but you will face me. But yeah, that's it. I'm done for now. And be prepared. There's a great showcase, and congratulations. We're going to throw it back to Andrew and PK here at the desk to close out our ceremony. Yeah, Krakatuga best deck, baby. Yeah, exactly. Krakatuga best deck. Catch you later.
Absolutely love that. You can tell right now Wind Descent feels like the final boss. And with them being the champion of this premier tournament, it is a title well earned.
Yeah, I mean, the OG Krakatuga enjoyer, it would seem, taking the cards they have, that wonderful story of how they started to build a community in their local area, becoming an ambassador themselves. Is there any more of a better Elestrals fairy tale than that?
Absolutely not. When it comes down to this game, community it thrives on the community. That's why there's such a renewed focus on the local game store and your locals. That's why there's a renewed focus on the casuals. And it's been turning up and showing out for everybody. As they say, a rising tide raises all ships. But right now we are on high tide, baby. The lunar and water spirits are out and we are turning it all up. But the fact that Wind Descent said, not only is it about, building the community, but it's about talking with your friends. And that always seems to be the main crutch that everyone has who's able to make it this far, is that it's not just me, it's those around me, those who help me, those who who are able to talk ideas and really hash out what we need to do and where we need to be to make the best deck and strategies possible and get the right mental to move forward. It's all about the community. And that clearly is what brought Wind Descent to his placing today.
There is such a sense of community in Elestrals and the game. The fact that learning the game is not just memorizing like 1,000 different cards. It's really about sitting down with people at a table, practicing your deck, learning how other people pilot their decks. Because at the end of the day, a lot of doing this game is social. You're reacting to the choices that someone else has made, and you can't do that in isolation. At least I don't think effectively.
No, you need other ideas to really grow. There's no one who can really say, hey, I'm going to grow all on my own. I can do this all by myself, because you get yourself in a bubble and you cannot allow yourself to explore new ideas, new concepts, new points of view, new perspectives, new thought patterns, etc., etc. So I'm glad that we have Swole here, because I need to know your thoughts on that as well, man. We saw double tongs. Did you ever see that happen in any game before?
I think it's so I loved everything I was seeing there. It was incredible. I was fanboying out, obviously, but the way that Win the Set, highlighted there in the interview, talking about being open-minded to different play styles and answers, and you would think to yourself, like, right, the PTA'd Volcaries. It's like, why would you tongs and really beef up this PTA'd Elestral? Isn't that all just going to go away? And it's like, yeah, maybe, but I'm going to break the board regardless. And that's so cool.
Really just saying, I am here to just, again, beat face. I understand the board situation. I know what I need to do, and this is my only chance to do it. The biscuit was clearly risked, and it did not come out burnt from that play.
Yeah, really good stuff.
And, it will be interesting to see whether or not Krakatuga continues to be a threat. I mean, we were all curious to see whether or not Possum would be the imposing threat today. It did okay, it seems like. Is Krakatuga going to be everywhere next time, or is it just going to kind of fall into ranks like Possum did this time?
We saw so many different decks show up and show out today. Hera had a showcase. Neanderthal had a showcase. We had Pantera and Stratomark even have a showcase today. We had so many elements, deck types, deck strategies, different concepts and perspectives. It's almost a completely different tournament from the last premiere, even though it's the same exact format. Who knows what next time has in store for us?
Yeah, it is crazy to think about that, right? Again, going into Card Party San Diego, our last premiere, and then this one, I just don't know what to think. Every single deck has been wildly different, the championship lists, and I think our casters are really cooking. I'm a little scared. Maybe I'm getting left behind in my old age, but this has been really exciting. I've been loving the developments we've been seeing.
Aries
next. Gotta be next.
Yeah, we haven't seen any high or tail of Aries, but I believe in it. It's so cool.
It's beautiful. I mean, the Australians are cooking. That's the one thing that it can be sure is that in these sort of events where the metagame is starting to shape out and starting to play back and forth, some of these casters will be cooking and cooking very, very hard. I don't know what the takeaways from this event will be. I think Andrew mentioned, is Burn going to be the big ones that people are looking at? Is it Ectopossum still? Is Sloth going to be a big consideration? Probably. But then again, where is Phosphocell? Where are some of these other decks? Hera showed out today. Will it show up again?
Who really knows at this point? It does come down to a concept of what is valuable right now, and then what can even come back from the past. Because again, Sunstrike did bring a lot of support from the past as well.
Oh, really anything apparently with Krakatuga coming back in. So we'll have to go through base set a little bit for that.
Base set forever!
Absolutely incredible. And we have a lot of great stuff coming up. If you have enjoyed this event, if you've inspired to cast for yourself and to sling spirits around, we have some amazing events upcoming, not just extra premieres, but a lot of great stuff on the local level for Sunstrike.
There are Sunstrike set celebrations Swole at the local level. Those are underway until June 26th. Go bug your local game store, figure out if you have one. If you don't, hit up Zero in the Discord and get your LGS on board for next time around. Go win this beautiful freaking Dragalis playmat. We keep mentioning Aries throughout today. Get yourself the Aries playmat and then be the person to come here next premiere and win the Aries mirror match in the final round.
I want y'all to make sure you attend the next Premier tournament as well. June 28th is the date, a 10 a.m. Eastern tournament. So if you're not signed up, I'm sure you can register it now. And look on your screen. Those are the next upcoming Premier tournaments. June 28th, July 13th, August first, you got time, baby, to figure out your strategy and maybe dig deep enough between the ever-deepening card pool of Elestrals and figure out what may be the next play. What can you bring up from False Fall or Daybreak to come up into the now and really thrive? You never know what will be the next strategy, winning strategy, and it could come from your thoughts.
Yeah, and we have a couple weeks away before the next Premier event. So if you're looking to maybe sharpen your skills, test out some of those new strategies, or play some decks that you saw in today's Premier, you can test them out at the weekly casuals. We have our casual tournaments in the Discord for Elestrals, and it's every Tuesday, 7:30 Eastern time. And anyone can join of all skill levels. You'll see some veteran players, some champions, some individuals that you might be shocked to know have been with us forever, that come back for just these events. It's a great time for the community. Very, very lovely casual time to enjoy some of your favorite strategies or to practice for these next events. You really don't know which people are going to be bringing. I was rocking up with Dugabus and Blizztrix last time in this one. I maybe fell in love with that deck. Yeah. It was incredible. Love that one.
Well, I think that we might have some numbers for the cards we saw today. Who do we think is going to be the winner?
Oh, God. Terrifyingly enough, I think every time we do these casters predictions, I'm usually last by a wide margin. I'm waiting for PK because we had that one infamous time where PK had like the craziest read of all time, and that was insane. So as of our casting predictions here, our commentators, we predicted some cards, some decks we thought we'd see, and now the real game. Win the Scent one. That's whatever, but now the real game begins or ends. Whatever.
Or ends.
Who ended up taking this one? I'm betting it's PK. I'm going to say it's PK.
In the words of one of my favorite antagonists ever, don't flatter yourself. You weren't even a player.
No! No!
There's no way I don't win this prediction. Hera had too much value today. Way too much.
I don't doubt that at all. I think that we had a good showing of the Ectopossum. I think we had a really good showing of the Majorsa and Bear Bomb too. P-Gust for sure. No Lumaru. There's got to be someone out there rocking the Lumaru.
One deck, please.
Just one. I'll take one.
I do think making a call and saying Ares on the next one is a good play. I think people are going to start exploring deeper. There's value there. I can't say it enough. There's value there. Whether it's the Celestial build or the Regalis build, there is value.
Oh, here we go. Oh. We have our cards lined up. Remember our predictions: Hera, Moth, P-Gust, a billion copies of P-Gust. Oh my God! How do you keep on doing this?
We weren't in the same pool.
I just know, baby. I just know.
Oh my! Look at that stat. That's wild. The Hera call out is crazy. I can say Moth is a given. I'm like, yeah, Moth. But what is going on?
Swole, he didn't even need the Moth to beat us.
Yeah, right. The crazy part.
There were 10 casts of Hera, and you get 3 points per cast, and then you get 1 point per copy in the decks. So Hera just kept hitting the field and giving PK all the points. Shout out Hera casters today, giving PK this much-deserved win.
I want to thank Ren for this accomplishment. I want to thank Stella Kristoff for this accomplishment. Thank you to everybody who believed in the queen. We keeping the family together, and we keeping the points in the forest. Let's go.
Insane. I can't believe the Hera cabal coming in here. The Hera mafia, because it's a family. It's the family of Hera is the true mafia. Those creatures and those Elestrals look cute. Don't let it deceive you.
Do I make a hard read for next week? Just put it out there right now.
Hard
read. Everyone will be prepared for Neandersloth because no one wants to deal with that nonsense again. But I think Hephaestus is still going to be a problem. So it's Hephaestus and Ares for the next time. Hard read.
Okay.
You know what people aren't going to be prepared to deal with? Sandstorm. Sandstorm, the rune, the beautiful FA. Start planning your Sandstorm decks right now. Go wishlist Shattered Stars Ethereal, so you make sure you can get your full art copies of Sandstorms that we revealed today expeditiously for the Hibufen nonsense you're going to be cooking up.
It's really, really pretty. I mean, honestly, all the artworks that I've seen from Shattered Stars Ethereal so far are crazy, and they just keep on getting better. Like, I thought Stellar Apollo was peak, and as it is, and might be my favorite card, but this is very, very close. I love this card.
I really just love the design. Look at Hibufen just peeking out there. The colors are really bright. Like, even though the similar, it still stands out so much. And Hibufen just looks so evil. Just put the little laser anime eyes there, and it's just like a terrifying beast just waiting to shut you down. I'm inspired to play Hibufen just to play this card alone.
Oh, wait, I'm getting a call. We have some news. There's going to be a surprise special reveal? What does that mean, production?
Lined up. So, like, ready now? Like, we're getting it now?
I don't think that that we're prepared for this.
I literally don't know. I was told to announce that there is a surprise special reveal lined up. That's all I know.
I feel like you're hard pressed to beat Double Tongs. What's more surprising than that?
I guess we'll find out.
Yo, does Panzer get an Ascension? I would love that.
Yeah. Panzer Ascension. And wait, what?
I saw that.
What was that?
Ooh.
Wait, what is that face?
Yes! I love this Aeolus!
Don't get closer! Stop getting closer!
It's the derpiest divine ever! He's beautiful!
Oh, this is amazing. Does that mean... So we haven't seen the stained glass or the stellar of this card yet. What an incredible combination to have. I love it.
That is unnerving.
That is so awesome. And this card's great. Moth, a billion years to Moth, baby. Shattered Stars Ethereal delivers.
I don't know if the stellar's coming in Ethereal, but I don't care. This stained glass is too precious.
Genuinely, this makes me uncomfortable. The disparity between the face and everything else, it's like when we were in Vegas and we saw the sphere and it kept cutting the sky, and I'm just like, this feels wrong. This feels wrong. I like it.
Such a right way, though. It's so cute.
Yeah, like, I get it. And it's very unique, and I love the approach. Man, that face is getting me.
I love this baby Aeolus.
Baby Aeolus.
I dubbed this thing a terror.
Big fan. Yeah, a Terrasale about to be casting some Nemesails of this thing out here. Absolutely.
Yeah, Terrasale.
Oh,
that's what I'm talking about.
Production for leaving this delicious treat for us for the end of the stream today.
Now we need Stellar Aeolus. What's up?
Yeah, thank you so much to everyone today coming out for our Elestrals premiere. This is our second one, crowning our second champion of the Sunstrike meta. If you stuck around for the amazing reveal, let us know what you think about it. And I cannot wait to see it. Again, thank you so much to everyone for joining us here today.
Yes, thank you to all the players who showed up, all those wonderful Hera casters and you Lunar casters and you Sloth casters who just gave us such a wonderful time with decks we didn't expect today. Thank you all so much for showing up and making this tournament.
I want to thank the Academy for putting Hera being such a prominent character. Sure. No, seriously, this has been a great time. I love Sunstrike. Very glad that we're in this format, and I cannot wait to see what happens in the future. We will see y'all on June 28th, but I think that's it for us today, Swole.
Yeah, we've got, again, a huge shout out to our judge staff, our helpers, production here today. Of course, chilling out behind the desk, giving y'all the greatest of Elestrals action all day long between the Discord and, of course, what you're seeing on your screen today. Shout out to your art department, too. Most of your waiters. And to the both of y'all, thank you for joining me on today's desk for some of the most creative and unexpected matches I think I've seen in my entire Elestrals career.
Yes.
Double tongs, baby.
Double tongs.
What a way to, and that's the culmination. How do we tie a bow to this? Double tongs.
Double tongs.
Double tongs.
Thank
All
y'all
right.
for being here so much. Love being able to entertain y'all. But for right now, it's time for all of us to dip. Say hi, guys. We'll see y'all next time.
Bye, everyone.
Double tongue.